Maybe. All right, and you through. Let's see what they say. I received their shit. Dump for now. Hey.
Wants. That belief slowly transformed into the false idea that Mr. Perry can get whomever he wants. According to the lawsuit, Dixon was working as part of an event staff at a party that Perry was hosting in Atlanta when Perry noticed him and offered him the chance to audition for a part in one of his hit TV shows. Before we get back to this bombshell lawsuit involving Tyler Perry, I want to bring you a law and crime legal alert. If you received a Depo-Provera birth control shot and were later diagnosed with
Child, that ain't what we here for. We here for Steve, baby. He over here talking. He over here trying to get some more clients. Nah, we not gonna do that. We not gonna do that. I'm still tripping over the what's the other one? Have you or anybody you ever known been affected by dang, I can't even think about it. I be seeing the commercials all the time. Like I think everybody pretty much has been paid at this point. Like y'all could stop. Like from 1935 to 1940, if they worked in the field mine or like sure. Anyway.
Then he returned to his event staff job, through which he was hired to work at Perry's parties.
Oh wait, hold on. I kind of
did have a small part.
Wait, no. Okay.
Dixon did have a small part on Perry's show called Ruthless. Then he returned to his event staff job, through which he was hired to work at Perry's parties in places like Los Angeles and Jackson Hole, Wyoming. As Dixon spent more time with Perry, he says that Perry would flirt with him through text messages and his advances became more aggressive. Dixon claims that he was invited to Perry's Georgia home where he and Perry drank together. When Perry told him he was too drunk to drive and offered him his guest bedroom, Dixon says he accepted. But then he claims that while he was asleep, Perry climbed into bed with him and tried to initiate sex. Dixon says he tried to distance himself from Perry, but he was offered a role on Perry's show, The Oval. The lawsuit then...
So... this man come and climb in the bed with you while you sleep, and you just not gonna say nothing because you gonna get up and go to work the next day.
Yup.
Sorry, what are we doing here? Like I understand that it's hard out here for a pimp. Bills. People ask. I get it, but it's like you worked at the event staff or something, whatever. Like it wasn't like that. Since I don't know. It's just me. Like I don't put up with stuff. Like I already admitted yesterday, I job hopped, and I'm not. No, if I don't like it, I'm not gonna do it, and I'm leaving. Especially if I feel like I'm being abused or mistreated in some type of way. Like, nah, we're not doing that just for no check. You can get a check from anywhere. Like, especially if you have a career and credentials, and like, what are we doing here? Like, but I guess when you're a struggling actor, you just gotta. Go through the casting couch experience. I don't know, but that's nah. He want to be famous a little too bad at this point, where you just gonna ignore a man climbing in your bed trying to hunch on you, like, hey, whatever, and action, like like I don't. But I feel like they skipped past like. What happened after he climbed in the bed with him? Like, did I miss that part? Like, did he fight him or push him away, or did we just act like it didn't like happen? Like, what? I feel like they skipped the part in the middle. They were like, he climbed in the bed with him, and he was like, yeah, he went to work. Let me back it up a little bit because I think maybe I'm reaching. I don't know, but what did he do? Okay, here we go.
Perry climbed into bed with him and tried to initiate sex. Dixon says he tried to distance himself from Perry, but he was offered a role on Perry's show, The Oval. The lawsuit.
So all he said was that he tried to distance himself. That's not answering my question. Like, what did you do when he climbed in that bed with you? That's what I want to know. I'm nosy.
Then reads, Dixon did his best to tiptoe around Tyler Perry's sexual aggression while keeping on Mr. Perry's good side. Mr. Perry made it clear to Dixon that if Dixon ignored Perry or failed to engage with the sexual innuendos, Dixon's character would die in the next season. Indeed, Dixon's character Dale was shot 4 times in the chest at the end of his first season on the Oval, and Perry always held this over Dixon's head, implying that Dale would survive if Dixon kept Perry, quote, happy.
Oh no, I think Dale might have just had to die at that point. Like, see this why I'm not famous, because I'm not, man. Oh man. You know, I don't understand why women deal with it. Like you go to work and somebody smacking your booty and you just go keep going like ain't nothing happened because you need that job and ain't no other job in existence in the rest of the world that you could do, so you gotta stay there and take it. Like, man, nah, I'm not with that. I just give me a cardboard and tell me what spot under the bridge. Like, I'm not. I know that was extreme, but I'm just saying, like, I don't. Nah, I'd rather go and just get like a job at Publix or something like that. I don't know. Like, I know. Again, bills be kicking our ass, and you can't just go work anywhere, get 2-3 jobs or whatever. Blah blah blah. But man, that's just crazy what people deal with in their work environments. Like, ooh, child.
According to the complaint, Perry had made it clear to Dixon that he would kill characters in order to get an actor to be loyal or obedient. During the pandemic, Dixon says Perry convinced him to stay in one of the houses that was part of Tyler Perry's studios. Quote, in or around April of 2020, and while Dixon was living in the studio homes on set, Perry often coerced Dixon to drink alcohol and then get on the phone with Perry. Perry would frequently have someone drop off alcohol at Dixon's door. Perry would eventually turn these phone calls into sexually explicit rants. Perry would get frustrated with Dixon and tell Dixon that he was not giving Perry, quote, what he needs. Dixon's refusal to succumb to Perry's sexual advances caused Perry to be ever more frustrated. Eventually.
Yeah. I'm gonna be real with you. All right, so look, right. There's one thing to have, and definitely salute Shanika, salute my brother Jeff, salute to everybody. Once again, you already know. You know, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person who doesn't have a quarter fraction of what these people have, and we don't never think to go that far. And I just be trying to figure out, like, what's really the either social disconnect that's not being acknowledged, and or is it really truly that much of a power trip? Because, you know, from what I hear, most men who are grapists, they don't do it because of a lack of options. It's full-fledged, like usually the ones they get are the ones who was willing to give it to them, but it's a power dynamic. So that's what I've always learned from that. At least I don't know how true it is or not, but I just be trying to figure out, like, when you get to that level, how much of yourself do you actually lose, either due to never actually grasping who you are because you got money, now you can ignore yourself forever, or to land it, nah, you've always wanted to be that you know, that dickhead. You just got the money to do it now. You see what I mean? But I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what they call it, the toxic programming, you know, where people just have accepted that if you're trying to make it in Hollywood, you got to get with the program. And that's why you'll see some people just randomly disappear. Because they were saying that's why Lorenz Tate just disappeared. Like, yeah, like you know what I'm saying? Like, you could, like, some people get in real deep or deeper than others, because I've yet to hear about Denzel Washington getting caught up in anything. Like, and he even said before, you got to leave before the devil come out, or, you know, whatever he said.
Crazy.
But yeah, it's like a lot of them can't stand on their talent, and so it's like, you know, I gotta do this in order to get where I'm trying to go, and it's just like, I don't understand why people just accept it. Like, the whole casting couch, rumors and stuff like that or whatever. Like, you just got to get down if you're trying to get down. I don't.
It is a real thing when it comes to the whole like soul selling, and it's not always how we picture it, like some like spirit type thing, but it's more so of a moralization or demoralization. Like when you go against everything that you've ever believed in, like you sold your soul. Like if I just all of a sudden got somebody to give me enough bread and just start shitting on women or just like saying talking stuff that I never did, right? Start talking about the those who are deceased, like the drill culture. And if they could pay me enough, I sold my soul. Any and everybody who knows me to the slightest fraction will know that's not Smitty. You know what I'm saying? You can say anything about me, but y'all know that ain't me. So if I started doing that based on the check, I sold my soul. And a lot of times that's what we got out here nowadays. And through the all of that, a lot of people are really desensitized. Like I'm not gonna ever stay away from that. Ain't gonna talk too long on it, but like folks is really desensitized. Don't nobody
Mhm.
feel nothing on you. Let's just be real. Like so listen, it don't have to have anything to do with like actual body that drop. Like it could just be something that you saying that's a true fact. I ain't feeling that. We don't even feel when bodies drop. Like I said, niggas die every day. I digress. My mic is muted. Right to the family.
Mm. Artifact said at a certain point, power gets corrupt. You get excuse me. Uh, you get to see somebody in power. You got to see somebody in power to know what it looks like. I definitely agree with that because I used to say like there's no clean way to a billion, and I'm still stand on that. Like a lot of the people that got the heavy hitters, financially, I can't help but feel like the majority of them has shitted on somebody, stabbed somebody, stepped on somebody to get up that ladder. Like it's real hard to not, you know, to get to that level and have that type of power and be clean and no kind of skeletons in your closet. Like I don't buy it. So yeah, when I see people with a whole bunch of money and power like that, I just be like, yeah, where the bodies at? Because I know they buried somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like it. But
So Shanika, I gotta challenge that. I gotta challenge that. All right, so look, so bad. Would you believe that since the dawn of time, like I'm talking about like the ancient Egyptian, whatever time period you want to think of, right? Would you believe that people have always had wealth? Not even just black people, just like there have always been like the most wealthiest of the wealthiest and the poorest of the poor since the beginning of
yeah,
humanity. Was it always the case even back then?
I think so. I think that the people that had it, they stole it. They manipulated people for it. Like I feel like there was some type of corruption involved in most, and I'm not saying all naturally, but I feel like in most cases there's some type of what is it, usurp, or like it's something that they did where they took something and everything, unless you're a nepo baby, or you were born in a family with money, right? But if you go back to the beginning, I feel like that's where you find the corruption.
So basically, Shanika would tell us there is no such thing as honest wealth. So if you come from a bloodline and a background of wealth, somewhere down the line, somebody did some shaky shit in your family.
Somebody took something, somebody lied to somebody took advantage of somebody else, somebody used somebody else for their labor. And I mean, I don't mean that and it's levels to this shit, right? It's a spectrum. It's not always like egregiously disheartening or whatever, but yeah, at some point it's just like but you do have the rare cases where it may be legit, but yeah, from my experience, most of the time somebody's doing something funny or doing something where they wouldn't want you to know about it, as far as how they really, really got their money. Even if it's an invention idea, people be stealing other people's ideas. big bank tank, little bank type situations all the time. Like, yeah, I don't be trusting it when they have too much money like that. Like,
So
mm-mm.
so there's no way like that something can be hidden in secret because we want to keep it in the family and we don't want the main corporations and brands to try to steal it, right?
Mhm.
Like, what you think about that? That's all. Like, you're saying basically like, nah, it has to be because basically there's look, it's like the old saying when we say it's easier to get what a camel through the eye of a needle than it is to get a rich man. And I think a lot of us get that all really mixed up. Like, I don't think it's really about wealth. And if you have money, you have to be corrupted. The only way to be somebody who is prosperous and actually is like somebody who is pure in your heart, or at least as pure as can be, that is, right? We all tainted, but you gotta be broke. You gotta be flat broke. You gotta be from the gutter. You can never have had anything handed to you. And I don't know. I'm just saying, like, that's like the energy, at least the frequency, as I say as a man, the frequency in which I get resonating coming off of what you're saying. It's like, nah, if you got some money, and somehow or another you had to have done something dirty. Where I look at it as, no, wealth is something that's always been exactly what it's been through generations and generations. Do we have some generations that corrupt it, that give it a bad name? Absolutely, I would say that. Absolutely. There have been many things that we would say grandma and grandpa are rolling in their grave knowing what you did to that recipe or that restaurant or whatever it is, of course. But overall, you know, to land it, I just really don't like how us as blacks, and I'm saying us because that's me, that's us, you know what I'm saying? I only talk to my own for real. I don't like how we always think like the only way to know somebody's real is to know that they broke, but yet don't nobody want to support the broke nigga, and we will big up anybody, and we think they the realest if they got brick. It's like a whole, and not you, Shanika, not you, beloved. You know what I'm saying? I already know. You know what I'm saying? You sharp, you there with it, but that should be tripping me out. Just
I
because a
get
nigga
what
got money don't mean that he's, you know what I'm saying? He or she. That don't mean that they don't believe in everything else. You know what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I mean, looking at how this country was built and just thinking about business, right? Because most money comes from some type of business or a transaction or a deal. Like it all comes down to the core business, and you in the business to make money. So yeah, you gonna have the kids at the sweatshop because it's cheaper, or you outsourcing to India because it's cheaper over there. I don't know if you remember, but it was this building over in India that collapsed, and like all them people, and it was like a couple years ago, and it was like a whole shit ton of people that died because they weren't even keeping up the building. And like, and just like these companies, where just like now, we could have healthier food, we could have limited resources. We cannot be depleting the resources that we have, is what I'm saying. But a lot of these corporations, they don't care about the environment. They don't care about the little people. That's why you got people making $10 an hour, and then the CEO is making millions per year off of the work that they doing. Like, I just understand when it comes to business, money is always the priority, and not the consumer, or the community, or any of that. Like, a lot of people will do what they need to do to make the most money instead of what would benefit everybody. And that's why I just can't help but feel like, a lot of people, you may have inherited money, and you may decide to do something good with it, but if you go back and trace the original roots of it, I just can't help but feel like somebody had to get swindled in order for you to come up, even with bartering.
Hold on, Shanika. Hold on. We're not going to do this. You're not going to tell me that the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers are not honest, hardworking, generation after generation, just pure, honest money. You're not going to tell me that. You're not going to tell me
Child.
that.
People, will you get money and then your ego gets inflated? Like, look at what these people do when they get money. Power is a drug. And when you get money, you know, that correlates to your power because you feel like you're in a position where you could do more things. And that's why I say like money, I feel like it shows who what a person's true character is, because now you got the money to pay for a lawyer to get out of trouble. So you gonna walk around doing whatever you want to do, because a lot of them feel like they can pay their way out of stuff or pay their way into stuff, or you know what I'm saying. And it's just, again, it's nothing, you know, about 100% people, but yeah, a lot of the cases, to me, just my personal opinion, like I side eye people with a whole bunch of money, and I question what they did to get it. And that's on any level, even with, you know, these girls that's taking these trips to Dubai and all this other stuff. I look at them and I wonder, what did you have to do to get that?
Now
Because
wait, Shanika, what if you actually like developed a brand, right?
mhm.
You actually like developed the brand, and the brand that you develop, right? Got it. Thank you. Hold on.
No. I was just gently. I was just saying, like, I just whenever I look at somebody flashing money, you know, I wonder, you know, what's really going on the back end. So I know, you know, trip to
Right.
Dubai. I mean, like somebody that's constantly going back to Dubai, like that's what I'm talking about. Those Instagram, you know, models where
Hello. Where'd she go? Oh, that's right. Guess I'll wait. I guess I'll wait. So, did anybody see the game? Right.
What's up, baby boy? You can hear me.
I don't know what happened.
be right on up.
There we go. I was about to just,
Kick all the way out of stream, y'all, with that one. Sorry, go ahead.
all right. So, so when it comes to what you talking about with like I guess you could say the labor aspect of things, right? Do you see it the same way if the role was reversed?
As far as like what I take advantage to get my money,
No. Actually, the role being reversed as far as Shanika finally makes it big. Like us knowing you here, people knowing truly your struggle, people knowing that you really have. I'm just saying example. You know the examples we always
right?
hear. You know those moments of sleeping in the car at one point, all of that, hopping from place to place, and then you finally make it. You just happen to make something that just hit for the mega millions.
Hmm.
Now you up there with the Tyler Perrys and the Elon Musk's and the Kanye's and Jay-Z's and Beyonce's of the world. And what if somebody said the same thing about you?
I would
What if the
understand.
two was now reversed?
I
No,
would absolutely understand it, because like if I got my money in one lump sum, like an accident or a lottery or something like that, then I don't, of course, you know, they don't count, right? But like if I had a business and I invented something and I sold it, like I understand, like once it gets to a certain level, like you can't, somebody going it's something gonna have to give, right? Because I a lot of these small businesses, they don't make it when they trying to help everybody out and give everybody discounts and this, that, and the other. Like I could understand why somebody would look at me like that, because in most cases, people will make a product for 5 cents and sell it for $5.
so if you actually got your money out the mud, all I'm saying is to make my point, sis, is we have endless stories of people who actually real deal have developed generations of wealth who
Yeah,
just like a plot of land, the whole nine. So to say like, nah, if you really doing a damn thing and you was able to hold that intact, to just automatically assume it was, somehow or another based on ill intent, it's like, I mean, then you kind of, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's
I,
why I said that. Like, what if you made it? Like, or your son, what if Drip made it? And Drip's story. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm talking about like big, big, big dog. You know what I'm saying?
get it. But it's not
Didn't
always necessarily you. And that's why I said a clean there. I don't think it's a clean way to a billion. That's why I made sure to say billion and not, millionaire, thousandaire, whatever. Like you can make your money, but I feel like, yeah, once you get to that billionaire status, like some corner has gotten cut somewhere. Like
so
you
you
making
telling me that black people have a cap? We have a
that.
cap.
Do I think that we have a cap?
A cap. That's what you're saying. There's a cap. There is a
No,
ceiling.
no. I just think once you get to a certain level, that's when I begin to give you the side eye to wonder if you've done anything corrupt.
As
Well,
okay, so my bad. The cap, I mean, as far as like if you hit past like the hundreds of millions, at that point, that's the cap on your authenticism, the organic part of you. There has to be a ritual you attended, ceremony, or there has to be something that you done sacrificed in some form of fashion. You had to do something dirty in order to get there.
You could have cut a corner or underpaid somebody, or yeah, I'm gonna think that once you get to a certain level, like something, in order for you to make the type of money that you're trying to make, unless you've been in business and grew very slowly over 20 years, like I'm gonna wonder what corners have you caught, or if there's anything immoral going on within your corporation. And it may not even be you. You could be, at the top of the chain, and somebody beneath you could be doing something that you may not be aware of. I'm just saying that some type of corruption has existed at some point, or at least that's just my perspective of it. Like, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's you, but if you go back and look at it, somebody cut a corner somewhere, because you can't make money if you trying to look out for everybody. Unless I may be wrong, and I may have a cynical perspective. I definitely understand that. I could be a pessimist, but yeah, like when you get in billions, who you stepped on, who you lied to, what are your business protocols? You got all this, makeup. Y'all testing on animals, or did they, they always modifying formulas and doing all this stuff? Like a lot of stuff be going on behind the scenes that people do not know about. And you come off as the type of person that's all wholesome and everything, and it's all kind of foolishness going on. You just ain't got caught.
yeah.
I can give you that. All right. So you saying basically like it's not just the celebrities that was caught. It's all the people that deny what they do because they ain't been caught either, right?
Right. Look at B. Simone.
Yeah.
She came out with that journal and it was popping. And then what happened? They said that she plagiarized somebody else's journal. And she said she had no clue because she had a team of people working under her that she allegedly trusted to, help her with regards to that product. But she got the label of being a scammer. That was a lie?
Yeah, me Simone lied. She did that and it caught on her ass, but she tried to, swindle out that shit, because you can't really do that. You know what I'm saying? So she lied about that. And I know she a Dallas bitch too, so I know her. I know what type of girl she was. She was popping.
There you
and then
go.
she tried
There
to
you
get her
go.
money. You know what I'm saying? I said, but this nigga, I'm just real talk. She was just trying to get her money. I'm with you, gotta act fast. You know what I mean? I ain't mad at you,
Hey, real quick. I don't mean to, I don't know. Somebody, I'm hearing an echo. I don't know who, what. I don't know somebody. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to help out. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know. That might be D-Town because it sounds like he outside or something. But yeah, I understand there are good people and bad people in the world. So I'm not going to automatically say you're a bad person, but I am going to definitely want to, I would be curious as to, what was really going on behind the scenes, because it seems, and that's why I feel like everybody getting caught up now, because before it wasn't a lot of exposure, and we didn't have access to a lot of things, and now we do. And I think it's becoming a little harder, to hide these things, depending on what you're trying to hide. But Yeah, I feel like people, scientists and researchers, sweep shit under the rug and lie and manipulate data. And you gotta understand, Smitty, I am a former government employee and we lied. Like, you know what I'm saying? So if you can't even like, man,
Nigga,
oh,
we know you do. We know
alleged,
you do.
allegedly, you know what I'm
Allegedly.
saying? So,
Allegedly. Allegedly.
yeah, like, come on, man. I feel like when you got big money on the line, you ain't trying to lose it. And you know, and you see how these people look at what he doing. He over here booted and tooted and booted for Perry. You know what I'm saying? Because he want that money on. Like, you know, people do crazy things for money because they know that it puts them in that position of power or perceived power, and they willing to do whatever. And they'll sign their soul to the, you know, it don't matter. And that's why it's just hard to trust, you know, these big people that got a whole bunch of money because I feel like they just be playing in our face. I still feel like Elon Musk played in our face with that Cybertruck. Like, how you come out with a truck that looked like a math problem? Problem. Like, the shit looks like a trapezoid. Like, I feel like he was just, that was a joke. He was like, I'm gonna come out with just anything, and I bet they'll buy it just because it's mine. A piece of garbage. And what we did, went out and bought it. Like, you know, they especially the psychological manipulation. Like, they will sit here and look at these people, look at Gucci and Louis and all these, you know what I'm saying, high-end luxury designers. They getting the same, they got it from all the, you know, these sweatshops and stuff like this over in China where drip people at. Like, you know, it just, man, I'm telling you, man, it's too much. It's too much foolishness out here. But I love the fact that now people are getting put on blast. Everybody got cameras. Everybody got access to the internet. You got people that's the ethical hackers and then the non-ethical hackers, like people that's tapping in. You got people whistleblowing, people snitching, like, hey, snitch. You see something shady, snitch
So
on
let
them.
me ask you a question there, Shanika. Let me ask you this. All right. So with that being said, right, do you believe that because there are people who actually believe that, and this is a real thing. I actually saw a documentary on it, and I think I want to do a show about it. Like, here you go at some point. Do you believe that those who are PDF files, don't you know, like them little clips we all see? You try and meet up with a minor at the Target or something on the Walmart, and you get caught.
Mhm.
People say you shouldn't expose them like that because they can actually be deleted by somebody else on the scene, and then you won't get justice and all this other stuff. Plus, they're still a person, and you just shouldn't do it that way.
Um, I feel like what's meant to happen is gonna happen because a lot of people that have those types of crimes, and I have to say this gently because, well, not gently, I'm sorry. I have to be careful of how I phrase this because I can't say that I have all the research, but it seems like the people that have those types of charges don't really get the harsher penalties that I feel that they deserve. So that's how I'll say it. They don't get the penalties that I think
It's
that
a
they
guy.
deserve. And so a little vigilante justice, I'm a I'm gonna look the other way. When the cops get up, you can ask me. I don't know what happened. I ain't seen nothing. Do your job. Like, I'm not even for to help you pursue, you know, this other person or whatever. But yeah, like, man, nah. Them people
I'm,
be doing that foolishness and
I'm,
yeah,
I'm,
years later.
hey, Shanika, I'm surprised at you right now. I'm
What?
surprised.
That I wouldn't get mad at somebody for beating up or, you
Usually
know,
come a lot, you
something that was.
usually come a lot tougher, shout, or like way worse. I mean, way less. Like, I'm on some like put their ass on Front Street all the way. Why? I do believe there are certain aspects in life we do need to bring shame back. I do believe there are categories in life.
But
Let me
see,
see. What's a category in life we need to bring shame back for? Um,
that nah, we passed Shane with that. They have a psychological issue that may or may not even be fixable. And
Can y'all
so
hear me?
that ain't
I don't
psychological.
even
No,
want to take
that's a
this chance.
demon. That's
Can
a
y'all hear
demon.
me?
Ain't nothing
Yeah, we
psychological.
hear you.
That's a demon.
All right.
That's a spirit.
Right.
So
That's what I'm
educated.
saying. Like that to me is different from, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm
Man, look, it's okay. I'm just saying basically like little stuff like
mental.
that. A person who's a thief, like, do we always look at it the same way? You know what I'm saying? Whatever it may be. The fact is that look, there does need to be shame brought back. Like, because when I say thief, scamming. Why you think most of our people are so good with scamming? Y'all ain't seen the clip, the chick saying, I would rather take the scammer over the 9 to 5 worker. Why? Because there are a lot of things that we have made normal. Is it the main biggest part of it? No.
Nah, that's not the same to me. You scamming me is different from you graping me. Now, both are going to affect me in a negative manner, but one is going to have a totally different psychological effect that life. Like I think it's different tiers, and I feel like that is a psychological mental thing. Like me taking the PDF and just putting him in front of everybody, like he might not even care because he already too far gone in his brain. Like look at R. Kelly. People been sitting there telling him, talking about him being this and that and the other after he got caught up with that 15-year-old girl, and he was still out there making music, living his best life.
Shanika,
And
should the world not know, Shanika? That's all I'm saying. Should the world still not know that you know what I'm saying, who they are? Like I do believe we should know exactly who that is roaming the streets. You should have a big bright ass tag on your back and your face and your chest. Dead
yeah,
ass.
as you're in the casket.
Okay. I like that right there. You said it, not me. Okay. I don't know what I can say over here. Okay. This is y'all shit. So I thank you for that. That's what I'm talking about. Because you weren't having
Yeah,
that
that's
energy.
what you can expose them all you want, but I'm saying, hey, go holler at him around the corner. Make sure you suited and booted. Like, don't, you know what I'm saying? Because you were saying, like, if I follow you around in the store to expose you, and then somebody else ends up, beating them up or unaliving them or whatever, like, I'm all for it.
That's what I'm on. Exactly. But we all know, depending on where you are, how street,
Misunderstanding
how.
on you were saying
Yeah,
something different.
I'm always with you on that. I just went because see, I got, you know what I'm saying. I can't say my position and you just go along with what I say. I want to make sure I want to hear what you say organically.
I don't even want you to go to jail. I want you to go 6 feet under, because whatever you did and whoever you did it to, they didn't deserve that, and you screwed them up for the rest of their life in most cases. Like, nah. But I mean, that's just me. I have my own hierarchy with regards to crimes, and there's certain things that I feel like you should not be able to get out of jail, like stay there forever. Like, but that's
You know
just
what's crazy? You know what's crazy? I like that you said that because I really have been re-evaluating the old saying that goes, "Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me." And I've really come to the conclusion that more people I've recognized from these spaces and beyond are more hurt from words than any spanking or beating that's ever come to them.
yeah,
I do believe that words definitely do hurt people. So
serious damage.
yeah, so like my whole thing is, in your personal opinion, what would you say, at least from a woman's perspective, is more tougher to get over, the psychological abuse or physical abuse, considering it's one or the other?
Psychological. My body can heal itself, but that brain is powerful as hell. And that's why you see a lot of people get caught up in the situations they get caught up, because once you get a person's mind, you're in there like skincare. Like, you could get them to do whatever you want them to do. Like, it's just nah. You come stab me, that stab wound will heal, or or whatever. Or if it don't, I can adjust from that, and I can learn how to live with my disability. But if you mess me up mentally to the point where I can't even sleep,
that brain is fire. Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, like if I had to, because and Reese, you're right.
Wow.
Both. You don't get both in most cases, but I'm saying if you had to separate and choose one or the other, that was the way that I interpreted his statement. If I had to separate them and choose, one or the other, and they were completely independent, yeah, I'd rather you just go. I'd rather get a black eye than for you to have me convinced.
No. I want to make sure, because I just got a glance at the chat. No, not rather. Which would you say, as a woman, would be more likely to be a longer lasting effect? Let's say both happened 10 years ago on the same day. Psychological damage 10 years ago today. Physical damage 10 years ago today. Which one would you say that you will have a easier time moving forward in relationships and your own life, your own personal sanity and happiness, the physical or the psychological? Not because, yeah, neither it should be. For the record, I'm not saying, pick your poison, but I'm saying out of the two, which one would you say as a woman in particular lasts longer? Physical or psychological? Rock out.
Yeah, because I feel like even if I endure a physical event that was traumatic, somebody, I get pewed. It's not going to be the physical that's going to bother me. And this is just for me. It's going to be the mental. Now I'm scared of getting pewed again. Now I'm nervous if anybody playing with a gun around me. Like it turns into a mental thing. And so that's why I say I feel like the mental is always going, well, not always, but the mental is a little heavier than the physical because
More
the
than
physical,
likely, or more than likely, yeah.
I feel like the physical is just going to lead to a psychological issue, and the psychological is hard to get over. But I mean, yeah, it just lesser of two evils type shit. But I definitely think a lot of people get drunk with power, and and money seems to be the conduit to that in most cases. Other than just your affiliations with people possibly or whatever, but and I also, that makes you a target, also. So that's why with this situation with Tyler Perry, it's kind of difficult because he has had this, this accusation of, being bisexual possibly or whatever. Because I've seen him with women too, so I don't think he's fully gay or whatever. But he always.
I know you did not just say that. How many times have you known the gay dude to be around the most women? Stop it, Shanika.
I digress.
Come on now.
But I'm just saying, I've
looking at it. Get your shit together.
I'm just saying, like you've never seen a situation where someone appeared to be within the alphabet community and they weren't?
Bruh. Come on. Bro.
All right.
I mean, let's be talking about a metro. Yeah, metros. Like I would say Prince falls under the category, rest in peace to him. Prince fell under the category of metro. He was metro. So that's the closest. Other than that, nah, we generally know how to identify one another as men. We know when we around one of our own, just like y'all ladies do. Y'all, same thing, man. Y'all know when y'all around sis and them. It is what it is. Y'all know.
Around who? What their name was?
Sis and them.
This nigga's video ain't worth the shit, boy. So oh shit.
That's funny.
That's fucking funny, boy. That's funny as shit. Oh my god. Damn.
Dixon that he was not giving Perry, quote, what he needs. Dixon's refusal to succumb to Perry's sexual advances caused Perry to be ever more frustrated. Eventually, Perry warned Dixon that if Dixon told his castmates about the harassment, Dixon would be opening himself up to lots of, quote, questions and foolishness, and demanded that Dixon not discuss any of their conversations with his castmates. Dixon's law.
Dang, so they pretty much saying like, don't like you can't even hang out with Tyler Perry as a man because then it's gonna start foolishness and the rumors and people gonna think like, oh, that's how you got your role in this TV show. That's crazy. Dang, but he did come out and say that he was a victim, right? Didn't he?
Who a victim?
Tyler. Didn't he say that once? Like somebody took advantage of something like that when he was a child, like SA?
Yeah, that's what he said.
So that would be my question. Do y'all give people a pass when they are a victim of a vicious cycle that may be generational?
Absolutely. That's totally different. The dude that goes to prison, let's say, the typical example, dude that goes to prison for like 10 years, And all of a sudden he turned out. No, he ain't turned out. You always had those thoughts in your head. Now you in a comfortable place to do it. That's different as opposed to somebody who had their mind warped at a young age and was manipulated, and they don't know up from down, left from right, so on and so forth when it comes to masculine, feminine, them as a man, a woman, whatever it may be, all the way down to little girls being abused, and them not recognizing what chastity consists of, or privacy, things of that nature. Knowing like, nah, that's a certain way you should look when you come out the room. Like once you come out the room and it's a bunch of men downstairs, I don't care if it's your uncles or cousins, and all you got on is like a t-shirt with your under. No, get yourself together. Little stuff like that. Yes, the mind can be warped, and that's something that's very vicious that goes on. So,
What
yeah.
up? What up, CH? What up, Travel One? What up, Shawander? I think I spoke to everybody. Gently, Dr. Quantum, Sin 7. I don't know, because I feel like I understand that. I understand that, that's just like if you born in a racist family and that's all you know. Like with Paula Dean, when she said the N-word, she was like, hey, this how we talked in my family. Like, this was normal to me. Like, just like what I was saying earlier, like, my people throw down. Like, so fighting is normal to me. Like, at what point do you stop giving them grace for the generational curse and you start to hold them accountable for their actions? Or does that never happen?
It's supposed to be the very next seed that is dropped. If dad did it, it's not supposed to be from dad, and then he becomes great, 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 great granddad who started it off. We know what's something called break the curse. Now, again, something is wild. So when you say give that leeway, the one thing I would say is I do give somewhat of a leeway for those who just practice or teach
Hold on.
something.
Okay, you getting
Boy, you sound like that nigga went underwater.
yeah, like something started covering your mic or something.
That boy went underwater.
My bad.
You underwater? Oh, okay, my bad.
My bad. No, I'm saying like I do give leeway to those who, for whatever reason, absolutely just never have been like you can't give something you don't have. If they don't know nothing about what love consists of, family unity, how to conduct yourself as little boys and girls growing up as into young men, young ladies, into adults. Say right now, then yeah, that's the only reason why I give somewhat, depending on how a person tells me what their background growing up is.
So
Depending
you
on what that is, yeah. I might give you a slight, depending on what it is that is.
Because I'm like, you gonna tell me that at 30, 35 years old, you gonna touch on, your young cousin because you got touched on when you was a baby, and then that's okay? Like at some point, as a 35-year-old grown ass man that dealing with somebody underage is against the law. Like even if you've had the trauma where you have had it done to you, like are we really saying that you don't know the law and that it's against the law and then you still choose to do it anyway?
About that. It's not about that. You see, a lot of them things. Think about it. Most rapists, most people who go out and catch a body, I think all of these people knew what the law consists of before they did it, Shanika. I mean, just being honest. All these people, they know exactly what the law
Exactly.
consists of. So
So
that
that's
means
what
it's
I'm
something
saying.
a
They
lot
know
deeper.
exactly what they're doing and they know that is wrong, but because they are a victim of a perpetual cycle or generational curse, as old folks like to say, we gonna get them a pass because they don't, that's just how they were raised, or they don't know no better.
Again, the whole past part, no. What I'm saying is, when it comes to the psychological evaluation of it, I do give slight leeway to the one who is raised corrupted. That's it. I can at least understand you a little bit more. Nothing else. It goes no further than that.
Okay. So bringing it back to the video,
Mm-hmm.
We gonna get to the end of it, I promise. But because Tyler's saying that he was a victim, so I'm just curious
So,
as to, are we
so what
supposed to
does
be
that have to do with anything? What they got to do with anything?
some people tend to express empathy if they feel like you suffered.
Bro, ain't no
Or
fucking
you're
way. Let me tell you something. Ain't no way I'm showing a motherfucking thing if somebody did that to my goddamn child. Are you
Fact.
fucking crazy?
Fact.
Are you fucking crazy? Empathy for what? Bitch, die in hell. I'm talking about right that motherfucker. I'm talking about on Foden, on goddamn Folkston grave, on King
Right.
Dave, on
On
everything, on
mother.
on
But
mama them.
have y'all really gonna sit here and say y'all never heard of a family that had those types of events to occur and it divides the family? Because some people want to support that person, simply because it's a family member.
Yeah,
That
I mean, we
happens
see
all
that all the time. That's what I'm saying. We see that all the time when
right.
a
People
motherfucker
give
their mama,
grace.
a motherfucker tell their mama some shit like, well, Uncle touched me, and they don't fucking believe that shit. And that's a whole motherfucking boy, it's a World War IX going on, real shit, and it's fucked up that they don't believe that shit. I think it really be they don't want to believe that shit because that shit is like, oh man, that shit make your heart stop. Real shit. To hear that shit from your child, the fuck?
Hey, real quick. I'm gonna go down to the man cave, to my office. I'm gonna log in from there.
All
That's
right.
what.
All right. I'll see
Hey,
you.
what up, Ray?
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like, hell nah. Like, what else should
What
they?
up? I followed him this morning. Ray
The who?
636. Because I was listening to Looney earlier.
Oh, Lord.
On his things, like he be on that follow train. Like that's what I love about him. He be like, hey, look, y'all follow each other. Like support.
Crazy
It's
as
like,
hell.
I be subscribed. Hell yeah. Like, he a
What the hell
vibe.
Looney doing? What the hell Looney been?
Vibe. I love it. What up?
When the hell Looney been? What Looney been?
He
I
been
ain't seen that
live.
nigga.
That should be funny because he be live for like 2 minutes and then he'll play a song and get kicked off.
But I ain't seen his ass for a minute.
Yeah, every time I catch him, he be playing music and stuff like that. And then, I listen to it while I'm working or whatever till his stream get kicked off. And then I just laugh because I already know what's up when it's just randomly stopped.
That
What
nigga
up,
Looney,
Mark?
Looney is funny. Looney is funny as hell. No bullshit. That nigga look crazy. Shout out to the Mo 3 sector. That nigga, that ignorant. I swear to God, that nigga Looney Tunes is crazy, bro. I swear to God. That nigga funny as hell now. That shit funny. That nigga funny.
Yes. But yeah, so I'm just curious. I'm curious as to how they're gonna respond because a lot of people seem to look up to Tyler and Revere. Because even like with Bill Cosby, like a lot of people did not want to believe or accept, or a lot of people was giving him credit, like, come on, this is America's TV dad, and all this other stuff. Like, cha.
But who looked up the top? Wait a minute, what? Who looked up the top here? What was his name? Tyler Perry.
Yeah, like I thought some people did because he did a lot of things for Black people. Because I remember one time he was on it was one of them award shows, and he was like, "Yeah, because I don't produce more Black billionaires than blah 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 blah." Like he was popping his shit. Like he went in and provided a lot of opportunities for a lot of Black people, and I thought that okay.
So why? Okay, so why you ain't employed then with Tyler Perry? Why you ain't employed with Tyler Perry?
That's not my industry.
So why I ain't employed with Tyler Perry?
Why aren't you? Are you looking to be an actor or a production engineer or something on the back end? Apply.
Yeah. Wait a minute, nigga. Last minute on the
you better have talent, because if not, you're gonna have to jump on that couch, and you ain't trying to do that. So
the couch. What the fuck? Why? What I'm standing across in the building? Man, you crazy as hell. Ain't no fucking way. What up, LA in that motherfucker? Lauren, Alabama. God damn it, you through.
What up?
Man, look. So check it out. So, did you say earlier that we supposed to give? Well, hold on, Chanel.
Hey, party people.
What up? I'm
What's
gonna call
up?
you Latory. Why the fuck I'm gonna call you Latory? God damn. I think about Tory Lane. Nah, we watched Tory Lane's video earlier with him and Travis Scott. I almost fought.
Oh,
Yeah, that's crazy.
okay.
What's going on?
Nothing. Just tuning in to the Drip Nation. You know what I'm saying? Not much.
So the Drip Show or the Drip Nation? Trying
Yeah.
to figure it out. Oh, okay. So how you feel about the Tyler Perry scandal?
I don't know. I just feel like everybody has skeletons, so it doesn't really
Mm,
me when they drag your skeletons out of the closet. And you have to know if you or when you decide to become a public figure, everything
yeah,
that's under that little carpet that you swept under the rug, they all
yeah.
coming out.
Yeah, I feel
Mm,
like a lot of people, once they get a certain level of power and money and notoriety or whatever the case may be, they think that they're above the consequences and that they can, I think that is, that ego, like I'll never get caught. Because that's how I feel about, with certain criminals when they just keep going bigger and bigger and bigger. Like you start getting a little too cocky thinking you will never get caught. And then that's when you get caught.
Yeah, and I think the entertainment industry, that at least me, I just found out. I knew it was, dark and whatnot, but like, when you start hearing about all the lawsuits and all the stuff with like P. Diddy, you've heard these types of things about other, people, industry people. Um, I just didn't know anything about Diddy. So now that I know what I know, at least about him, now everything else is just kind of like you are in an industry that is going to eat you up and spit you out, and it keeps secrets. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And so when you're around these other secretive people who have what I feel like all of the skeletons holding you hostage, which is why they still over there on mute, the whole damn industry. Then
not
at
me.
some point you're probably gonna get. I personally think fame can be intoxicating, and just like money can be. You have a whole lot of money that'll buy
Attention.
you a whole bunch of I would say power, but really more than anything, options. So, you can keep people quiet, shut people up, make them sign those NDAs and make them think that it doesn't matter if a crime has been committed, they still under an NDA or you know what I'm saying, threaten their family, all the kind of stuff that goes on. So,
NDA. What?
did I say it wrong? Is it called an NDA? I might be saying it wrong. It's those documents that basically say you can't
Nah,
say
we just
anything.
maybe I
What?
wouldn't. I don't know what I
It's
missed.
not called a non-disclosure.
No, no,
What
no,
is
no,
it called?
no. No, I'm not arguing that. No. Go ahead.
Oh, it might be called something else, but
No,
basically
that's
some
what
sort
it's.
of
No,
contract.
it's called an NDA. No,
Oh,
right.
okay. But I'm saying if you don't know, and these people got power and control and influence and affluence, it's hard to get around it. But I think Cat Williams told us last year or the year before, he was just kind of like it's up for everybody. So those people that
But
didn't think they're gonna get caught, like I'm wondering still about TD Jakes, Pastor Jakes down here in Texas. I'm like, they seem like they trying to drag his skeletons out if he has some. Mm,
I mean, it's
Ain't nobody
human.
safe to me.
It's a common pattern in human nature for us to well, okay. I mean, that's where the whole adage of it's not who you know. I mean, not what you know, but who you know. Because
Hmm.
your skill set or your talents or your whatever, that's not always guaranteed to get you where you trying to go. And
Mm-mm.
especially in like Hollywood and stuff like that, like I feel like it's the good old boy system. You gonna get down or lay down, get with the program, or you can get the hell on up
Hmm.
out of here. That's why you got people like Corey Holcomb that's like, fuck it, I'll just do my own little thing on the side. I don't have to make it in Hollywood because I'm not willing to do the things that they want me to do in order to make it. Because you could be the best actor, the best singer, the best dancer, and you don't get any type of clout or recognition or shine or any opportunities. And we see it every day. You got these people whispering on the track, trying to pretend like they know how to sing all the auto tune and all this other stuff, and they have no
Hmm.
talent, and they get
Hmm.
propelled right to the top. And it's like, what are we doing here? When you got people you know, that's fine, but that happens everywhere. You know, it
Mm-hmm.
depends on the team that you have around you. Because even like with sports, I know so many athletes personally that I'm like, why are you not in the NBA? And they just didn't have the right team behind them to get them where they're trying to go. If you have the right agent, then yeah, you can get that job. Or if you know, your daddy is the producer, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's never been about the talent. It's never been about it. What you said, Drew? Oh, I don't think he said anything. But
I think that's kind of what.
You said it's never about the talent.
Rarely.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you can have the talent, but if you don't have the
I think
look,
in sports it
you're not
might
gonna
be
make it.
different.
If you don't have the look, you're not gonna make it. It don't matter how well you can sing. If you don't look like somebody that I want to date or be, then it's not highly likely you're gonna make it.
What up, Jet?
Because that's all it is. Like that whole industry, to me, this is my personal opinion, it's about the illusion of me wanting to be you, or me wanting the fantasy of having your, you know, your lifestyle or whatever.
Or even you inspiring me in some way. I think I think music does that for all of us, people that can hear anyways. It inspires you and it hits
What?
everybody different. You know what I mean?
That was so cold. You said the people that can hear. That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
What did I say?
That's fucked up. I ain't gonna hold you. That's fucked up.
What did
You
I
said
say?
even the people that can hear. That was just like the most disrespectful
Oh
shit.
my God. I did not mean it
If
that
them
way.
people from the hearing aid company come over here, I'm telling them your goddamn name. I ain't bullshitting. You think it's a game? Hell no. Who is it? Oh, it is.
What up, Jet? That's funny.
What up, baby?
Yeah, but I mean, looks take you farther than talent, and that's a fact.
Looks, shit. That shit only goes so far. Man, come on, bro. Are you serious? You know how many ugly niggas
I
sing
agree with that,
basketball?
Take you farther than talent.
I agree with that.
Beauty will get you a lot further than talent will. I do agree with that.
You say what? No, it is.
Especially with women. Because men.
Go ahead,
Sorry, go ahead. I was gonna say men could be like that. Sean Connery. I love me some Sean Connery. Rest his soul. But like men could still be an actor at 92 years old. Women, after you turn 24, 25, it's like it's a wrap for you.
Nah, that what y'all think. See, you know that's fucked up.
No, it's the truth.
You're
It's
right,
true.
LA.
Women in
And
women
what
in the
you willing to
industry.
do. That right
Women in
there.
the, oh well,
She
there's
said
probably
it.
that too. Yeah.
The
That shit
looks
is
and what
cool.
you willing to do. It gotta be a combination of the both. Because you can't be fine with morals. You gotta be willing
It's the
to ride that
sacrifice.
casting couch.
You can be ugly with Nick. It's crazy work.
Oh my God.
Listen.
Y'all a whole mess.
Oh shit. Oh them. I'm trying to tell you.
You could be the best actor in the world, but if you ugly as all outdoors, child, don't nobody want to see you on that big screen.
Well, what's it called? Flavor Flav is an exception to that rule. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Flavor.
He's an artist. He's not a movie actor.
But I'm saying you said
I think
talent.
it's different when you're an artist versus an actor. I think it's a little different.
He's a man. Beauty standards.
Yeah, that too. And he was a part of a group too.
Well, all I'm saying is he's an exception. That's all I'm saying. To me. Because
there's always going to be some exceptions to the rule, of course.
Cute, is all I'm saying. And
it's always going to be exceptions, but the majority of people that make it in Hollywood, you know, they look good to a certain extent. Like, not saying it ain't no uggles, of course it's some, but you know, you got to balance it out. But for the most part, you got to look a certain type of way.
Man, look, remember that day?
Double standard, though. You already said that. It's definitely a double standard.
Hold on. You remember that day we played that video with old girl who sing Paper Planes MIA?
Yeah.
Remember that? What did she say? What did she say that Jay-Z had told her? She had to cut her hair a certain way and dress a type of way, right?
Absolutely. They gonna do that.
And
Hollywood will make you feel ugly as hell. And you could be the baddest woman ever. And they gonna be like, yeah, but your nose is a little crooked. And like they gonna chop your ass up.
The damn industry made Glorilla get her nose job.
Why you think all of them do it? All of them do it. You gonna get your titties done because they gonna want titties. They gonna say something flat.
That's what they want. They want the Janet Jackson nose. That's it. All black women want the Janet Jackson nose. I'm trying to tell you.
Janet Jackson nose ain't Janet Jackson nose.
Oh
That's
my
the
God.
thing. Just like Kylie Jenner lip ain't her fucking lips, smart ass. So come on, I know what's going on.
Yeah, they're
Shit,
gonna want to.
Jackson.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna point out some things you're gonna need to change because your image is important. That's like and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, because I know we got some people in Hollywood in the chat or in the industry. Why you think like it's a formula? That's just like you have to have iconic hair. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to, but I'm saying like if you really want to stand out, you're gonna have a hair. Why you think Ice Spice been rocking that orange shit for the last 27,000 years? Because
Yeah,
that's her
that's
thing.
right.
Like when you see orange hair, you think of Ice Spice. Like you gotta
No, you
like
don't.
I don't,
You know
because
what
I
you
don't
think
know who
of?
that is.
You know what you think of? That girl with the long ponytails. What was her name? Punky Brewster. Goddamn, that's what you fucking think about. You don't think
With the
of
long stockings.
Pippi. Goddamn it, Pippi Longstocking. That's her name.
Yeah.
Come on, shit. You tweaking.
a lot of
Appreciate
people
you.
do a lot of people do have certain hairstyles that they ride out because they want you to associate them with that style.
Man, anytime you hear the Bayang song, what you gonna think of? That swoop bang. That motherfucking swoop bang. Come on, man. This shit, come on now. Come on. Everybody want the Bayang. Everybody probably had the Bayang. Man, stop playing
Exactly.
with
You gotta be a trendsetter because imagine just like you said with Aaliyah. Thank you, American Tradesman, because I was waiting on somebody to speak up like that's actually an industry or industry adjacent. Just like with Aaliyah, you had all the girls rocking the bangs. That's what you want as an entertainer. You want to have that
Well,
influence.
I
the
think
Bayang. That's what
Alicia
I'm saying.
Keys and her braids that came to the front was iconic. I personally feel that.
The
Okay, and
brain.
she had people rocking braids. I'm saying you want to.
I'm agreeing with you, Shanika.
Yeah, she stuck with. I know. That's what I'm saying. Like
Oh,
she
okay.
had people rocking braids. Man, y'all
But
gotta
but
understand
nah,
how I talk.
All I
hold
know,
on.
ladies, is that sex sell, and women ain't got to be nothing but sexy to sell tickets, man. If they look good enough, they will
LA.
sell out.
Thank you.
That's kind of. I don't know, Lord. I mean, you kind of
Obvious.
reach. You kind of
I'm
reaching a
telling
little
y'all,
bit.
like the image is the most important aspect of your career.
Man, okay, so look at the boy from Snowfall. This nigga ugly. Right.
Ooh,
Not this nigga
Right.
ooh,
ugly.
I
Oh
know
my
you're
God.
talking
Remember,
about
Drip, before we do this, Drip, I
I know
want you
you're
to say it
talking
out
about
loud.
that dark skin. Yeah, you better go.
Men do not
That
need
dark
to
sexy
adhere
ass
to
nigga,
the
like get the fuck
beauty
out of here, boy.
standards. That
Oh
is for
my
women
God.
only. Only women have to adhere to
Samson
beauty
Idris,
standards.
I forgot his name, but the one who
Men
dated
just need to stay fit.
Give us free. Give us free. That's that boy name. Give
Not
us
give
free.
us free.
the
Yeah.
one that dated Lori Harvey is who you talking about?
Yeah, that boy.
That
Frank,
part. The ugly
yeah.
wear. Get out of here, boy.
Nigga,
I know
that
you ain't
nigga
you
ugly.
just a hater
You
because he
ugly
dark
too.
skinned. That's that light
I
skin
like
shit right there.
That's
That's
I
all
fucked
that
up.
like
is.
I like Idris
You
Elba.
niggas disrespectful, bro. Talking about my motherfucking skin color, goddamn it. I'm
And I like
yeah,
who else I like?
You what?
I like
Coffee with a
Idris
whole bunch
Elba.
of cream in it.
get the fuck out of here a little bit. The fuck? Nigga, I'm
Oh,
black
you
as
like light skinned people, Mr. Dre?
I'm
What up,
huh?
ignorant?
What up, Ignorant TV? I'm blacking it out, man. You better
What up,
get
cynical one? I'm
cynical
sorry if I
one.
missed anybody. Let me scroll up
What is
because I feel like I be missing people. American
yeah,
Trade.
LA gently motherfucking ass.
Yeah.
Shit, Miss
I think I
motherfucker.
spoke to you, Chakra. I'm about to say Shaka, like Shaka Khan.
Cynical one. Goddamn, man. Shout out to that boy Corey Love, man. Shout out to my boy Corey Love too, man. That real shit. You know what I'm saying? Me and that boy. I'll be fucking with that boy show live. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Looney and the Mo 3 sector in the building.
Looney
Appreciate
Tunes.
that. Make sure y'all subscribe. Make sure y'all subscribe to this channel. I think you already did though, but yeah.
Looney.
What was y'all talking about before I got up here, though?
We were talking about Tyler Perry. And I was asking, like, you know, do you give grace for people when you find out that they're victims as well, and they're just perpetuating the cycle, you know, from what they were accustomed to? Do you think that Tyler Perry deserves grace because he has a lot of power and respect in the Black community for the things that he's done professionally? And so it's like, do you think that should count towards something? As far, and then also knowing that he was a victim himself, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you weigh any of that into it, or you just like, nah, you grown, you know what's right from wrong, or at least you know what's, you know, whatever, you should know better type shit.
After listening to the Diddy trials, I have learned that there are no victims. Everybody does their thing. You know what I'm saying? It's just that, you know, some people are after the bag. Now, you asking for $260 million? That seems a little obtuse to me, right?
Bro,
Like that's real crazy.
wait a minute, bro. No, it don't. Lord, yes, if a nigga grabbing you and fucking sexual assaulting you like that, I want 360. The fuck?
Hold on. So only because he was a man, he get that?
Bro, no, because the nigga, what?
So if it was a woman, would she still be entitled to 60?
No, wait, because y'all clearly not hear what the fuck. Listen, I said,
I was ready to argue.
No. See, look at you. Your ass, you know what? You need to release. You know what I'm saying? Relax, release. Yeah, that type of shit. So look, what I'm saying is this, Lord Eddie, is when you say the money was a little obtuse, if a nigga done you like that, would you want us to say the same thing? The money was obtuse, like that's too much. Fuck that. I need it all, nigga.
The money, drip. The money wouldn't matter because I want justice. That means that nigga gonna get up out of here.
Bro, he got my time and suffering and my healing, goddamn it.
My healing starts when that nigga stop. You know what I'm saying? Ain't number one way to stop that shit. Lord, that's how I see it.
Lord, yes. Now we know this YouTube, right? And we know people like to exaggerate just a little bit on the cap side, right? This drip though, keep it real with your boy. 260 million, my boy. Are you serious?
So
shit, he did it. I'm fucked up.
But this ain't me. And for two, so far the record's 50 million with Shannon Sharp. This dude asking for $260 million for what again?
Nah, but bro, what if he really did it to him?
So let's ask this question, Mr. ADS. What is a fitting number for someone Ring you, or saying what would you say is a good number?
I mean, me personally, like I said, I ain't into that type of stuff anyway, so I try to stay away from all that as much as possible.
What do you mean into it?
But if I was to guess a number, about 10, 15 million, something like that.
How much?
10, 15 million, something like that.
You think 10 to 15 million?
Boy, that's crazy, bro. Lord ADS, bro. Why,
you do realize you're gonna have
just a good
trauma the rest of your life.
You know what I'm saying? He got to pay for
that. What?
Trauma.
Okay,
so first of all,
dude, really?
Really?
Nah, really what?
Really?
Yeah, really.
So it's the soft tissue injury to the brain that we gonna complain about? Really?
No.
Do you know what we talking about?
I can't.
Yeah. When you said trauma, right? It's soft tissue injury to the brain. That basically you got something stuck up in there.
No.
Wow.
The peak now you're really playing with your boy right now. It's cool though. So I'm talking about like the PTSD, the anxiety, the not sleeping at night, the goddamn me shit. Your ass might get saucy on me, goddamn. I mean I don't know, but are you? I mean, bro. 10, bro, you know what? I want to say this because I feel like you're trolling me right now, but I don't want to say it because it's real kind of.
So, as a black man, you have free agency with me, brother.
No. Because I know you're not like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I ain't even gonna put that jacket or even try to play with the jacket on you like that because I ain't that type of nigga. But now, I just think, bro, I think you really kind of. That shit gives a different vibe to me, Lord ADS, for some odd reason, bro. But like,
where is your empathy meter? I can't.
Shit. I mean, like, if you want to put a price on somebody raping you, bro.
Right.
No. Let's read the charges before we go, because I had the same fallout with Angry Man over this Diddy stuff. I want y'all to read the charges first before y'all get emotional.
No.
I'm emotional
is a general fucking question. No, I ain't emotional. No. Wait a minute. I got you. I'm asking a general question. Man to man, you're going to put a number on somebody raping you, bro?
Not at all. Not me, because it's the only way I get that satisfied is death.
But bro, that's what we saying, ODS. That's what she asked you. What would you put a price on that? And you said 10, 15 million.
I mean, from what I was reading, it really wasn't that for say head on, right? It was more of the advances that Derek had shot away. You know what I'm saying?
Boy, look at
so him. I mean, I'm just looking at it from kind of a. You say it's not empathetic, but to me, it's just that's how I see things from a logical perspective. You know what I'm saying? 200. I mean, whatever. I hope he gets it all. How about that? Let's all hope he gets it.
Yep, that sounds about right. Yeah, because you
Hey,
can't put a price tag on what you've done to my whole entire psyche, right?
yeah, like
So
that's
so
wow.
I gotta for the rest of my life be wondering and jumping and whatever else I might be going on. Like Jip said, the PTSD, can't sleep right at night, can't really sleep ever again because of whatever happened to me. And it's beyond unbelievable, but I shouldn't even say that because I worked in sex crimes my whole entire adult life. But it's unbelievable for people to really almost trivialize it down to what the charges were. Who gives a shit about the charges? You more worried about the money than you are the
I'm
action,
not worried
the
about any of
crime.
this because I'm
No, no,
not
no.
getting
What I'm
paid for
saying
none
is,
of it.
no, what I'm saying
No,
to
we
you is,
just general question.
I'm saying only this. When people talk about it, especially when it's about some big rich person is involved in it, that's where, in my mind, for what I've seen over the years, that's where people start. Oh well, this person's asking for some money. Why they if they were really so traumatized and they was really so hurt, why are they even asking for money? Why they not trying to go through the criminal process? Well, we've already, I hope everybody already knows that there's statutes of limitation on that. So by the time you work your way through the trauma, and let's be clear, a lot of victims of sexual assault aren't only victimized once. So let's land that
I'm
there.
not as
But
aware of that.
when you make your way through all of the legal system and trying to prove that this actually happened to you, most likely you're past that statute of limitation. In many cases, you are past that statute of limitation, so it doesn't even matter. Unless you can get that person on video saying out of their mouth, "Hey, this is what I did to this person," and they're right, then the criminal courts don't give a shit about whatever happened to you. You just need to move on, like the rest of the world tells you to do. Even though that's an impossibility, that doesn't mean that you showing up every day as like a traumatized person. But to tell somebody to move on for that, that's what they do. So what happens to the victim in most cases, if they have a good attorney or an attorney at all, the attorney is going to say, listen, you could take your chances in criminal court with this jury of your peers that I can guarantee you probably a good third of them are thinking the same exact thing that a lot of these people say on the internet, which is, why was she there? Why was he there? Why were they dressed this way? She only wanted money, blah, 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 blah. They can say you could roll the dice with that jury over there. But it's going to be a percentage of those people that don't give a shit about victims any damn way. They don't believe them. They whatever, right? So you run the chance of this person not getting convicted anyway. And when they don't, because it's highly likely that they won't, then you go over here and hit that person's pockets because at the end of the day, that is the only thing I have left. But again, the world is going to see it as, well,
Yeah.
she only wanted money anyway. That's
Can
what they're
I
going
add
to look
something to
at it.
Because
that?
I wouldn't give a fuck what they asked or thought about it. I'm telling you, you better get
I
off that
know.
motherfucking shit because the shit ain't gonna work for you. I'm trying to tell you. This shit
Uh,
ain't gonna work for you, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
Can
but go
I?
ahead.
Everybody would be worried about what the fuck somebody got something to think about it. If I tell you every day, I give a fuck what a motherfucker got to say about our drip because it don't bother me in real time. And like, so I hit the X and I'm through. But these niggas here, it's just crazy work. Like, I'm just saying, if a dude done some shit like that, bro, like I can't even fathom that shit right now. But at the end of the day, bro, it's death, nigga. Ain't no money gonna be
Ain't no
involved because
money gonna fix
I'm
that.
a down it,
Not one
nigga.
bit. Only thing
What?
gonna fix that is life, nigga. Blood. That's gonna be that
Bro,
right there is
this
blood debt.
nigga got to go immediately. What? What, you crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't gonna be no money involved. I'm not gonna be worried about it. I'm going to get mine. Shit, you got me fucking crazy. Boy, you crazy. I'm going to get that and put that boy head on a pedestal and put that bitch on the goddamn trophy stand. Yeah, we got one, coach. And you through. Fuck is wrong with you, nigga? Hell nah.
Chanel,
That shit wild as hell.
Mm-hmm.
can I lean on you for some education because I'm not as educated in this type of stuff. I'm not really into the kind of the how do you say the saying the people business for say, right? At that point, maybe I'm a little cold and distant from that for say. But let me ask a few questions. What's the worst? Have you seen this actually have a long-term effect on people that lasted that long, 20, 30 years?
Absolutely. And
Shit,
it
man.
wouldn't have
That's
to be, let's be clear, it doesn't have to be something as erroneous or, horrible as sexual assault. People still suffering from, somebody bullying them in school. Like I said, you're not walking around, as a walking, trauma patient. but it still bothers you. We all get triggered. This is why I always come on and say you can't micromanage other people's trauma. It's their trauma. And the reason that I know we all have it is because people get triggered, you know. And it doesn't, like I said, trauma, people look at it, this is a very kind of like, hard type of trauma, but any trauma is going to be that way. But trauma could involve not only that, but death, how people, treat you, your family treating you a certain way, you being disregarded, all these types of things are trauma. I always say everybody has a trauma center in their own brain somewhere. We just do, but we're taught in this toxic environment that
Let's not talk about the environment because I disagree, but I do have my agreements
people in their
with
family,
the
their
way things are.
community,
Oh,
and
she went out.
everything. Oh, can y'all hear me?
She
Yeah, you
went
went
out.
out for a second.
Oh, no, but I was just saying we all have trauma. So to me, I would never try to put a time frame on it. Whenever people are, because to me, this is what should happen. What you should be doing is learning how to cope with it and how to go from when you get, what's the right word? When you get triggered to not just going directly to the response, which might be crying, which might be anger, which might be frustration or whatever else. So that's what a lot of people have to work on, but a lot of people don't get that or don't know that because they family telling them in the community telling them you need to move on.
Chanel,
But what's your second
Chanel,
question?
we deaf.
Oh,
These
y'all can't
dudes.
hear me?
No,
Can't hear me?
I heard your
You
answer.
ain't shit. Just so you know.
Now
But my
that
thing,
is,
and this ain't me trying to cape for the older generations. I don't think that they were saying like we don't care about the trauma. I think they were just saying like, okay, it happened. We can't change it. We gonna have to figure out how to get over it and not cry about it every day for the rest of your life. And I felt
People
like that
don't
was
do that
just
though,
the way that.
Shanika. People don't do that. What is what I'm saying? People don't ordinary. How many people do y'all pass by every day at work or wherever you are, and you say, "Hey, how you doing?" And everybody says, "What's the canned result? Canned response? Oh, I'm good." You dying on the inside. People are taught that. They're taught that we don't need to talk about it. I understand the older people are doing those things, but they're doing it because that's what they were told. That's why. And I'm saying we gotta say, like, we gotta listen to people. We can't just tell them that they have to move on because how do you move on in the world that's treacherous?
All right,
You
so like
know?
I was saying, because I was in the middle, but yeah,
Oh,
I think that it was
my
you kind of
apologies.
touched on what I was going to say, but yeah,
can
I
I
don't
ask
think
you
that it was
a
them
little
being
bit of
malicious.
follow-up,
It was
Shanika?
just them, following a pattern that they were exposed to during their upbringing. Because if you research the older generations, like that's just how they responded based off of the things that they were going through at that time. Because they were going through war and recessions, and you know what I'm saying. So they had to be like that. Whereas nowadays it's a little different, and I think that that's where the disconnect is.
I remember as a kid, my first time hearing about therapy, I was 12, 13 years old, it was 92, 93. My cousin was, his mother and father were going through a divorce and they sent him to a session, right? And one day I knew saying it was right down the street. So I rode a bike down there with him, saying, dropped him off. I didn't know what that even was. And how helpful that can be to a lot of people in these circumstances and situations. You know, now, like I said earlier, I'm not as how do you say, as familiar with, right, a lot of these circumstances and situations, especially when it comes to this stuff. Like I said, I try to stay away from it as much as possible. For one, I'm light skinned, I ain't gonna do well in prison, and for two,
Oh
I
my
can't
God.
afford this shit. I
What the
can't afford
hell?
this shit, right? So I try to stay away from it as much as possible. But you said this could go on for years, right? After a
Hmm.
person experiences this.
Hmm.
Just out of curiosity, do you see a, how do I ask this without asking this?
Just ask it.
Do you see a large number of people that come through your office with this type of,
Yes.
okay?
Hmm. Yep. But usually people don't present, that's usually not their presenting problem. Their presenting problem usually is anxiety, depression, PTSD. They may have intrusive thoughts. They may have, other type of mental disorders, like schizophrenia, like schizoaffective disorder, bipolar 1 to bipolar 2, on and on and on. But some usually somewhere along the line, they talk about sexual assault that has happened to them in their family, usually, or people that are close to them that, have done that. And unfortunately, a lot of times families won't Even when you put it out there and you admit they tell you Uncle so and so did it. People don't move those people out of those people's lives. They stay right where they are and continue to reoffend. So yeah, I don't think that's a type of trauma that you really get over. I really don't think most people get over trauma. I think they get through it. And then when they get triggered, then they have to go through it again. But yeah, that's my opinion though.
But I mean, you just said that nobody ever really truly gets over it. And so
the reason I say that
and play the victim, hold on now, come on now, because I feel like you starting to get out of hand. Like everybody always give you your grace and let you say what you gotta say, and Drip will tell everybody to shut the fuck up so you can finish your statement. You gotta show that same respect to everybody else. And this ain't me with no attitude or nothing. I'm just saying, like, just let me finish my sentence because I was quiet while you spoke, and I would like that same respect. And I'm not saying that I felt that you disrespected me. I just think that we need to be a little more intentional with how we communicate, and that's how we can do better. But like I was saying, with regards to the trauma, it's something that you're in most cases you're not going to be able to get over for the rest of your life. Most people are affected by the things that traumatize them, especially on a very serious level. And so, and it's not me dick riding the older generation because I'm not. We all fucked up. You feel me? But I think that there was a hint of where it was necessary to learn how to cope. And I think that was the overall message. Not saying just ignore it, sweep it on the rug. While there were many that said it, many did just try to sweep things on the rug and act like it didn't happen. And a lot of them didn't get the help that they needed or whatever the case may be. But at the same time, it was just kind of like, okay. And I'll also even add that they didn't always necessarily have the answers for how you can cope. And so I think that's why it comes across as just sweeping it across the rug. Even when they weren't sweeping across the rug, they didn't know how to deal with it because they didn't have the resources or the knowledge to know how to respond to those types of things, especially with the way that they grew up. But I do feel like that element of we have to learn how to stop blaming ourselves and blaming others for the things that happen and figure out a way, like you said, to where you can recognize those triggers, learn to avoid them as best as you can. And when you recognize that you are triggered, learn how to respond in a way that will be beneficial to your mental sanity instead of just, lashing out or, because I feel like a lot of people, they use that as an excuse or a crutch. And I don't understand why why we can't also acknowledge the fact that we have to put in the work to learn how to deal with it. And I don't always come for nobody. I was I wrong in what I said? I don't even worry about it. But go ahead, you got it.
If I can ask Shanika, well, Chanel, I was thinking the same thing, but I just didn't know exactly how to explain it, right? Because you see people go through all types of trauma all the time, if that is the case. Outside of sexual, bad breakups, things like that, right? Things that happen to them in life. And most people are just functioning beyond that, though, right?
Well, some people, they are, because they may have a lack of support. And others may have a good support system and still they're just functioning. And some have a great support system and are functioning just well. Some people are not as emotional as others. They don't have it's sort of like, it may not take you longer to get over the, basketball, y'all lost the championship, and somebody else on your team might take them a minute. You know what I'm saying? And that's obviously not as egregious as, sexual assault or anything like that. But I'll tell you this, like I literally just left a lunch, and even though it's 7:22, where I was speaking with one of my coworkers, my newer coworkers, and while we were sitting there, she told me about being SA'd, sexually assaulted. Like we were just having lunch at Salada, minding our business, and just talking about work and stuff like that. And she told me right then, so it doesn't have to be, some, therapy session where, you're telling all of your deepest dark secrets. And that's why, like for me specifically, I get irritated when people, everybody's different, but it does irritate me how stuck people are on the money, or they think she may or he may have done something and they was trying to come up and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that stuff doesn't happen. I'm just saying most of the people that I meet in my lifetime tell me some sort of situation where they were sexually assaulted. So it doesn't have to be that they're in therapy or they're in counseling. A lot of times people will share it because they feel like it's a safe space to share it. Some people, want to crawl under a rug and never want to talk about it again. Some people block it out, and whatever way they respond is appropriate for them. That's why I'm like, whatever works for them. I can't tell you what to do. I can give you some coping mechanisms, but everybody's different. So, but anyway, did you have a question? I'm sorry.
What percentage of those who come through your office, if I can ask directly, right? You said it's okay.
Hmm.
What percentage of them are women who actually that you find this out with?
Most of them. I
Mm.
wouldn't want to put a number on it because I haven't done any statistical whatever for my clients, but I could just tell you what one statistic I do know. 1 in 4 women will be sexually assaulted in their lifetime. I do know that. We don't have a lot of research around men, and especially black men or boys, because trust, I've looked, and it's a lot of reasons that doesn't happen. Mostly, I think shame and same things that go on with women, but there's like this stigma on men that you need to, get through it. And if that did happen to you, then you're gay or you're, whatever. So I feel personally, I don't know this to be true, but my instinct says that a lot of boys go through that same type of trauma, but they're usually not presenting with that when they come to my office. They're presenting with some other mental disorder or issue.
I agree with that because, again, we don't have the stats to back it up, but I feel like it's the same rate because when I've definitely seen it where, older women be like, yeah, that's my little boyfriend. Oh, you so handsome. And they be saying stuff that I feel is very out of pocket. And because they're a woman, it gets swept under the rug. Just like when you have these women that sleeping with the students versus the men that sleep with the students. It's two totally different outcomes with regard to the outrage that the public has based off of what happened in those situations. And so, yeah, I think it's absolutely happening to men just as often as women, but we just don't know because they just won't say it. And that's the sad part. Like, we have the space as women to be able to just mention things like this nonchalantly because we've talked about it so much, but men, they got to take that to the grave. If not, they're going to be looking at you like you Tyler Perry.
I believe that, Shanika. I do believe that to a large extent that a lot of these boys have been in circumstances they should not have been, right? For whatever reason, it kind of teaches you, saying a little something because, like I said, I lived in the country the vast majority of my life around white folks, saying the black people I knew was in houses. Most of this stuff, I mean, I never heard of this stuff as a kid. So just kind of makes me realize how fortunate I was, right? But people go through this stuff, and this is wild to me. That it's like such a large number of folks. Nobody really talks about it.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Y'all don't talk about it.
I think that.
And maybe they shouldn't, right? Because at the end of the day, like, saying Chanel is a licensed therapist, if you didn't know. So, she could take on those type of problems and give you counseling for it. But the rest of us, we cannot. We just can't.
I got to give you some pushback on that. Because as women, we can sit around and we can heal each other. And that's no disrespect to Chanel and her profession or anyone that's in that profession, because you definitely have to put in the work to get that, and it's admirable. But I don't feel like we should discredit the things that we can do for each other just as people. I've been in situations where just talking about certain things with my peers has helped me grow and to deal with certain things simply because I thought I was alone, and I'm talking to my homegirls and 5 or 6 of them like, yeah, this happened to me too. Just that one thing of them saying I've experienced that as well has helped. Not tremendously in every situation, but it does have an effect. Just being able to have that safe space where you can talk about it with someone that you feel comfortable with expressing that to. That's just like venting. Venting makes you, even if you scream it at a wall, it still make you feel better to get it out, regardless of who's listening.
It's different when you work with a licensed therapist. It really is different.
It is.
Yeah, much different. It feels more free, right? Like you can have a real conversation and somebody actually listens to it. It understands it, right? could give you some type of counseling for it, you know, some good legal counseling for it, right? I had a therapist for about 2 years after the pandemic because I got to the point where I got disconnected, right, from family and friends, wasn't answering calls. I literally didn't call my current girlfriend at the time for 6 weeks. I didn't even really think about it, you know, right? So my mom was saying she put me on to game and I had to go get a therapist, use my insurance. It was a little steep on the price. But at the end of the day, though, when I left there, I felt like a better person, right? Because I did realize I wasn't as bad as I thought I was by far, even with my behavior. Well, it probably wasn't as good as I should have been, you know, right? A lot of cases, I think what men don't want to talk about is that what we carry with us, right? Throughout life, you know, saying the failure, the success. I think that's hard for men to talk about, right? Especially on those types of levels, because it's just like full exposure. But, you know, if you get the right person, it's like it's totally worth it, right? Because you get to come back together as a better version of yourself. So, you know, but I wouldn't suggest just talking to like guys like me, because I'm not going to know where to assist or how to help that.
Right. I think I definitely think that both people are right for different reasons. Sometimes, you know, it's easier to talk to someone like how you said it may just come up in conversation with your friend, your auntie, or whomever. And that might be very, you know, moving for you, and it might help you, you know, heal or whatever the case may be. But there is something to be said to a certain extent about like the formal education part of it. And so I'll just give you an example of this. So like I remember in college there was a class I took called Death and Dying. And right now I'm outside of my own practice. I am a hospice social worker. So all of my patients are, you know, dying actively. Um, but that class, whenever I took it years ago, probably 20 years ago or whenever it was, but when I took it years ago, I didn't realize there was so much to death and dying. One of the things I always took with me was a lot of times, especially females, you know, you get pregnant and then you have a miscarriage, let's just say. And many people, I call them well-meaning morons, but they'll be like, "Oh, you're young, you can have a baby again," you know, or if a woman had that A word that I don't think we could say, if that happened, you know, people will be like, "Well, you know, whatever." They mean well, but you probably shouldn't tell that person that, because even if they had a stillborn, even if they didn't carry full term or whatever, to that person, it's still a loss. But if you don't have that education or somebody educated, I'll say it like that, or at least has that type of knowledge, then you're gonna say those things, and people feel like, oh, I can't really say anything about what happened because these people are telling me. And this is the part that I'm talking about, like with the trauma that goes lifelong. Because although everybody else did moved on, you still looking, oh, I wonder what my 5-year-old, my baby would be 5 now. I wonder what they would be doing. And it's a true loss. But before I took that class, I never thought of it like that. I'm certain I probably said a whole bunch of that type of stuff. And that's just one little nugget of it. So, but I 100% believe or agree with Shanika's assessment of it could be anybody that can help you heal. I guess that I'm assuming that's really what she was getting at. And then for things that are way more complicated, like, you know, a mental disorder, you certainly need to be diagnosed by a psychiatrist and, you know, can go through levels of therapy or different types of therapy, which is, I think, more or less what Mr. ADS was referring to.
Yeah,
Where
and
you need
you definitely
professional
have
help.
to. I'm sorry. You definitely have to be, you know, mindful and exercise discernment when you're determining who you want to open up with and be vulnerable about the things that you're dealing with. And so I will always say, you know, a person that is a licensed professional will always, you know, hold a more weight than someone else, right? Because you've been, you know, specifically trained in that area, right? And so, you know, logically that does make sense. But I'm just saying, like, even using the example that you did about the woman, you know, that lost the child, her cousin could be a nurse, you know, that could still,
Right.
that could still relate to that. I used to work when I worked, I used to work in survivor benefits, you know, and so I can still, you know, I understand death on a different level, not because of any type of formal education, but just because of my professional experience in dealing with, you know, those types of situations and understanding the whole grieving process when you're talking to people, you know, that's lost a loved one. Because I used to be very insensitive, especially like in a hospice situation. It's like, okay, they're in hospice, you know, they're on the way out. Why is it still bothering you when it happens? You saw it coming. Like, I would say stupid shit like that, but it's like, even when you know it's coming, it still doesn't prepare you for when it actually happens. And that's just something that you learn, dealing with people that, when you're dealing with death on a regular basis. And so that's all I was saying. Like, sometimes, you can still get things to help you to heal from things from the person that is unexpected, which is not the person that isn't a therapist. And when you do get a therapist, you still got to be careful and make sure you choose the right one, because we all saw that video of that therapist crashing out. Like, we all have seen a therapist where it's just like, I don't know.
Shanika, they are expensive as hell. Therapists are expensive.
They're also people, though. They're also people as well that deal with things on their own. And you know what I'm saying? Just like how you have people that have never been married, but they're a marriage counselor. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's not to discredit them and say that they can't do their job efficiently. I'm just saying, like, I could also talk to a married couple too, and they may be able to give me some insight just as beneficial to me as a therapist as well. And so that's all I was just saying. Like, everybody may not necessarily have the resource or the finances to afford a therapist. And when you can't, then, just make sure you find the right people that can still, you
come back on your panel and find Chanel. That's all you need to do. If Chanel's up here, you good.
Yeah, funny. Thank you, though. I'm on a live, babe.
But and that's one thing that I guess I can appreciate, that we are, they are more accessible nowadays. Because I know at one of my jobs, they had the app where you can go and get therapy. You could text the person back and forth, where you don't have to go and sit in their office. And, a lot of jobs have the EAP, so employee assistance program, where they'll give you a handful of sessions or this, that, and the other. I just think that, I would encourage everyone to utilize or at least seek out the resources that are in your area. Because I feel like a lot of times we beat ourselves up over the traumas that we endure, and we, allow that mental block to prohibit us from getting the help that we need. I'm gonna play the video since everybody on route. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, we're gonna play a little more. We're gonna play a little more for the people that's actually interested in the Tyler Perry. Sorry for the deviation, but I think that this is a really good conversation, though. So we are gonna deviate, and it's not even with Medea.
Lawsuit also listed out some of the sexual commentary by Perry that Dixon claimed he experienced while filming The Oval in 2020. This is what he says that Perry told him. Dixon said that Perry told him, quote, that he liked being choked. That was after Dixon's character was choked by a cast member in a scene on The Oval. Perry also allegedly said, why do you twist your hips when you walk? How can I get a day of Dixon? When will you be thick again? I love how I feel right now, but I don't like being horny. I feel sorry for the first person who flirts with me, and I've been trying to put that energy somewhere else, but everything is sexual on this stuff.
When will you get thick again? Oh, that is I don't like that. Don't talk to me like that. Ooh, my gosh. That was one of the screenshots of the text messages I saw on another one, on another stream or whatever. So that's wild to be texting your employer. Like this why they be having the segregation, why they say bosses don't need to fraternize with their employees. Like you gotta keep that that separation, because the lines get blurred, because he gonna say, oh, we just friends. This how we talk at work. And then now it's harassment. Y'all better be careful about these conversations y'all have with people. Talking about, oh, we just co-workers, it's all good. I don't know. I
still need more context on this, Shanika. I just do. This just seems shady as hell.
These are text messages or conversations he's saying that he had with.
Yeah, it seems shady to me. This is back in 2022, right?
I think so. I don't remember.
5 years ago, yeah. We'll see, right? But
I still think, regardless of the context, that's just the inappropriate thing to to say to somebody that you working for, like your boss. Like I just that's just a bit much for me. But it was other. They didn't show like the back and forth. They just showed, you know, the little snippets of the conversation. I saw the screenshots with the back and forth, and that's how they were talking to each other. Because that's why I said they had the other screenshot where they were like, Tyler Perry had done told him, like, yeah, you need to find somebody to make love you, you know, to help you relieve some stress or something. He said to that effect. Like, what?
Give me the
like,
backdrop on this, Shanika. Give me I have read into this sparingly just for this reason. They let those bussies do whatever they do. You know what I'm saying? And we know, let's just keep it real. Act like y'all don't know that Tyler been that the whole time. We take all these Madea movies about. He liked that dress. Ben liked it. So we already knew this, right? Now, it's just wild to me, right? That all this went on and nothing came of it. Or this wasn't no type of, I'm not sure what this is, but it's weird. It's like really, really strange, you know? Just wild.
Just took a glance at the chat, right? So they're saying that there have been some studies that have been conducted, and apparently they're suggesting, right? And I'm gonna say suggesting because, you know, when it comes to studies, you got to take it with a grain of salt because you don't know what factors come into play with regards to how they're determining or how they're interpreting the data, right? But they're saying that psychologists had the fourth highest unaliving or self-deletion rate amongst the healthcare professions. And that is actually very common among psychologists, with studies suggesting that they may have a higher risk of self-deletion compared to the general population and even other healthcare professions.
I'll say this. I've dealt with some psychiatrists, right? And one thing I can say is that if they don't have like a certain kind of charm or like charisma to them, they tend to kind of like be stuck in the same spots, right? The really good ones know how to really speak to people. And Chanel has got that quality. She knows how to talk to people. So, you know, that's like A+ work. But, you know, we still got to talk about, you know, figuring out a way to get the numbers down, right? $360 an hour, Chanel?
Yes, sir.
$360 an hour?
Well, you know, if you're a psychiatrist, I'm not a psychiatrist, so let me be very clear about that. I'm not a doctor. But hold on, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I just feel like, listen, whatever you want to charge is whatever you want to charge. But they're doctors, so that's not uncommon. Hold on.
And also, I just want to point out, they're just saying in comparison to other healthcare professions. So it's not even necessarily, you know, compared to just everybody, but just specifically that sector. And you can look it up with the National Violent Death Reporting System if you want to kind of look into that. But that, I mean, like who said that? Like Chakra was saying, like I wouldn't be surprised. You didn't listen to people problems all day, like child. Like that's a lot. That's very, you know what I'm saying? Because I know just me having conversations with my friends about the shit that they have going on in their life, that is very draining. And if that's all you doing all day, every day, hats off to you, because child, child. But I guess, you know, you do get the gratification as you see the progression and you see them, you know, healing at their own pace, you know, so I can understand how rewarding that can be as well. And it's absolutely necessary because we need to learn, you know, how to cope. Because I feel like, you know, in high school or even before high school, as you matriculate through the K through 12 system, everybody needs to be, you know, they need to have more not guidance counselors, but they need to have a psychologist, a psychiatrist on staff where you can, you know, the students can go and sign up for sessions or have mandatory sessions and things like that. I think that should be incorporated into just our everyday lives a little more. Like, you know, not just the guidance counselor, but somebody you can go and actually sit down and talk to, while you're still a child. But I know that can be, I understand the bureaucracy and logistics behind it and why they, wouldn't do it. But I think that is absolutely necessary. And I really wish that they would take this stigma off of, like you something is wrong with you if you need a therapist because you should be able to fix yourself. No, we got to stop that. We really got to stop that. Because if that were the case, we wouldn't have all these people running around here batshit crazy. No. Go and talk to somebody. Please.
Well,
But,
I would say that that's
that?
accurate. I was going to say, I would say that I wouldn't say accurate. I haven't done the study or read the study that they're talking about, but I would agree because, well, personally, like I was saying earlier, everybody has trauma, right? And then you might be getting triggered while you're in session. You know what I'm saying? Depending on what field you're, or the population of your, people you're helping is. But it makes sense. But I listen. I think everybody needs to be on somebody's couch at some point in their life, probably throughout their whole entire life. And it's less about someone giving you, because therapy really isn't about you coming there and them telling you what to do to get to heal yourself. It's more about recognizing, at least from my perspective, recognizing that you've already probably at some point can point out a time where you overcame. So if you can think about a time you overcame, then you know that you can overcome. It's just, what are your tools that you're going to need to get there? But at any rate, it's more about coping with whatever's going on because it's already happened 9 times out of 10, which is why you came through the door, so to speak. But I do think it's probably accurate because you're listening to people in the worst parts of their lives, daily. Or if you are a psychiatrist, you most likely obviously are diagnosing someone with some sort of mental disorder. And then a lot of those people, or I won't say a lot of those people, I'll say there's a good number, especially if they're inpatient, that have a very aggressive diagnosis, like conduct disorder and all that kind of stuff. Like I remember when I was first starting out, I was like, I want an office space and blah blah blah. And then COVID changed all that because COVID said we could get it online.
No. COVID C19 didn't say
C19.
nothing.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. My bad. But no. So then I was like,
just stop. Just stop. You're talking too much. God damn. Yeah. Hey y'all, I'm back. So, what we talking
about? We were I guess to tie it back to the video, we were talking about like, the relationship that you have as an employer or employers between employees, because they were reading some of the snippets from the text messages that Tyler was sending Buddy. He was like, yeah, well, you go get thick again. And like, I need a hunch on something. I'm horny as hell. And, having these conversations. And the screenshot that I saw, it was a back and forth where they were speaking to each other in that same tone. And I was like, that's just, out of pocket. Like, you really need to separate and you shouldn't be having these types of conversations with people that you are employed by, because it kind of can turn into something like this where, now somebody can use that against you. And then, we kind of deviated a little bit, just talking about vulnerability and how it's good to speak to a therapist. And I was saying that you can also get healing from your peers as long as you exercise discernment and speak to, the right people. They can still pour into you and help you as well if you don't have the financial resources or you don't have the insurance that will afford you an actual therapist. And then we deviated even more about how, therapists, they don't, but yeah, so I'm gonna play the video a little bit so you can see some of the messages that they were sharing.
The lawsuit also contained numerous text messages from Perry to Dixon, some of which seem to have been sent when Perry was intoxicated. And if Dixon didn't respond, according to the complaint, Perry would hound him. Dixon also claims the harassment turned physical. Quote, on multiple occasions, Mr. Perry sexually assaulted Mr. Dixon, including one instance where he forcibly pulled off Mr. Dixon's clothing, groped his buttocks, and attempted to force himself on Dixon. Mr. Dixon told a drunken Perry no and attempted to remove Mr. Perry's hands, but Mr. Perry held tightly onto Dixon's wrists. Mr. Dixon was only able to escape after de-escalating the situation by abruptly changing the subject.
What?
Hmm.
He forcibly ripped your clothes off and grabbed your behind, grabbing your wrist, holding you down. I mean, is Tyler that strong? I guess he's strong.
So
And
wait.
you had to change the subject. That's how you got out of it, by changing the subject. Okay.
So wait, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So just think about Dwight Howard trying to hold you down. Dwight Howard's 7'6". You know, he got allegations too of rape on a male. Just think about a nigga 7'6". Nigga.
He said 7'6".
Nigga 7'6".
Oh no, like you de-escalated the situation by changing the subject. I feel like, and I'm not a man, but I just feel like if I were,
what
like,
up, boy?
you de-escalate the situation by throwing hands. I'm sorry.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, it's crazy.
I don't know how I would feel as a man to have another man overpower you like that, and all you could do is change the subject. Like, dang, boy, that sucks.
Change the subject?
That's how he de-escalated it, by changing the subject. That's what he said.
Good luck, motherfucker.
Yeah, let me go ahead. 2 seconds. Yeah, Mr. Dixon was only able to escape. He's soft as... Okay, I'm stopped. After de-escalating the situation by abruptly changing the subject. So this man is overpowering you, trying to take something. What you change the subject to that got you out of that? Because I need the game. Like, what can I say?
He tried to change the subject screams like stress, like no bullshit.
Like, what did he say to get out of that? And you need to teach the ladies on how you were able to de-escalate a possible, assault just by changing the subject. What you said? What up, low keys? Oh no, it's ignorant. You ain't shit. Ain't shit. He said he probably asked him, "Do you have a condom?"
Bro, somebody banned ignorant ass out the fucking chat for about 2 seconds.
Oh my god, this is not funny. I'm sorry. I'm not.
Bro,
I'm not.
That is hilarious. Yes, it is. Because what if he did say
some shit like that? I'm laughing at the joke.
What if the nigga asked some shit like, "Why you got me blocked on social media?" What? Bro, man, what the fuck out of here, bro? That's wild. Like, bro, you shit. You get your shit took. You gotta say something, goddamn.
Go get the baby oil.
Yeah, you feel me? Like the nigga looking like you, like, whoa. That nigga
what did he change the subject to? I just need to know, because what, he got your wrist held down to the point where you gotta escape.
That shit sound like one of them Tyler Perry scenes he got.
It do. It do.
He said, "Look here, you little bitch." Probably call each other bitches too. Bitch.
Shout out to Phineas and Ferb. Screw up in my pants. Okay, sorry. I'm childish. But yeah, shout out to him for changing the subject and talking his way out of it. Kudos to you.
I wonder, he probably said, "What would Jesus do?" That's what he probably asked the nigga, bro. You know, Tyler supposed to be TD Jakes partnering them, so he holier than thou. So he probably was like, "Look at God," some shit like that, and he got his big tall ass off that motherfucker. You know, Tyler taller than a motherfucker.
Yeah,
Tyler, like 6'4", 6'5", 6'4" nigga. Shit.
He big.
I ain't gonna lie. Boy would have to catch a motherfucking major beat down. Like, oh my.
That's what I'm
like
forcibly pulled off his clothes. Nah. Do you know how long it take to take all your clothes off? Like,
and the nigga,
unless he had on a button-up shirt and some button down, them the rip away sweatpants, like he forcibly pulled off your clothes.
The rip away? Hey, you know what? I remember I had a pair of them hoes too. They was the real NBA ones, the Rockets. They got them tearaway pants. Oh,
yeah, I like those.
I had a pair of them motherfuckers. Them all had the buttons on them motherfuckers. Yeah. Let me tell you something. Them some bitches really, definitely easy access all the way up to the motherfucking waist. I ain't gonna hold you. Like, the motherfucker were like cowboy saddle pants. Really, when you unbutton them, it's crazy work. But them motherfuckers really wasn't that easy to tear away to. Tell you, them motherfuckers in the NBA shit a little different. It gotta be. Mine was authentic from Academy, all of those shit. them zombies was hard to snap away. I ain't bullshit. They was hard. They wasn't that
I'm
easy.
just saying, you just ripped my clothes off, like, man.
So he had to really cheat. Boy,
Yeah, he got a good grip on that shirt and snatched it with that, like how they be on TV when they rip that shirt off or something. Like, that's wild though to have to experience something like that.
You talking about like Hulk Hogan?
Yeah, like just grab it and snatch it like it's a
like
white beater, like it's a piece of silk or something. Like just rip like that. Like, dang.
You sound like you a little turned on by that shit. You all right over there? You sound like
no, I'm just saying, like clothes. I don't know.
I don't know.
I ain't that strong, but I can't just rip nothing off. But I ain't strong.
Yeah, but you keep going to the rip shit. Like that shit kind of fucking with you a little bit. It's turning you on a little bit.
I'm saying, as a guy, to have to endure another dude.
You kept, like you would rip and rip and rip.
Oh my God. Rip. I'm just saying that wasn't an experience that took 30 seconds. Like I imagine at least 3 minutes worth of ripping.
Yeah, you like that ripping, huh? You keep going back to that month. Yeah, you got it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Tyler strong.
Shit. Rip that motherfucker in. Rip that beat.
Situation by abruptly changing the subject. The day after the assault, Mr. Perry called and texted Mr. Dixon relentlessly saying, "Tried you, call me, and I really need to talk to you. Please call me as soon as you can." And finally, when Mr. Dixon answered, Tyler Perry's
oh shit, my bad. Kasim, you see that shit? That's some bullshit, huh? That's what I said too. I'm trying to tell you, it was some bullshit. Bullshit.
I'm just saying he ain't had no jeans on.
You say he had the ripaways, the little button ups.
That's clearly he had some ripaways on. Cause what?
Man, like, you know they got to put it in a fucking music setting. I mean, not music, but a movie setting, and he gazed in his eyes as they twinkled like the stars, looking at him as he ripped his cufflinks off. It hit him in the nose.
Grabbed his buttocks.
Yeah, that's wild. You say
then grabbed his wrist.
Boy tried to hog tie his ass. He tried to hog tie his ass. That's what he tried to do.
He pinned you down. Were you on your stomach?
Oh my Jesus! Eating crackers and shit. That shit crazy work. I'm high.
Yikes! Like, child, look at a drunken Perry.
Wow. Drunken Perry. That sounds like a crazy motherfucker. A drunken parrot. Drunken Perry.
That sounds like a drink that you will order from a bar. Like, let me get that drunken Perry.
At the beach. Hell yeah. Yeah. I fuck with it. You'll drink that motherfucker? You'll drink that motherfucker? I drink
a drunken Perry?
Yeah.
That sounds kind of strong.
Hey, bro, let me get two of them. What they got? Yeah, them motherfucking drunken Perrys right there. Yeah. Yeah, that's for them. I need a water. Oh God.
You know that drink's strong. That's all I know.
It got to be top shelf, the drunken Perry. First of all, nigga, we need to find out who Perry was. That's where we start. Like, well, wait a minute. Why is it called the drunken Perry? Well, let me tell you about this bartender named Perry. His dumb ass tried to drink goddamn alcohol, goddamn chlorine, and shot a goddamn 1942 at the same time.
Yeah, I would get a drunken Perry and some Diddy juice.
This motherfucker ain't make it. I'm trying to tell you. Shit. You want to try it? Hell yeah. Let me get two of them. Oh God, I'm trying to tell you, boy. What? These two of them motherfuckers.
situation by abruptly changing the subject. The day after the assault, Mr. Perry called and texted Mr. Dixon relentlessly saying, "Tried you, call me, and I really need to talk to you. Please call me as soon as you can." And finally, when Mr. Dixon answered Tyler Perry's call, Mr. Perry profusely apologized for the sexual assault while blaming it on other things. Perry continued, quote, "He didn't know why he would do that. Maybe he was self-sabotaging." On the very same call where he apologized for the sexual assault against Dixon, Perry told Dixon, quote, "And don't worry, we're going to do your show," referring to the pilot that Perry knew Mr. Dixon had desperately wanted to produce.
Oops.
Man, them boys wanted to make movies at the Tyler Perry studio. They were doing. Yeah.
Well, you know, he had to eat. That was the price he had to pay, I guess, to get his show on. I don't know. That's very expensive.
Man,
very expensive.
To what?
As far as the price to pay for the fame, or to get your TV show, to get the money and all this stuff. Like,
I mean, he probably was on his knees a few times for that show. You know what I'm saying? You got to pay like your way these days in that industry like that. And if he probably, so you got to know. The Element OP can recognize the Element OP, real shit. They'll recognize if you really down low, or they'll recognize if you really out there. Nah, for real. These folks, so look, it's this shit called Splash, right? In Houston. It's probably everywhere, but I know for sure it's in Houston, but it's almost like a Kappa Beach party. And, they be having Trina, Missy, like a whole bunch of motherfuckers there. You know what I'm saying? And it was this nigga named Flawless, Shanika. No bullshit. Flawless. When I seen that boy in the daytime, because they had two buses, one going to the beach during the day. Now watch this, Shanika. This gonna fuck you up. In my time of being in the city of Houston, I've never seen a stud police officer. That's a fact, right? Why she had 12 of them escorting the bus from Houston to Galveston. That's like an hour ride. You hear me? That's first. And then she was the host of that motherfucker. She was the host. So later on that night, they got the bus again, and they went off Montrose. And if y'all Google Montrose in Houston, you'll see what I'm talking about. Firecracker shit. You feel me? Some bullshit. Some tambourine players everywhere. Crazy work. And it's like high-end motherfuckers, like motherfuckers that got a lot of money on. You feel me? Like big-ass apartments and shit, big houses and shit. But it's tambourine, you know what I'm saying? So that day, Shanika, boy pulled up in a Bentley. I'm telling my driver, I'm like, bro, who the fuck are these folks? And I'm seeing these niggas get on the bus, Shanika, regular schmegular. You don't see no type of amenity, you know what I'm saying? I mean, Element OP, that type of shit. You don't see none of that. That night, I'm seeing nothing but a bunch of look like women. You feel me? Why one of the women was Flawless? Bruh, come on, Shanika. Like, Shanika. You know me, I'm an asshole, right? I had to ask. No bullshit. I say, bro, that's you from earlier? Oh, my mama. He like, hell yeah. I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. This nigga, that's really that. I'm like, damn, bro. That's crazy. Like, I'm looking at me like, bro, it's crazy. Like, I'm looking at him like a clown, like dressed up in a clown suit type shit. I'm like, this nigga is crazy. My driver like, bro, I knew it was that nigga because I seen that same car. I'm like, wow, bro, this shit is unbelievable. Like, them motherfuckers, I'm talking about this nigga had escorts, police escorts, studs. I ain't never seen that shit in the city of Houston. Them motherfuckers are high value. So Tyler doing what he doing, you gotta know. Man, look, for him to come, man, I don't know. I think he need to just go and come out. What you think? Who was that back there? I think he need to just go and come out.
I mean, he was never in. Man, if you can't tell me, man.
No, I'm saying like come out the closet.
Yeah. He never been in the closet.
What?
He always been this way.
So wait, you telling me Tyler telling them folks that he Element OP? Nah, hell nah.
Yeah.
When?
All those Medea movies.
Man, that's Like,
That told me everything I needed to know.
bro, stop.
Everything I needed to know.
Oh shit. Bro, they was, bro, look, let me tell you something. The woman, see, they said, I don't know if y'all watched that show, Sisters. One of them women, she with the nigga, what's the boy name? I read it this morning. Zach. Whoever Zach is, his girlfriend.
In real life?
Nah, not in real life. Nah,
or on the show?
He bro married.
Yeah, the football player.
She got big shoulders. What's her name? Zakina. What's her name?
Fatima.
Who?
Fatima.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Yeah, my mama watched that show.
Okay, so they said her and Tyler Perry were supposed to be together because for her birthday, he bought her like a bunch of motherfucking designer bags and Birkins and took her on like a 20-day vacation, and she was in her thing and he was in his thing.
I heard she used to work for him.
That too. I heard that. What I read that part of the little shindig that I was going over this morning. Yeah, I seen that too. I seen that.
Like, yeah, she was like his personal assistant or stylist or something like that, and then he gave her a chance and she blew up.
Man, look, I'm trying to tell you, man.
What up, Foxy Noon?
Foxy Noon in this motherfucker. That shit wild as hell. Like, bruh. Now we know Tyler probably knocking some of them niggas down. You know what I'm saying? We know that for the price of fame. For the price of fame, nigga, like, stop the cap, bro. Like, why we gotta act like this shit ain't going on for real? You don't think so?
Yeah.
Some of them niggas know how to shut up. You feel me? I played the pre-recorded I did with Tasha K way back in the day on Shannon Sharp and the NFL players. Remember that shit? Them motherfuckers, goddamn me, is on a list and they paying like they wait. No bullshit.
Hey, but let me ask you this though. Oh shit. Damn. I forgot. I had my camera closed. Anyway, shit, my alarm. I got deer out back.
That motherfucker say deer out back.
Hold on, my bad. Yeah, I gotta go.
Hunting field.
I'm at the deer just randomly strolling up in your backyard like they pay bills.
Shit, that's how, man, look, my motherfucking our sister-in-law, goddamn, I think it's her uncle. That nigga live like, I think it's Memorial or some shit, but it's like in Houston, man, bro. This nigga stay next door to motherfucking Shawnee O'Neal, goddamn, and that motherfucker shit. Boy, you talking about deer? Man.
Yeah, nah, I'm actually like, I'm throwing some vegetables out back, so I put a little trap alarm around it, so I got a little junk that beep off every time they show up.
Do it shock it?
Nah, it just let me know. Nah, it just let me know, and then it just like it gives off like a dog whistle. Like, yeah, that just run. Yeah. When they get too close, it runs.
Yeah. I ain't gonna even hold you, Smitty. They got they're the same thing, but they ain't growing no vegetables. But she got some flowers that the motherfucker like, but ain't no vegetable. And bro, it's like a little sensor, and every time that motherfucker get across that bitch,
yeah, exactly.
It like a loud screeching ass noise that'll run their ass crazy.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically all I try to do. I ain't gonna lie, dog. I'm more humane, bro. I'm way more humane. Yeah. I don't like they just trying to do what they do naturally. I just want you to get away from my shit. Let me grow my stuff. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you. What you growing back there?
I have mint leaves. I have cucumbers and tomatoes. Yeah, I'm growing some mint leaves, cucumbers, and tomatoes. And I'm gonna get some cilantro soon. Yeah.
That's real.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Shout out to the mint leaves and you through. Brother's place, nigga.
Shortly thereafter, Mr. Dixon got a call from Perry's lawyer saying that Christmas had come early and that Dixon was getting a substantial raise and the show was greenlit. Perry's attorney explicitly warned Dixon not to tell any other actor on the show about Dixon's raise because no other actors were getting a raise, only Dixon. Later in the lawsuit, Dixon's lawyers write, in or around April 2022, before beginning to shoot the next season of The Oval, Perry called Dixon to discuss the June 2021 sexual assault. call. On the phone call, Perry lectured Dixon about how Dixon was overreacting to the sexual assault because of prior sexual assaults in Dixon's life. Perry said that there was a misunderstanding and miscommunication and that Dixon needed to say no stronger. In other words, Perry blamed Dixon for the sexual assault, claiming that Perry felt that Dixon's no was really a yes because Dixon did not say no strongly enough. Dixon.
Wow. So the nigga got to yell to the moon or something. See, that's how I know they playing one of them cosplay scenes. Them niggas think they slick. Fun ass boy.
But what was kind of weird to me is that Perry lectured Dixon about how Dixon was overreacting to the essay because of prior essays in Dixon's life. How the fuck does he even know about this? How does he know? What the hell kind of conversations are y'all having where this man know about that type of trauma that has happened in your life, in your past?
Now look, let me tell you, they was sitting in the living room one night listening to Michael Jackson, "Human Nation," and yeah, he got vulnerable and he told him, yeah, that's what happened.
He's saying he felt like his no was really a yes. So
did you do me that way?
What was he doing to make his no seem like a yes? Like what boundary did he allow Tyler Perry to cross after he said no and still went along with it anyway? Because usually isn't that how you? Oh, I don't know. If somebody said no and you think it's a yeah, could it have been because of something that has happened in the past where they said no and then still did it anyway? Or are you just assuming that no could be yes because of their body language or something like that?
No fucking way. No means what? Sneak.
No.
Okay, so what the fuck?
In every language, ain't it? Or no, in German, I think in German or Russian is niet.
Yeah,
but other than that is no. Shout out to Artifacts with the $1.99 super sticker. Appreciate you for donating to my dimple fund. Somebody else, come on, I just need
Hey,
you see how disrespectful employers can be?
My bad. Now, yeah, much respect. Can I tell a true story, actually? Real quick, like a short true story?
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
All right, cool beans. All right, much respect. So this actually happened to me. So it's during my college days. And no. Further. Yeah, okay. But goodness gracious, I'm getting old. Man, that felt like yesterday. All right, anyway. So in real life time, one day in my life, I had the capability of getting some. That's right. I had the capability of getting some. You know why I ain't getting none that night? Because while we were messing around, flirting, touching, playing fake tag, pillow fight, you know, the whole little flirtatious fun stuff. When I really started to go ahead and say, okay, I'm thinking to myself, I got the green light. You know what I'm saying? When I started to go ahead and proceed to go to that extra step, she said, oh, no. Now, mind you, it really was that playful laugh. No. So I went on ahead and I backed off and I said, okay, all right, bet. So we both in the same place now, right? I'm just saying, right? So follow me. So come to find out, she hit my phone up the next day and she like, you missed out. I said, missed out on what? She said, boy, you could have got some of this good. I say, what are you talking about? Like, you know, I already told you off jump, like my energy is your energy. So whatever type mode you going in, like whatever direction you taking it into, I'm gonna take it in that direction and or fall back. You know what I'm saying? She say, nah, you supposed to go ahead and go through with it. Hold T. That whole no, watch to land it. She said, boy, you stupid. I only said that because I didn't want to seem easy. How you didn't know?
Damn.
So I'm saying, listen, anomaly, not whatever. I'm just saying I actually went through that before, but yeah, I ain't get the cheeks because just like how we just talked about. Once she said that, I went right with my gut instinct. Come to find out, nah, she was playing games the whole time. I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the family.
Yeah, that's very dangerous.
It is, right? Very slippery slope, and I ain't even want to play with it. Plus, look, right? Plus, you know, we was sipping and toking too. So I know, like, you know, intoxications are involved. Nah, I ain't playing with you.
Yeah, like it did just. I don't know, like, and you know, I'm definitely not gonna speak on her character because I don't know her, but that just seems very dangerous to have that type of mindset. Like, yeah, I said one thing, but I really meant something else. Like, how could that translate into other, you know,
Shanika,
parts of your life where it's like you, sure.
Shanika, I'm gonna take it there. I really don't even want to hear that, shout. You want to know why? Because when you say that's a dangerous mindset, you know what I've always thought is a dangerous mindset? The chick that while you on top digging the dog out of her, she takes your wrist and puts it towards her throat, and she wants you to squeeze it. That's right. Is that not a dangerous mindset? Nah, real talk though. I really be wondering about that. Where did that come from? I'm dead ass. So if we talking about it in that sense, when it comes to that, I mean, there's a lot of things that are not safe. That is a prime example. Nah, that's a prime example, Shanika. Something wrong.
I understand what you're saying, but I feel like it's. I think it's a little different where you're talking about somebody that enjoys pain versus somebody that's saying my mouth is gonna say one thing, but I really mean something else. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just like me saying, no, I'm not, I don't want, well, excuse me, if I said, well, yeah, I want you to put it in my booty, and then you put it in my booty and it hurt, and then now I'm ready to, you know what I'm saying, crash out over that. It is like, but you asked for that when you really didn't want it, type shit. Like, that wasn't a good example, but I'm just saying, like, I think it's different when I'm sitting here saying, like, nah, I just lied because I didn't want you to look at me a certain type of way, but I really wanted what I lied and said that I didn't want, versus me saying, like, hey, I want you to bite my shoulders because I just like pain, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's different. I don't know if I communicated that as well as it made sense in my mind, but
I actually get where you're. No, I get the point that you're advocating. It's not about whether or not, you know, agree. No, I get what it is that you're expressing. I do get it. I get the portrait that you painted. I'm with you. I see the picture. Okay. My whole thing is, when it comes to the root reason as to whatever it is that you were speaking about in the example that I just gave, I want you to now tell me what's the difference in the root cause of each. Or is it not the damn near same almost all the way around the board 9 times out of 10? The root cause as to how they even get to that point in the first place.
I get what you're saying.
I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the family.
Yeah, I understand that now. Yeah. Dang.
Nigga, you a nasty little motherfucker.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you went down the rabbit hole with that motherfucker.
No, drip.
Smitty,
not nasty.
Smitty. I got it. She know what time it is. I said what the fuck I said. What up, Kills? And so what? You know it. Stop playing. Anyway, Kills. Shout out to the chat. What the chat doing? I'm on this motherfucker.
And donating to my Dimple Fund.
$2. Nah, ain't nobody donating to that motherfucker.
Two in your through.
Ain't nobody donating to this shit.
Come on,
Told you what
twins.
to do.
Let my cheeks be twins.
I told you what to do. Go get a piercing on that motherfucker and
I don't want the
or
piercing
go get a
though.
toothpick. Go get a toothpick and stick it through that motherfucker. Or like one of them piercer things and just stick it through that motherfucker and just let it heal kind of.
This nigga said go get a sewing needle.
That's how they used to pierce ears.
Shit. He said go to Michael's. Go to Michael's.
You go to the nail shop.
See, let me see Jet.
Oh my god!
Because you missed it. So let me get a spill to all the new watchers. You know what I'm saying? Right now, we're collecting donations to my dimple fund because I only have one dimple, and I feel like I was supposed to have two, and so it costs 4 stacks to get to get dimple surgery, right? But I only need one, so I shouldn't have to pay the full price. So I only need 2 stacks, and I'm asking everybody to contribute towards my dimple fund because you should have 0 or you should have 2, but you shouldn't have 1. And I want to be called Dimples, but Reese said I can't be called Dimples. I can only be called Dimp because I got 1, and I want to be called Dimples. So I'm asking everybody to give $2.
We ain't gonna call you that neither.
Towards my dimple fund, so I can have 2 matching dimples.
We're not calling you Dimples anyway.
Yes, you are.
You motherfucking Dimples.
Wait till I get my other dimple, and I'm telling you, that's gonna be my whole personality.
Dimples, like what?
That's gonna be my whole personality. Dimples. Yes.
Yeah. Whoever calls a nigga Dimples, we blocking your ass. Period. Dude.
See, hater.
Man, calling grown ass woman no goddamn dimples.
How y'all call a grown ass man, Buddy Debo from Friday? Everybody called him Tiny.
That's that man's real name. That was his real name.
His name was Lester, wasn't it? Or something else?
Tiny Lester. You tweaking?
Oh, that was his real name. Okay, well, damn, I take it. But still, you can still call me Dimples.
Yeah, good luck.
Watch.
I'm gonna call you Shanika. This is what it is. I don't think I can say.
Around, then you're gonna say Dimples, and I'll be like, "Huh?"
No, the fuck. I'm like, what's nigga. Up? That's what I'm saying, nigga. Yeah, I ain't got nothing.
Thank you. It's 2025. I can identify as whatever I want to. So if I want to be called Dimples, call me Dimples. But I need the other one. So I just need
calling you what the fuck.
$2. $2 to contribute towards my dimple fund, and I promise you. Let me take. I don't want to have the good side. I want both sides. You know what I'm saying? I always got to smile on the dimple side, and you know what I'm saying. I feel like I'm flogging. So help me.
You flogging? Oh
yeah, because people be thinking I got dimples because I'm always taking pictures from the dimple side, and it's like, nah, I just got one.
It's catfish. Just call it for what it is.
Okay, so help me not catfish no more. $2.
That's a good, unique catfish though, Shanika.
$2 super sticker.
It's unique. You got one. That means you really in the middle.
I'm trying to figure out, does that go one way just for the ladies? As far as like, if that's what you want to be called. Last time I checked, I've been popping up everywhere I know, even my own damn panel. It's Mr. 7. You niggas still call me Smitty. Listen, okay? I'm just saying, like, I've been trying to be identified as something else myself, okay? All right.
Your mama named you Smitty. I'ma call you Smitty.
Okay, fine. Listen. But see,
what do you want to be called?
But see, the thing is, you talk about something that's old. See, back in the day, there's no way for me to move forward, and you keep, still talking about the past.
Okay, so what's moving forward?
Be a symbol. After Mr. 7, it's just gonna be a symbol.
What we doing now? It's gonna be called 7 Love. That was gonna be 7 Love. 7 Love. You better stop it. On your motherfucking name.
Stop it.
You know what? You niggas.
Now, who was that? What was the other? The basketball player, Better World Peace. Like, if you don't get the
Ron Artest.
Yeah.
Boy, Metal. That boy was talking about Metal a long time ago. God damn.
I heard Yeezy changed his name again. I mean, not Yeezy Kanye. Yeah, I heard he going by something else now, like yeah or something.
Like, Whammy. Whammy.
All right, but there we go. All right, boom.
Shout out to Mr. 7.
There we go. I don't want to hear that.
Ooh.
So,
address me.
What was that group you called
Where
after
that 7
7?
come from, Smitty?
Not
What?
after 7.
Ow.
The damn R&B group. After 7.
Ow.
That was a cool little group. I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought they
after
was
7?
yeah,
It was-
yeah.
Yeah, because that was Babyface, wasn't it?
One of them, I think. Or was it 2 of them in that group? I think one of them.
Sam, Mr. 7, yes.
see,
If you're nasty.
listen.
But now Snake Eyes, 7 on the first row.
I need my entire pronoun to be pronunciated in its entirety. Thank you. That's Mr. Lovin' 7, keeping her in heaven. Thank you. All right. So let's make sure that my entire pronoun, since we want to go ahead.
I'm gonna interrupt your goddamn pronoun with the bomb. Ain't no man, you better not address this nigga as no goddamn Mr. Happy 7 hit the lottery.
Love hit the heaven, like trying to be in the gutter and you trying to be in heaven. Like, dang, you make me feel bad. Like, we can't do that. We can't do that. No.
Shit.
No.
We
go call you
bullshit.
he said his name is Kunta. Dog, we gonna call you Toby. Like, that's how niggas say. We gonna call you. Gonna call you. Like, ain't that some bullshit? We just be renaming people.
Renaming like a motherfucker. Shit.
Mr. Lovin' 7.
Yeah. I can't do that. No Toby, no none of that. Definitely.
Lover man, Shabba.
Yes, ladies love Lovin' 7.
Ladies love 7. Ladies love the jackpot.
See, there y'all go, trying to make up ringtones and shit. You know, I ain't mad at you. So
shit! We over here cutting up.
What's up with this shit highlighted in yellow?
That's pretty much a part of the damn, what they call that shit in court? The document, call it an affidavit or the docket or whatever. Yeah, that's what they read.
The charges.
Yeah. So, no means no, everybody. No means no. Even if they may be saying a no in the, kind of way to make you think that they, really mean yeah, take it as a no.
Oh, how is it?
Communicate exactly what it is.
Nigga?
What?
How that sound? The no really mean the 7. How that sound?
The no minute what?
I said the no meaning 7. Lord Jesus, the no meaning.
Yeah, that's
right.
Damn, I'm looking at Smitty's name and I'm trying to ask goddamn question at the same time. No, the no meaning yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's for the ladies, Drip. That's for the ladies.
No, I got you.
Okay, now.
Yes, nigga. How does that sound? The no meaning yes.
Stop.
You still said stop.
Right, but the way that I said
that would kind of alert a little bit.
Stop. Don't put my underwear off. Like, and then they're lifting their pelvis.
Right. Facts. Big facts.
Now,
facts.
Physical. See, I said how it sounded. Now you added the lifting your pelvis. Okay, yeah, that's something totally different, guys.
Big facts.
No.
But you still
like no,
you got
like
hands.
Yeah, it ain't that certain. Nah, nigga, no. Like you don't get that. It's that no.
Long live baby daddy. Yeah.
Gassing him up.
Long live baby daddy. Bro, we need to start like a radio morning podcast. No bullshit, bro. Where we just talking shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, not even on the visual, just straight audio, like on Apple Music and shit. That'll be flat.
And for the longest, that's what I always thought people were talking about when they talked about podcasts. I didn't even realize they were talking about YouTube because I never knew any of this shit existed.
Yeah,
you ain't the only one. You ain't the only one.
I never knew.
My shit only consisted of bushcraft, camping stuff, nature facts, and music. That's primarily about it.
My shit was different.
Nature facts, animals, and music. That was it. And then all of a sudden, you niggas start popping up out of nowhere.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Wasn't me. No.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, same here. Like hair videos, music videos, cooking videos. Like it was always something like that.
Ain't that a bitch? Damn. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, you better. Okay.
Okay. Because she was looking at cooking at Kaya before Kaya came.
Yeah, man, we were looking at Martha Stewart. The fuck? with Snoop
Oh,
Dogg on that motherfucker.
with Martha.
Cooking with Martha is crazy. Lord Jesus. That's wild. For real.
Hey man.
Hey, shit. He just sitting there rocked up. Either she hop on it or she don't.
Real shit.
Can you imagine sitting on the couch and then you just look over and then you see a just bricked up like
What? You better hum just like you just hummed. Hum. God damn it, the fuck?
like how did that happen? You
What
tried to look over. Come on, man.
What up, Taylor Bill?
That's
What
wild.
up, Tyson?
Easy.
Look, Tyson say I don't love them hoes. She crazy as hell.
That's wild. But he said, make sure that your no sound like a no, and you're through.
Yeah, it gotta be a no. It's gotta be a no, man. It's gotta be a no. You can't be with the bullshit.
Strongly enough. Dixon says he finally, quote, woke up to the fact that Perry was allegedly stringing him along about working with him on his own show to keep him around to be sexually harassed.
Stringing him along. He woke up. If you wouldn't have known that this was a man.
Oh shit. That's hilarious.
That's wild.
That's hilarious.
2024, Dixon reported Perry's alleged conduct to the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. According to the lawsuit, after reporting the sexual harassment, defendants, which is Perry and his studio, did not make any investigation into the complaint and did not take any steps to prevent further harassment from occurring. Because defendants took no action to prevent further assault or harassment, Dixon had to quit his job working on the last season of The Oval. Dixon did so even though he was under contract to finish filming and stood to make close to $400,000. Dixon did not want to be sexually harassed or be placed in danger of a sexual assault again.
I wonder what made him wake up.
I actually want to know this one question.
All right, Foxy Moon.
I actually want to know this. Thinking about that, do you think that it's easier for a man to manipulate a woman into a sexual act as opposed to a man manipulating another man into a sexual act on the average? Or do you think that if the man is manipulative, he's manipulative? Because that just kind of threw me off as far as like, what are they talking about? Like, so, you know, because I don't know, like, I'm wondering, am I wrong for feeling bad? I mean, am I wrong for like not feeling bad? Should I say, as far as like, bro, you a grown ass man. How you get, you know what I'm saying? Like, how you let another dude, you know what I'm saying, trick bag you in a circumstance like that is all I'm basically saying.
Yeah, because y'all the logical creatures and we're the emotional ones, right?
I don't know who told you that, Shanika, but you know, okay.
YouTube.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, University, YouTube University.
That's all.
Shout out YouTube University.
I don't know if I could say what would be easier, but I think that it would hit different with a man, because I think that you would be more inclined, and not you as an individual, but just men would be more inclined to be quiet and secretive, whereas a woman, I think that she'll blast you faster. And I think that the manipulation, like, you know, is tied into the shame, you know, for the same reason why men don't speak out on, you know, SA events right now, because, you know, it hit different when a man say he been assaulted versus a woman. And I think that leverage of like, yeah, you want everybody to know you a power bottom, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna be quiet. Whereas with a woman, what can you really hold over her head other than I'm gonna tell everybody you a hoe, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it hit different. Like, I don't know, but that's just me.
It's not. Well, that's not the way I was going. What I'm saying specifically is, when it comes to, because I heard in there, like, okay, he was like manipulated into whatever. Now, when it comes to a man to a woman, I don't know why, for whatever reason, I guess my mind gears more towards maybe naturally I can see how that could happen, to do finessing, swindling, however you want to call it, right? Grooming, brainwashing. But it's like man to man. The only thing that goes through my mind is like, bro, how you not know the tricks that we use? You know what I'm saying? It's like you should know everything behind the scenes here. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm basically saying. But I digress. My mic is muted.
I don't know if I want to necessarily say he was like tricked into doing some sexual things that he wasn't into. I think the manipulation just came into him, because I feel like in these situations, everybody wants something, right? Or both parties want something, and it's an imbalance when only one person is getting what they want. And in those situations, like with his situation, like he wanted that show and he wanted everything that came along with it, and it's like just like with any other situation, like why are you sticking around for this? Like because he wanted it that bad, just like with the diddler. Like some people look at Cassie and be like, she stuck around because she really wanted that fame. Not saying that that's how I feel. I'm just saying, like, I've heard people say that, like, yeah, she just really wanted to be famous that bad, or not even taking them out of it, just anybody in general. It's like, I want to get over on you, and then you beat me to the punch. That's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But I feel like he was holding that over his head. Like, hey, you want to be a star? Then
Oh, so you feel it was like a being held over his head more so than the example I was given. Okay, I can understand that. That's all.
Yeah. Like you wanted that. How bad do you want it? Type shit.
Okay. Respect to that.
Because that's why people, they say you sell your soul or whatever. Like, you want to be famous that bad that you're willing to, these quote unquote rituals, the shaming rituals, and all this other stuff that they say happens or whatever. Like, I don't know, but because I don't know if I don't know if I feel like he was manipulated, and that's why I'm saying that. I feel like he knew full well what the hell was going on, and it wasn't until he felt like he wasn't getting what he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
For the price that he wanted to pay, then it turned into a problem. Because see, I think that he probably thought he could, get over on Tyler. Like, yeah, I'm good looking. I know you're a little zesty. I'm gonna flirt with you a little bit, just like with women. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna flirt with you a little bit, get a couple free dinners, maybe some jewelry or a new set of tires, or allegedly. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about other people. But you know what I'm saying? You do the mercy flirt to get what you can get, and then when you find out that he took advantage of you, now it's a problem.
I see what you're saying. Okay, no,
because what he's waking up from, what he woke up, you realize that you wasn't getting what you thought you was gonna get,
right?
And now you mad.
Okay, now
I think.
Oh, Chanel, go ahead, beloved. Forgive me.
No, you're good. I was just going to say, I think at the end of the day, it just sounds like predatory behavior. Period, point blank, end of story. That's my opinion.
Do you feel like both of them were attempting to be predators?
If only one person was giving whatever or handing this person this part or dangling it in their face was to um, either loosen them up, groom them, whatever you want to call it, into having some sort of sexual relationship with you when they ordinarily wouldn't, then yes, that's predatory. But I don't think it's predatory behavior to try to get a job, you know. I don't see how it could be predatory that way. If the guy, the handsome white guy, was trying to get a job and he's, doing all that he's doing, I wouldn't call that predatory behavior. I think that's average anybody looking for a job behavior. It's like, how can I get a leg up? But if you're handing or dangling something in front of someone's face so that they could eventually loosen up to do something they wouldn't ordinarily do, like some sort of sexual act with you, then that's predatory behavior. To me, that's my opinion.
Do you think that he? Well, I don't know. I guess I'm a pessimist and a hater. Like I'm not 100% sure that Tyler Perry made a straight man gay. Like that's my only thing. I don't know if this is necessarily something that he wouldn't do.
Well, my only thing is, and I only learned this in the past few months, that like I think they call it pay gay for pay, or while they're in prison they might be this but they really not that type of thing. So I don't really know. You know, I'm not a man, so I can't really speak from that type of, and I'm not gay either or bisexual, so I don't really know. But I'm just simply saying from the perspective of, you're a producer or you're some sort of, mogul with a whole lot of money. And you know that you have these people out here, like you guys were saying, who will give up everything to have their one dream in life come true. And you know, like you guys were saying, manipulate them into doing something they wouldn't naturally do, or that's against some sort of law or policy or whatever, then to me, again, that's predatory behavior. If the end is to, get something out of them that the law would say is not right, your company most likely would say is not right. They're here, they're supposed to be talented and they're supposed to be judged on their merit and all that kind of stuff, or their true talent or whatever it is, then that's supposed to, be the qualifier for them getting the job. We all know that ain't the truth. But I'm just saying in this case that's supposed to be what it is. So to me, if you're doing that and you're just trying to get this man or woman to have sex with you, then that to me is predatory behavior.
I understand what you're saying. My personal opinion, right? As someone that's not licensed in you know the mind or those types of positions, I feel like sometimes you can have two people that are predators, and then one person may have the better advantage or position or leverage over the other person to where it can become problematic once the lesser of the two realizes that they've been outmatched. And it kind of makes me think about those girls that go after the rappers, and they go and they sneak into the hotel room, or they jump in fences and they doing the most and all of this other stuff because they have it in their mind like, I'm going to use you for money or whatever. And then when the rapper hunched them and then put the hot sauce in the condom and they can't get the baby, now they want to sue. Where it's like you were trying to be a predator and take advantage of him, and then he just beat you to the punch. And so that's what I meant by like, do you think it's possible that both of them could have been predators? Like I saw an opportunity because I know Tyler Perry's a little sweet, and I know I'm good looking, and so I'm gonna try to use that to my advantage. And what did Two Cents say? And mercy flirt or whatever. Like I'm gonna flirt with him to try to get what I want, and then get caught up to the point where you're in too deep, and now you quote unquote woke up and realized that he wasn't gonna give you the TV show that he said he was gonna give you, and now you want to sue.
Well, I could say, anybody could be predatory or manipulative or whatever, but the thing about stuff like this, in my opinion, is that it really doesn't matter in the court of law what you believe or think. It just matters what you could prove. So if Tyler Perry really was being, stalked or whatever it is, preyed on by this actor or whatever talented person, if he could prove it, then, it is what it is, and vice versa.
Shiesty, we played a part of the video where they were saying that the gentleman, I don't remember his name, but the guy, oh wait, Dixon was recanting a situation where he was with Tyler, and Tyler was drunk, and he ripped his clothes off, grabbed his butt, and then proceeded to take something, and then he tried to push him away to say no, and Tyler grabbed his wrists and tried to restrain him. And the only way that Dixon was able to escape was by changing the subject really quickly. And so that, is the assault, or at least a part of it. And I think another one was via text or something like that. He said something to him that was out of pocket, and then he called him and apologized, and then he got the lawyer called him all of a sudden and was like, yeah, you finna get a big raise and all this other shit or whatever. So that's where they're saying the assault came in, like, because I think assault isn't necessarily always physical, and so it was just in conversation. But see, these aren't the screenshots. This is the little docket or whatever. But the screenshots that I saw, they were both talking to each other like that. You'd think that they had been best friends for or not best friends, but that they had a very close relationship. Even earlier, they were saying that Tyler Perry, was getting on him, like, you only looking at it like sexual assault because of, you were essayed in the past. And I was just like, how does he even know that? Because they were having those types of intimate conversations, between one another. And that's why I was like, why are you talking to your boss like that? Like, what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. So I can't really say, what really actually happened, but it just seemed like he may have been an opportunist, that didn't get the opportunity that he wanted. And this could just be him, being upset because he felt like he was being led on. But yeah, so because the defendants took no action to prevent further assault or harassment, so he filed a complaint with the EEOC, and Tyler Perry and his team ain't do shit. They just ignored it. And so he ended up quitting because he didn't want to prevent further assault or harassment. And so I don't know, maybe he was a young, naive person. He was selling the script to Tyler Perry. Like, that was the whole jug. Like, he was trying to get him a TV show, and Tyler was like, yeah, we're going to do the show. We're going to do the show. We're going to, I got you. And he never got the show. And so I'm like, he definitely was there for a reason. But I don't know. He's a victim. He's a victim.
Or be placed in danger of a sexual assault again. Defendant then retaliated against Dixon. Defendant told Dixon if he quits and told the other actors why he quit, he would be in breach of his contract. Defendants told Dixon that the only way out was to portray his departure from the show as a medical leave due to the emotional distress caused by the sexual harassment. Instead, defendant made the leave of absence unpaid and therefore terminated plaintiff's employment, causing Dixon additional loss of income and insult. But Tyler Perry is fighting back. In a statement, an attorney for Perry reportedly said the allegations are a, quote, scam. The attorney went on to say, we are confident these fabricated claims of harassment will fail. The attorney, who according to TMZ is identified as Matthew Boyd, said in full, this is an individual who got close to Tyler Perry for what now appears to be nothing more than setting up a scam. But Tyler will not be shaken down, and we are confident these fabricated claims of harassment will fail. Joining us now.
So I don't know. The only thing that makes me feel like Dixon might actually have some shit, like some serious proof, like, what I'm saying, like a strong case, one, because they actually, the lawyers accepted it. So clearly they see where, they could possibly have a legitimate case. But just the simple fact that he is going to get blackballed like a motherfucker in Hollywood. Like, you ain't finna get no job nowhere after this. So I would hope that, after making these types of allegations, that he has everything that he needs to substantiate it. Because, yeah, I don't want to say he could kiss his acting career goodbye, but a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'll definitely have people looking at him some type of way, as far as it could affect the future relationships that he may have with other, directors and producers and things like that. Oh, Sensei, it sound like he was already blackballed. Maybe. I don't know. But that's the only thing that made me feel like maybe it's some merit to his claims, because we all know how that go. Like, once you get labeled a snitch, snitches get stitches. I don't know. I don't know. If Tyler sold Robert Platinum, do you think that'll make him appear guilty? I think that's why they ignored it the first time, because once you acknowledge it, you just automatically guilty. Who like whether it's true or not? Like, nah, I'm gonna just ignore you because. But they didn't. But did they do like a? I don't know, child. Child, like it. What up, Kills? You back? Kills. I'm still laughing at that Pop Smoke joke, man. That shit was hilarious. Oh man.
What Pop Smoke joke? I was on mute the whole time. Damn.
We was the other day we was talking about when we was reviewing the video with Hink and Lapeef and Kills was like they not because somebody was trying to say like they hunching the Pookies and the Ray Rays or something or another like to that extent and Kills like nah they fucking on the niggas that look like Pop Smoke like and I don't know why that was funny to me but it was like yeah
you was like
This nigga crazy.
they ain't going for the bastard electrician they want the Pop Smoke.
That was crazy.
American Stranger said that's correct. It's similar to Drake attempting a lawsuit against UFG. Like, what are we doing here? Like, you finna sue the boss and you think you finna do the job? That's just like you gonna quit the job and then come back and reapply 6 months later, like you thought they forgot. Oh, Chakra said he a white boy, he'll be fine. Yeah, maybe probably. But yeah, I don't know. I think that I don't know. He might have a little merit though, but that's why he asked for 260 million too. Like, yeah, you better ask for an amount that'll have you set for life, because otherwise you're gonna be in somebody's office talking about T-Mobile.
Can you hear me, Shanika?
Hey, now I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What you?
This phone tripping, bro.
Oh.
Tripping, man. It need a whole new router. Need a whole new router, and I ain't gonna get my router until tomorrow.
Yeah. Just go back on route. We're gonna try it again. When you move and connect to another tower, then we
another tower.
Now is former federal prosecutor and president of West Coast Trial Lawyers, Nima Rahmani. Thank you for taking the time, as always, to be with us here on Law and Crime. I know we're still gathering information about exactly what Derek Dixon is accusing Tyler Perry of, but from what we know right now, how strong of a case does it seem that he has?
Boy, I hear all the jokes now. Like, don't be named Derek Dixon. And then sue another man for sexual assault.
Not Derek Dixon is crazy, right?
Because when he just said it, I just had a joke in my head.
That's crazy, right?
Oh shit!
Yeah, Chris, thanks for having me. Really breaking news today: bombshell lawsuit against Tyler Perry, and information is coming in, but it does seem to be a strong case, at least in terms of the text messages. Sometimes in these sexual harassment cases, really the harassment.
Oh dang, you went too far. Because I'm like, let me back it up to this lawyer. Is it me or does his head not match his body? Am I tripping? I'm probably tripping. Why his head look extra large and his body looks medium? It could be the suit. Like what? Like you know when they be showing them little AIs and then they make the head look really really large and then it's a regular size body. Like I don't know. That's what this is giving. Like where's your neck, buddy? Like I don't know. It just look weird.
Lord,
okay, I'm done. Sorry, Niama. It's just jokes.
Seem to be a strong case, at least in terms of the text messages. Sometimes in sexual harassment cases, really the harassing behavior happens behind closed doors, and it's a he said, or he said, she said, or she said type situation. But text messages are fantastic, whether you're a prosecutor or a civil plaintiff's lawyer like I am. And looks like Dixon may have the receipts in this case.
Yeah, he's looking for $260 million. Even though Tyler Perry is a billionaire, that's still in terms of net worth, just from what I've been reading online. $260 million is a lot of money. What does that tell you? And when someone sues someone, like in this instance, it's not a criminal case, and you're looking for a specific amount of money, what goes into determining what that is?
Yeah, lawyers can say all sorts of things. Really, ultimately, what matters is what they ask the jury for. So they can ask for less or more during closing arguments. So I usually put that aside. It gets a lot of good headlines, but I can't imagine this case being worth 9 figures. Sexual harassment is wrong. No one should be subject to it. And sometimes you get these nuclear verdicts or runaway juries, but I can't imagine a case like this going for that amount, even though, like I said, I don't condone any of this behavior.
No, and Derek Dixon, he has some text messages that that very much show. I mean, if Tyler Perry was someone who was supposed to be professionally his boss, that was going to open up career opportunities, it's not something that a boss would be allowed to say to an employee if that was their relationship. When it comes to this case, what's the bar that Derek Dixon would have to prove in court to get money from Tyler Perry?
Dixon mouth.
In your mind.
So there's a few different claims, and they're all very serious. I'm not trying to downplay any of this. There's a sexual assault, right? Grabbing his buttocks, pulling his underwear down. That's pretty serious stuff. And then you have sexual harassment. What I say is really the worst kind of sexual harassment, which is the quid pro quo. That means, hey, you know, if you perform sexually, I will help your career. And if you don't, I'm going to retaliate. And the argument here is that Dixon was going to be written off the show if he didn't comply with these sexual demands. So, you know, when you go to law school or really study employment law, that is the textbook quid pro quo sexual harassment. This for that. You give me something, you get a benefit. And if you don't, you're going to be punished.
And Tyler Perry, I mean, he.
But I mean, like, is Tyler Perry the one and only conduit for you to get your TV show on TV?
Clearly.
Like, why you just go shopping around with another network? Like, you really had to be a power bottom for that?
The power bottom word is insane.
Yeah, like, power. I don't think white boys popping like that though. Like all of them African dudes popping. You heard me? All them African dudes popping right now, and all them African women popping. You heard me? I'm on mute. I digress.
This nigga ain't shit. Damn.
I don't think it's appropriate to trivialize sexual assault. I'm just saying.
I missed what you said. I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time?
Ain't nobody like. I'm like, yo, why he ain't go to the police though? Why he want to sue for 230 million? I don't see no police reports.
Hold on, real quick. I just wanted Chanel to say that one more time. I'm sorry.
I said I don't think it's appropriate or that we should be trivializing sexual assault, like saying things like, "Oh, he's a power bottom," and laughing about it. I just don't think that's appropriate. But that's just my opinion.
I understand. What you were saying, Kills?
Nah, I was just saying since certain essay things been going on in Hollywood, I'm like, yo, how come the first thing they want to do is like freaking do a lawsuit? Why is there no police report? Shouldn't you go to the police? Or shouldn't you get like a rape kit? I mean, my bad. Shouldn't you get like a, I don't know, they call it an ass kit? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about? Dark humor. Dark.
This shit is like that, boy. I know, goddamn nigga, I just said.
Millions of people get FA and they don't ever go to the police. So saying someone didn't go to the
police. Millions
of
people. So you saying millions of people. I'm saying, I don't think millions of people got essay though. Like, okay, I'm just saying, really my first thing, you can go read some. My first intentions will be, I will go to the police. Right. I won't wait, sit around and be like, yo, you know what, yo, I'ma sue a billionaire for 250 million or 260. I want like off of the jump, like Like,
Well,
I'm
if you
traumatized.
if
I'm
you
traumatized by this. It's not about the money. Like, I want justice, though. I want
yeah.
justice.
Mm-hmm.
I want somebody locked up.
So
Right.
if a dude assaulted you, you would turn them in?
Hell yeah,
Because I
yeah.
think that's the part of it where it's like
Me
I could
me
understand you not
personally,
going to the cop.
man, yo, I'm telling, I'm going to Popo. I'm going to Popo, or I don't see, yo, I'm on the internet, but like, yeah, I'm going to the police.
You
How
gonna bend
can you
over and
call
let them
me?
give you
How
the
can
ass?
the hood? How
Wait,
can the community call me a snitch and I got SA, bro?
Yeah, lots of people are on the internet calling
I'm going to the
sexual
police.
assault victims those things all the time.
I'm just saying, Kills, you gonna go to the police and you gonna let them give you pull out the ass kit and do
Oh,
all that?
nah, we ain't doing
Like,
all of
hey,
that. Like,
man,
I got a female doctor for all that though. I got a female doctor. Like,
But you've just been but you've just been art though.
I had to get that procedure done for cancer and all of that, yo. But I had a female doctor though. You heard?
But you traumatized in the hospital.
wait.
Yeah, no, I'm traumatized. Not in a hospital. I'm traumatized that a 6 foot grown ass dude trying to get at me
Right, but you
and
went to the
ripping my
hospital.
clothes off. I'm not traumatized in a hospital. I'm traumatized by the experience of what happened.
No, no, no,
So
no. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're saying something about a female doctor versus, another doctor to check your booty for that.
Huh?
So I'm just saying if you're traumatized and you go into the doctor to get the R kit, that's what you said, right? Or am I confused?
Chanel, can we use
And
better
you were
words,
gonna go
please?
to the
yo,
doctor?
you got a hearing problem.
I was asking, were you going to the
No, but
doctor?
can
Nah,
we
you
use better
not
words?
asking.
Because
It's
hold
like
on,
when you
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
I
on,
won't
hold on,
go ahead,
kills, hold
Dre.
on. Can we use better words? Because y'all tweaking.
That's her, bro.
God
No, I was
damn.
sincerely
I
asking
could
a
understand.
question.
Nah, but I'm just saying,
That shit
just
is
come
not
on,
no
man.
sincere
Just
question,
use
bro.
but or something
Okay.
else. But y'all, come on, man.
The six. Like, check your six. That what they say
And
in the
yeah,
military.
Shannon.
I don't know what you mean.
Watch your six. Watch your back door. You're a
Oh.
back Dorian, as Corey Holcomb say. Watch your back Dorian.
I'm just saying I could understand why he wouldn't have gone to the police. Because it's not common for men to report those, which is why we don't even
Yeah. I was just
have.
throwing it out there to see do anything stick.
But that's why we don't. That's why we don't have those stats today. Because y'all get tight lipped and tight
Yeah.
cheeks.
Oh, come on now, tight cheek. Come on, pause. No diddy.
All right,
That's
I'm done.
fucked up.
Is an institution in Hollywood. He's not the type of person, if you were an actor, that you would want. You wouldn't want to be on his bad list. Their relationship started around 2019. The most serious incident, according to what we know thus far, is that incident where he was said he was only having, Derek Dixon said he was staying at Tyler Perry's guest house in Atlanta. He was only wearing underwear, and Tyler Perry apparently pulled his underwear down. That was back in 2021. It's now 2025. What do you make of the timeline that it took for Derek Dixon to come forward with these allegations if they're true?
That's messed up. I don't even want to know why he was around him in his drawers. But I mean, I don't know if that's the thing that guys do. I'm just kidding. But yeah, like that.
What's up, everybody? What's up?
Yikes, that sucks though. But from they said 2021, no 2019 is when they I guess met or whatever and started becoming friends.
I was about to say, do y'all not see the play here? Y'all don't see
Yeah,
the play here, man.
we all seen the play, bro. I just said it. I just
This a
said why
play,
he didn't go
man.
to the police. I just said that, bro.
This
It may
ain't no.
not be a play though.
No, that's a play. Come on now. I was about to say you not about to sit there and tell me that Tyler Perry was doing a whole bunch of scrambling and shaking. I don't want to believe it. I ain't gonna believe it. We ain't gonna do that. You see, you feel what I'm saying? When you a pillar of the community, when you the Medea, you feel what I'm saying? When you are Medea, it hit a little different. You feel what I'm saying? No, hell no.
Yeah,
No, nope.
what's Dexon net worth right now though? Yo, what's his net worth?
Shit, don't
I
ask
didn't know
me
his
that.
name before this happened, so I can't
Do
even tell
we
you.
Can you look up his when you get some time, look up his network, because all you gotta do is put 2 to 2 together. If he got like 5, even if he got like, you know what I'm saying, like 15,000 in the bank, 50,000 in the bank, 60,000 in the bank, you know what he want? Yo, he want that money.
Can anybody hear me?
How much his net worth? If he don't got no M's in his bank account, he want the money.
Okay.
You know what? I ain't even gonna lie. We gonna have to put that as Chanel name for now on.
That's Chanel name. Oh shit.
Can anybody hear me? I'm trying
How
to
did I?
We damn sure ain't gonna get it. Put a Chanel name.
Is something wrong with my devices? I can't.
There's always something wrong with your damn devices. We dropped you and shit. No, we didn't.
I didn't say.
Yep. That's all.
Not this time.
I didn't say anybody dropped me, but okay.
That's what you normally say. Who dropped me?
You have said that before.
Who dropped me? Who dropped me? Y'all dropped me.
It's going to be one of them names, bro. It's going to be the either can you hear me or who dropped me. You got it got to be one of them.
This should be rude. This should. Hey, y'all hear me, motherfucker?
Nah, but like I said, the only reason why I feel like it might be a sliver of truth to what he's saying, because I just can't. I just find it crazy that he would even go this far, knowing that, you know, how the industry is going to perceive his actions. Because I just can't see him having any, you know, opportunities like that.
Bro, I was about to say, see, this ain't no Meek Mill and Diddy said there ain't wasn't no scrambling and shaking and no making no eggs. There wasn't no none of that, bro. We not gonna believe this. We gonna take this, we gonna put this to the side, and we ain't never gonna we gonna put this in the box. Like, you feel what I'm saying?
Wish we could.
You know, we gonna put that in the box, you know, with my mama titties and, you know, right. We gonna take this
boy
box.
watch too much TV, no bullshit.
Be able to get to this motherfucker is you
that
got
boy
to be
watch too much TV, man. No bullshit.
Hell no.
I put with that bad boy.
Yo, man, he gotta go. Know what I'm talking about? Yo, Cat Williams said everything gonna get exposed. You know what I'm talking about? Know what I mean? Everything's coming out right now. Things happening from 10, 20 years ago, people coming out. You know what I'm saying? Damn, man, I did have a thought in my head. Yo, that shit was
hold on. I got a thought real quick. I want you to hear.
Go ahead.
Born in the 80s, crack baby. Born in the 80s, crack baby.
Yeah, that's Fergie down there.
What up, Ferg?
Cool.
How y'all doing? Shit hard, boy. Yeah, what? That's it, boy.
You know us crack babies. We finna sue. I'm just kidding.
We finna sue. Oh shit.
And everything right now, man. Hey, yo, right now, people are suing for anything. People are suing for anything right now. You dig me?
Damn,
is this the case where the guy suing Tyler Perry?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean,
what you think, Ferg? You think he was sponsoring that man?
You know what? Listen, man. All of that whole diaspora is coming down, man, one by one. And it's unfortunate. I mean, it is what it is, but YouTube has been revealing the truth. You can't hide. And it's going to continue to do it in people that we may have admired that are in positions that people sort of, I guess, congregate to, because, you know, our minds, we look at success based off what people have and not what people do. In a sense, you got to see it to say, oh yeah, that's successful, which most people will never achieve, so they live through that. But this guy coming out, listen, man, they gonna take down every brother that gets to that pinnacle. Tyler Perry was just on TV talking about how they begging for a seat at the table. He gonna be down in Atlanta building his own.
That was at the funeral. That was at Angie Stone's funeral.
Yeah, and I think he said it on the BT Awards last week. But still, look at everything now. Not even a week later, now he getting sued by somebody.
Yeah, that's a fact.
It's crazy.
And he said a lot of things within that speech that he delivered at her funeral, or you know what I'm saying, her passing or whatever. You feel me? He said a lot of things within that. So I don't want to go. You know what I mean? I don't want to get drip show. You know. So I'm gonna go mute.
Huh? That shit cutting up, Kills.
Fuck this shit.
Y'all think this is the powers that be taking Tyler Perry down? Can he get too big for his britches? I ain't heard nobody say that yet.
Oh,
I ain't heard nobody
How
say
many
that
times
yet.
we seen this, Shanika? How many times though, bro? How many times, girl?
Who the powers that
Well, who Tyler Perry done pissed off, or he done leaked up with somebody studying Dr. Sebi? You know what I'm saying? I'm surprised they heard that. He was trying to buy out Warner Brothers or Disney or some shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no, that's what I'm saying. It's crazy.
Dixon was a plant.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's crazy work, man. If we gonna keep believing all these allegations, man, we gonna be allegations. I'm trying to tell you, we gonna be allegation until we can't take no more allegations. It's gonna be to the point. It's gonna be to the point where as though they gonna take the word allegations out the damn dictionary, because everybody just gonna be. You feel what I'm saying? At this point, you ain't even about to sit there and claim an allegation or no, you gonna be committing allegations at this point. You feel what I'm saying? Allegations finna be a crime. You feel what I'm saying? Everybody finna be allegating they ass in jail.
Alligating is crazy work. Somebody come take Trey Mike real quick. This nigga crazy. He said everybody gonna be alligating. Boy, I'm through.
Alligating, mystery, flirting.
Listen, I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Listen, like, I'm trying to tell y'all, right?
You gentrify their mind, Trey.
When your mind is gentrified.
They gonna be what?
When your mind re-gentrified, you feel what I'm saying? You know, the allegations and the allegations, you feel what I'm saying? They all go together, you feel what I'm saying? So,
that is
hilarious. You know, just make sure y'all re-gentrify y'all mind. You know what I mean? You know.
I just feel like it's just hurting, you know, the people that are, you know, genuinely victims. Because, like you said, eventually I think that people are going to get desensitized. And it is, you know, that's just going to lead to people not caring as much as, you know, we used to. I could definitely see that.
Goal. That's the goal, though. That is the goal. Like, if anybody not paying attention, that is the goal, to get to stop having allegations be the end all be all. And at the end of the day, I was about to say, at the end of the day, I don't think that that's such a bad thing, because I mean, shit, when you guilty before, I mean, when you already guilty and you got to prove your innocence, that's just something wrong with that off the break, just off of any allegation. Like, you know, I mean, shit, we need to be more desensitized to allegations anyway, if you ask me. I mean, personally.
I can understand that, especially when just the allegation alone can ruin you. Because I always go back to what's the baseball player, the Bauer guy? Like, he lost millions of dollars, even though, and he won the lawsuit and proved that she was lying. But he can't go back and get them years back. He can't get them contracts back. He can't go back and play on the team. Now he playing, you know, international or whatever. But like his life was ultimately ruined off of a lie. And so that's the only reason why it's like, okay, I can kind of understand where it's like, I do kind of want us to get a little desensitized so that we can approach it from a more critical, you know, perspective and actually like, nah, let's figure this out type shit, instead of just, we gonna believe you just because, you know, that's what you said type shit. What up, Stan? What up, Bill?
The only thing is, you know, Tyler Perry helped regentrify the mindset of the community. So we can't sit there and let them try to regentrify what he done already made. So y'all got to regentrify your mindset so y'all don't get regentrified in the real hour. You know what, I'm done.
Yeah, you done. You done?
Jesse Jackson.
Yeah, Jesus. Salute. Hey, Shanika. How you doing, sis? How you doing, sweetheart? Coach Ferg, Trey. Kills. Hey, man. Hey, guys. I'm going to help y'all out, right? on this EEOC shit, right? That's not how EEOC work, right? Because I had to learn both in the military. Went to Cocoa Beach. That's the only place in America you can get certified in the military to be equal opportunity, right? But you have civilians too, and that's the EEOC process as well. So it fits between certain framework. And it ain't just, they don't care about no damn employer. When you fill out your paperwork and they see what it falls up under, they investigate and they owe you a response. They ain't like one of those things that, well, your job didn't want to do anything. That's not how EEOC. So I just employ everybody. Just go to their website because I know a lot of people, and I don't want to get lost in here is that they think that that's how the EEOC works. You go on to their website, they'll tell you all these things to do. So just in case one of us or anybody find themselves in that situation, they have a duty and obligation to investigate and to give you a response. Shit, they do it against the damn generals in the military because I did some of that to them. So nobody walks away, right? Just like that. Now, if the facts come back a certain way, that's the only other thing that, get a little hairy. But you must investigate. And I land the plane there. Salute, chat.
One thing that I can say to add to that, if you are going to file a claim, don't wait forever because you do have, it is time bound. So do what you got to do.
Correct. It's from the last incident. And yeah, it is a timeline. You're correct, Shani.
Yep. Let's see. Like, okay, I'm going to let it go. But look at Buddy on the left and look at his head compared to the rest of his body. Now let's look at Buddy on the right. I don't know. I think he got in the headline twice. I don't know. And maybe he need to unbutton that top button, but it did. The ratio did look a little. Okay, I'm done. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you have not, definitely appreciate that. It's free. Or if you want to, contribute a couple coins, donate $2 to my Dimple Fund. Shanika, aka Dimples, 2026. Dimples, all 2026, and you're through.
Well, that's one of the arguments the defense always makes, right? Is, well, if you were sexually assaulted or harassed, why did you stay? Why didn't you report it right away? What I love as the plaintiff's lawyer is a contemporaneous report. So hopefully they have that. And I understand he's been getting therapy since 2020. So if he mentioned this to his therapist, that would certainly be helpful. In addition to the text message evidence that we had. Sometimes victims don't want to come forward, right? You're talking about a rich and famous individual. And look at what's happened. Perry's lawyer came out and said, this guy's lying. This is a shakedown. This is extortion, right? They always go after the victim. And we don't know if the allegations are true in this case or not, but very few sexual harassment cases are reported or litigated. And oftentimes the harassers, they get away with it. So, if you read the lawsuit in this case, it's definitely meant for public consumption. It has those text messages embedded in, and it starts by comparing Tyler Perry to the Harvey Weinsteins and Diddy's of the world. And I'm not saying we've gotten that far, but those are serious sex trafficking, sexual assault allegations. Sexual harassment is wrong, and there is some sexual assault certainly alleged in this case. But sometimes people don't want to come forward because if you're a victim, you're going to have to really tell your story in a very, very public way. What is interesting, though, is under California law, he could have filed as a John Doe or a Jane Doe, and he chose not to. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, what does that?
So why you think he didn't do the Jane Doe? I mean, John Doe. I'm sorry. That was a grown-ass man. Nobody? Okay. I think that is, I forgot you can do just a John Doe. So people will know, because I don't know. I don't think I would have put my name out there. Or maybe he want his name to come out there because, maybe he got a book coming out soon. Let me stop.
A book? What kind of book?
I'm just saying, like, most people, like, they gonna have a book, like, cause it's like, why would you want everybody to know your name? Like, I would have been, especially if I'm still trying to work as an actor, like, I wouldn't want anybody to know that it was me. I'd wanna be a Jane Doe or a John Doe. Like, don't tell anybody. Just give me my money.
Hey, I didn't see Chanel. Is Chanel on the panel still?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, sweetheart? I didn't see you because I'm on my phone.
That's okay.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Thanks for asking.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you see Reese in the chat. She said, I didn't know whether that was Stan or 2 Cent speaking.
Yeah. That's funny.
I'll tell you, because in some ways, I could see if I was the defense to say Derek Dixon wants some notoriety. He's not a household name. He hasn't been in a lot of high-profile shows. He was in a couple Tyler Perry shows. But if you're the defense, and do you look at that he didn't file as a John Doe and say, look, this is proof that this was a shakedown, which is the term that they've used?
Look, it's interesting. Obviously, the fact that he didn't file as a John Doe, that's not an argument that the defense can make. But really, and I've sued a lot of celebrities. I'm sitting here in Hollywood right now. I've represented some, but sued a lot more. So I've handled a lot of cases like this. Most of the time, the victims will come in, and when I explain what a lawsuit entails, they have pause, right? Like, oh my God, people are going to come after me. They're going to drag me on social media. They're going to call me a liar. I'm never going to work again in Hollywood, right? After making an accusation like this. And then I tell them, there are certain circumstances where you can file as a Jane Doe or a John Doe. And most of the time, the victims do want to avail themselves of that protection. Now, sometimes the defense lawyers, they hate it because they think that it allows, the victims to smear the defendants. Even in the Diddy case, in the civil case, some of the judges have unmasked the victims. And obviously that's New York law and federal court, a little bit different, right? But in California, the protection is pretty broad. And most of the time, the victims do want to proceed anonymously to at least protect themselves and their families.
When it comes to, and as someone who has represented people who have been in the seat that Derek Dixon sits right now, where they say they have been through something traumatic and they are going after a very strong and powerful person, you look at that $260 million number, the timing of this coming out. I mean, Tyler Perry has this show, it's a movie, Straw. It's the most popular Netflix movie of 2025 thus far, 50 million views in its second week. And then here's this lawsuit that comes out. The defense might look at that and say, well, you're being opportunistic. But at the same time, I mean, if you are suing someone powerful, how much does the timing factor into when you unveil this lawsuit?
There is a PR component as well. Litigation is about leverage, and I would be lying if I didn't consider that. I've come on Law and Crime and I've talked about lawsuits, I filed against Kanye or Lizzo or any number of celebrities, right? Because it can put pressure on them to settle. Now, sometimes they dig in their heels and, that's what judges and juries are for. But if you are trying to advocate on behalf of your client, whether it's a confidential settlement demand, a mediation, or litigating it in the court of public opinion, it matters, right? I mean, you're looking at the Justin Baldoni Blake Lively case. That case is almost as much outside the courtroom as it actually is in the courtroom, because everyone cares about the reputation in Hollywood, and whether it's cancel culture or just bad press, it can force a defendant to settle. So that's a tool that you have to use if you're a plaintiff's attorney representing victims like this.
How likely is it that the plaintiff's attorneys had spoken with Tyler Perry's representation ahead of this news coming out today?
I think it's very likely. There's two types of lawyers, and I don't know this particular lawyer personally, but I could tell you that most of the time, a lawyer will send a demand, right? They'll send a demand, they'll enter into negotiations, they'll break down, and that's what will happen. I mean, in Cassie's case, there were, filing negotiations with Diddy's team, and they ran out of time. I personally don't like doing that. For me, if I'm going to take a case, I'm taking it because I believe that it's a righteous case and I'm going to file a lawsuit. I don't like to bark if I'm going to bite. But again, it's a personal preference that I have. There's all sorts of problems with the pre-litigation demand. They say that this is a shakedown, this is extortion, this isn't about justice. So personally, I like to file my lawsuit. I don't ask for a specific number. I say, you know what? I'm going to talk to the jury when the time is right, because that helps, avoid the defense's argument that this person's asking for $200 million and, he's never made, more than $200,000 in his entire life. I think he's saying the loss of earnings here is 400,000, where you're getting at this number is astronomical. So, you avoid some of that bad press and that backlash by just filing your lawsuit and moving the case forward.
So I don't know. I think it was interesting that he was saying, like, because earlier he was talking about he's represented a couple of celebrities, but he sued way more than he represented or whatever. And he said that he takes the case because of, his moral compass, as opposed to, I guess what, again, I'm a pessimist. I would think that a lot of attorneys take the cases that they feel that they can win, and the cases that could bring them a lot of money, and the cases that are high profile, that will put their name out there. And then after that, if it's a moral, thing that they, agree with or whatever, blah. But I never thought of them prioritizing that. So that was just interesting to hear him say that. Like, what? I don't think that.
Most attorneys ain't got no damn moral compass when they suing. They suing for money. Most attorneys make regular salaries. I'll say 80, maybe 80 to 100. They all looking for their big payday. It is what it is. Ain't no, it makes no sense. He's lying. I'm gonna tell you that.
Yeah,
they'll get you in court and they'll slander your grandmama's name if they could. Where's the moral compass in that? But just on Tyler Perry, I'm sure there's plenty of them. These, I don't know, man. I'm gonna be nice today. There's plenty of brown skins down in the ATL that'll be love to get some Diddy all rubbed on them and shit. The fact that this little white boy, he put him in his shows, probably showed him a great deal of respect. And you going for $250 million. How much is studio worth? 250 or more? I mean, it's like once we try to go big, all of a sudden, here come the takedown. And it's just unfortunate, man. And I don't know, man. So a lot of people gonna be affected if he's found guilty, but it's timing is everything to me. He was just boasting about what he was doing.
Now, and he just got that check for that movie off of Netflix with Taraji Henson.
That's what I'm saying. So it's just unfortunate, man. Timing is always got something to do with it when it comes to us. Oh, payday, go send one of them over and see how much we can get.
But do you think that this is kind of similar to the Cassie situation in the sense that, he probably been doing this for a long time and he just fucked around and found out and chose the wrong victim? Because I remember, well, I don't know, allegedly, what's the guy name? The other Tyler Perry dude, Christian Keys, I think is his name, the light-skinned dude. Like, I could have sworn he came out with like a blind item, like, I'm not gonna say no names, but I've been a victim, and we like, nigga, you do nothing but Tyler Perry movies. So who else can you be talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Lana, you might be on to something. This guy ain't his first victim, probably. I don't know. And then just the fact that he was talking to him like that, like the stuff that they were saying back and forth in the text messages, like that's out of pocket for you to be saying with your boss.
But you know, you know what I'm saying? I don't mean to interrupt nobody, or my bad part. So, but do you think like this is the new drizzle era right now? Because I heard like the dudes like I don't want to say no name because I know Drip don't like that, but I heard a little bit about the drizzle era, like don't want to work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They want to be the house husbands and things like that. You know what I'm saying? And then they say like he a D-class celebrity or whatever the case may be. So he ain't really trying to push forward like that. He ain't trying to be a Russell Crowe. He ain't trying to be no Johnny Depp. You know what I mean? Or the worlds. You know what I'm saying? So now it's the easier scapegoat. This to be like you know what, man? Yo, things ain't going my way, man. I'ma sue, man. I don't care about nothing. I'm just gonna sue. Like, it is what it is. Cause I ain't hear no Pookie and Ray Ray's trying to sue Johnny Depp or Russell Crowe back in the days. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just reaching or whatever. But I'm just trying to, like, throw something at the wall, hope it stick though. Cause that jizzle do got me be thinking about a lot of things, and the other side of the hand been created that wave. You know what I'm saying?
But you do also have to factor in, the differences of the times, because you were saying you never heard of this going on back in the day. It's a lot of stuff that we really didn't hear about unless it made the larger media sources, media outlets, because we didn't have access to everything and everybody like how we do, being able to, with these smartphones and shit like that. Like, even though, because, back in 2000, like, everybody didn't even really have a phone with a camera on it.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, Shanika. This is my thing, right? So, a lot of things been going on for many years, right? And a lot of times people just settle, right? We know the rules at a workplace. You know you should be doing certain things, right? We know it, right? Companies, they settle out of court all the time, right? For things that their employees do, right? And Hollywood or Hollyweird is no different, right? Because it's still jacked up human behavior. That's why I would say welcome to America. Man, they settle out of court all the time. I mean, yeah, that's the stuff you don't see, right? And I'm just saying, man, if in fact this went down that way, 260 million, that's a lot of goddamn money. But it's the compensation, just like that lawyer said, not Stan said. He said, typically what I do, I take it, and depending on who it is, he says sometimes they pay you before you go to court, and sometimes they dig in their heels, right? And if you think a lawyer has a moral compass, you have lost your damn mind. They get 20 to 30%. And hit the calculator, Shanika, how much 30% of 260 million? Ain't no morals for no damn attorney. They trying to eat. And like Coach Ferg said, that a lot of them making 60, 70, $80,000 a year. They think just because somebody a lawyer, but they in $300,000 worth of debt. Going to college, right? Depending on what college they go to, and they got to do continuing education to keep their license up and all that other stuff. I mean, if you ever a lawyer ever say I got a moral compass, and I'm really doing this because I love you, and I'm gonna make sure I take care of you. You crazy? I need him to be a liar. I need him to go in there and defend me, and let's go. But that's who you want. You go get in there with Fry Tuck with a cross around his neck, and he's sitting up there talking about, nah, hell no. I need you to go in there, slander this joker so I can get my money. That's it. That's what lawyers do. Lie, a liar. So it's okay. We're in America, but if he did these things or anybody did anything like that, but there's a lot of cases we never even heard of, but they settled out of court. They put that pressure on you, boy. You don't want that stuff out, Coach Bird. Tell them. You don't want that pressure. Companies do that all the time, too.
The attorney said something that's very interesting that I believe is used recently as far as court. He said once they put it out there, public opinion will sort of have a factor. And that's what YouTube does. It brings all of the public opinions to the forefront. And whoever likes Tyler may defend him, who doesn't may not. He's put a lot of women to work. A lot of women who probably shouldn't even be enacting or should be, but he's doing a lot. It's just interesting. I don't know, man. I've always had my suspicions of Tyler. Nobody has come out prior to, well, at least I haven't heard of any, no male or female, but it take a a snow bunny to come out, and the amount of money. Look at Cassie. She went through abuse, kicked in the head on video, get 30. This dude coming with some allegations, want 250. Come on, man. What we talking about?
Yeah, and that's interesting, Coach Berg, is that see, because you whenever anything like this happens, people choose sides, right? Shit, Tyler Perry has buried some of the greatest, right? Because when they passed away, right, they were broke. He put them on a private jet and flew the casket, right, and all this stuff. So people gonna choose his side. Some people gonna choose the other guy's side, right? So I mean, that's just in America. That's what we do. You get into it, man. Coach Ferg, we brothers in military and all that. Me and him have a falling out. Some people like me, some people like him, and everybody divides, right? And that's what happens, man. We in America. Last time I checked, right? Man, pay the man for you, whatever the hell they said. And I was moving around, talking about the guy ripped his clothes, whatever, off and pinned his wrist down. I was like, damn. I was like, shit. Well, I'd be in prison. Bro, man, even if I couldn't beat you, Coach Ferg, I can beat you. Because you ain't no way, right? But that's me. That's the way I think. Everybody don't think that way, right? So I'm not going to say that man didn't because he didn't fight back or whatever that, it's got to be wrong or whatever. But I know my thinking, right? So it's just like, man, we're in America, man. Anybody can sue anybody. I can sue Shanika now, sitting up here using extortion, trying to extort us out of money for another dimple. I'm like, I can sue Shanika. Hey, you put the pressure on me so I can buy her another dimple. Man, I ain't calling you dimples, and you can get that out your head, Shanika. I don't give a damn if you get 2, 3, 4 of them things. But I'm trying to bring it down to where we can have a conversation. Is that anybody can sue anybody? I can sue Coach Ferg right now. I could come up with an allegation. Hey, as long as I got my filing fee, I can sue him. So it's what it is, right? So, I mean, we in America, man. I know everything's not perfect, but I guarantee you won't leave this country. If you leave this country, you be back before your suitcase stop rocking. So it is what it is, man. We're in America, man. And, and that's why, man, because this is a touchy one. I'm just like falling back in the fray, and I'm just clearly talking about the lawyer, and I'm talking about how the EEOC work. I'm staying out of this one, bro. Hell no. You got it. Land it. And you're through.
Big Dimp.
You hear that?
AKA Dimples.
Yeah.
All 26.
I heard you drip earlier. You said I ain't calling you no damn dimples. Where you think you at?
Delicious Dimples.
Oh, now she had the delicious dimples.
Crazy.
I'm laying at the plane there. And you're through.
I've been delicious. I'm just trying to add the dimple.
Oh,
ain't no fucking way.
Tell her again, Drip.
Well, it be your own people.
Oh, really?
Well, technically,
Be your goddamn self sometimes.
Shit, I hate her, bro. Fuck shit.
Hey, Marcus will call it delicious.
I gotta get that laugh.
Man, she got a few of them guys will call it that, Drip. But you wait for me and Drip to do that. Not going to happen.
Y'all gonna be calling me Dimples too. What you mean?
Yeah, okay. All right.
You know how stubborn you gonna say Shanika and you ain't gonna get no response, and then you gonna say Dimples. And I'll be like, yes, what's up, boo?
This is exactly why you can't give yourself your own nickname.
Dang, that's messed up. Why I can't give myself a nickname? Why I gotta take what you give me?
The bullshit we see.
I was about to say because Lord Duke, and you know what I'm saying, Momo. You feel what I'm saying? That's just how I go.
Welcome to America, Drip. Welcome to America, Drip.
Drip nicknamed himself Drip, and I'm gonna nickname myself Dimples. and you
No,
threw.
Drip ain't nickname is so Drip. See, the thing was, he was walking around in Houston one day, and then he was like, "Hey, Drip," and then it was raining a little bit. You feel? That's how I had it. Right.
Really? So you got to do the R&B music video?
Soda on the side. Chicken noodle soup.
Oh, okay. Whatever. Okay.
There you go, Drip.
And with that, considering Dixon is he's not a millionaire, he's certainly not in the same financial category as Tyler Perry. How much money does it cost him to keep this going if Tyler Perry wants to fight back?
Well, these cases, we handle at our firm on a contingency fee basis, which means we're not getting paid hourly. We get a percentage. So if we take a case, we believe that we can win and we can collect. So most lawyers who handle these cases work on that basis. Some of them will charge hourly. The reason we do this is that way we sort of have skin in the game and we're working side by side.
Play that other one, Shaneka.
Because you're right. It can be very, very expensive.
Very, very expensive.
Play that other video.
What do address? Okay.
Writing more stories about Black men who do things like this? Or have you already been writing stories about things that you are attracted to? Let's talk about it.
Y'all already know what time it is. I got the Black meat.
Oh. Ooh, child. Shout out to the King of Reeds.
King of Reeds.
With the ombre dreads. I know that's right. He got that 27-33 mix on lock with the little highlights. I love it.
Huh?
Okay. I'm talking about his dreads.
It's like some of my sister.
They're ombre, which means they go from one color to another. And on the ends, there's two different shades of blonde. There's the lighter blonde, which is the equivalent to a 27, because a 613, as you always like to quote, is platinum. See, I'm learning you right now.
Yeah, learn that motherfucker. And
the strawberry blonde, that's closer to a number 33. It's like a strawberry honey blonde. Like, yes.
Yeah, fair use for the drip. Man, yes, I don't want you to be giving us no class on no damn man.
Hey, you better learn that way. When I tell you to get me that hair, you gonna know what I'm talking about, Stan.
Shaneka, if your son walked in the house with his hair this way, how would you feel?
What do you mean, like with them dyed blonde?
Yeah, with the highlights. He's 21.
Because both of my sons have dreads, right? But they have wicks. Like, they don't like them to be neat or too groomed. They like the, you know what I'm saying? Like that South Florida swag, right? And I told y'all, I said one time before on the previous stream, like my youngest son, he wanted the pineapple or the palm tree where it just one big lock going up. And I was like, nah, we can't do that. But, you know, I let you do the little lock sort of. But anyways, they wanted to, my youngest son wanted to dye his dreads. And I think he was trying to be like, what's the rappers? Like, I think it's a Trippy Red and, like, you know, they got the little, and anyways, but now, you know, you see a lot of color or whatever. And, I put some temporary hair wax in there and, you know, let them play around with it. But I don't know. I feel like his is like the male version of a buzz down, the way that he wearing it.
I was about to say, I ain't even gonna lie. The males down their head started getting popular since Chris Brown did it. After Chris Brown did it, they crazy.
Dang.
It's my generation who started the head. That's why I know.
I don't hate it. I think that is all on how you do it. And I'll just say that because I've even seen some guys that painted their nails black. And I didn't automatically assume that they were gay. Even though that's normally my first thought, and it just ended up being my second thought. But like that to me, like, and I know that seems, you know, extreme or whatever, but I don't know. I do appreciate that, you know, the younger generations are you know, pushing the envelope a little bit. You know, and not
Hell
necessarily.
Painting their
no.
nails.
Oh,
Hell
here
no.
come the
I'm
daggers. Here
not.
come the daggers. Okay, I'm on mute. I'm on mute. Don't polish your nails, boy.
Hold on,
I'm not.
Shanika, pushing the envelope. So you saying pushing the envelope of? Hold on, I just came back from the store, so I missed a lot. All I
I'm
heard
saying,
was
Don't get into it.
hanging
Don't get it.
nail.
No. We
I've
just
seen
get
some
past
guys.
that. That ain't happening. We ain't
I'm
even
just saying.
polish that. No, we gonna push past that envelope. That's what we.
Okay, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're
Hey, Coach Ferg. Coach Ferg, you still here? Coach Ferg. Hey, but watch this. It's amazing, right? George Jefferson. I remember watching him. Growing up, we're like, man, won't he just let that hair go? Now I'm looking now. Fast forward to now. How these jokers got all of them shit locks in their head, and the goddamn hairline
Ooh.
is gone. I'm trying to figure out how that works.
Who? That's so funny because my grandma called them shit locks.
You got
But what happens is, it's from my experience, right? Because I used to be a loctician, whatever. So what they do was happening. They're getting those, what do y'all call them, edges or lineups or tapes or whatever around the perimeter of their hair, and it's slowly getting pushed back, and that's what's ruining them.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
okay.
Thank you for
Because
breaking
I
it
know
down
I
because I
use
was wondering. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Nah, yo, I don't want to cut you off, yo. But Shanika, I remember, right? Because it's some trash barbers where I'm at, right? And like, I already got a big forehead, right? And it's like they always keep pushing my lining back. So what I used to get back in the day, like maybe a couple of years ago, I used to get like that, what it's called, like fibers, like that fibers they put in your hair, or like
They
that
spray
spray or
onto your
whatever.
hair. Yep,
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
I used to get that, but like you said though, it do make your head bad because now, shit, I'm rocking a bald head.
Nigga, that fiber shit is like the Bijan on steroids.
See, I
That's
ain't know
wow.
that.
You the first person that I've met personally that actually did that. Like, okay,
Yeah,
I didn't know.
I did it. No, I don't want to. Yeah, go ahead, Shanika.
No, I was just saying I didn't know that niggas was really doing that. I thought that was more, other people's shit.
Nah, you got to go to TikTok. Like now, dudes are getting like the fake wigs. Like I don't know if his wigs is real or not, but you got you got a whole new generation getting the fake locks, the fake wigs. You got dudes getting the fake beards, all of that. Yup.
Oh, chill. What?
Yo, I'm talking about a whole fake Rick Ross, beard. That's a fact. Go on TikTok.
The lace front beard.
Yeah, dudes got fake beards, fake hairline.
Yeah, a lace front Rick Ross beard.
I mean, I know that dudes used to wear toupees, right? So, I know that's not super far-fetched, but the fake beard though?
Yeah, the fake Rick. Yo, for real, that's work.
Take his beard off and put it on the nightstand. Like what?
Oh wow! Now you extra. Read all about it.
Listen, if you meet a guy over 50 and he ain't got no gray hair, that shit fake.
Oh
yeah. Or they use
they're not just dyeing it.
Nah, because some people are allergic to the dye, like me, right? I'm allergic to the Beijing. Like I cannot use Beijings. Like I'll break out with like little bumps be in my beard and everything. Like I actually had allergic reaction to the Beijing. So now what they do is get like the organic harp or whatever it's called. It's like you could buy it from Amazon. It's like you could dye your beard, and like if there's a whole process that you have to do, right? Yeah, like that's what's going on right now. Freaking Shanika in the platform.
So when you bought your beard,
no, like I actually have a beard.
Drop the link, kill. Drop the link.
It's great though. What you do is like go to the barbershop.
You
Breaking,
cyborg.
breaking it.
Thanks for
T-Pain.
T-Pain.
Number 3. You feel me?
Hey, hey, Shanika, thanks for breaking that down for us. And I'm gonna say this so you can hit play. But you know that I always, you know, just like, man, if my hair, right, one thing to piss a guy off, go to the barber, he push your hairline back. That's a fight. Two, I was like, how this Joker hair is in the middle of their head, and I ain't talking about old buddy. It just made me think, why would you have all that? Because Stevie Wonder, same thing, all them years. Man, let that shit go, bro. We told George Jefferson to let his stuff go. I'm like, what the heck, man? Rock out, right? But I'm like, but then you was telling us how putting certain chemicals, certain things, and you know, part of maybe genetics too. But when you start putting them chemicals in your head, you say, guys, it's gonna eat all your hair up, and then you're gonna end up looking like a ninja turtle. And so thank you for the breakdown, Shanika. Thank you because I ain't never put nothing but juices and berries, just like Eddie Murphy said, and Coming to America. Shit, you're crazy here putting that BS in my head.
But yeah, look at like Busta Rhymes. It happened to him.
Yep.
Who else? Omarion. Like a lot of these celebrities, you'll see it. It turns into a brush cut in the front, and then they dreads start in the back, like they drip cousin or some other type of Asian. You know, they having them little ponytails right in the middle of their head. Like what the
Wait
hell?
a minute.
And the rest of it is all on around like that. That was always been an interesting, you know, style when I used to see them on the kung fu movies. But yeah, that's what happens. Keep going back because no barber is perfect. Well, I ain't gonna say no barber is perfect, even though I do still mean that. But like they just naturally are gonna go back. Oh, especially over the years, like they can't help it. Like they gonna fuck up and push it back farther and farther and farther, and then eventually the dreads is starting behind your ears.
Yeah, if you don't know what he's doing,
hating.
And people, when you've grown your hair out so long, it's a part of you. You have an attachment to it, just like with women. You see how we act when we just go to get a trim. You know what I'm saying? And y'all act like that too. The guy, especially dudes that have like a lot of hair like that, they can't just cut it. You know what I'm saying? Like it has this sentimental value, and they don't want to let go. But see, at least nowadays it's gotten better because now you have people that can reattach locks, so they'll just cut them all off. And they can reattach it with a crochet needle, and you know.
Hey,
and so
hey Shanika, since you shot at my brother, hit play, please, because we got something to talk to you about in the disco. You just made a shot at my brother, so Drip, yeah. So hit play, please, before we both get fired.
We got to talk about the Tyler Perry lawsuit. A $260 million lawsuit has been filed against Tyler Perry by his former actor who has played in 2 of his shows by the name of Derek Dixon. Now, Derek Dixon is suing Tyler Perry for harassment, all of the things. To summarize the lawsuit a little bit, Derek Dixon is accusing Tyler Perry of using his power and his influence to persuade him and groom him to have a relationship with him, and he has not been interested. Now, interesting enough, there is a character that Derek Dixon played by the name of Dale, and he was a small town homosexual white guy that was using his looks and was a S worker to provide himself a living. Basically, the character was a S worker. Like they were doing S work to survive. And from what is saying in the lawsuit is that Tyler Perry wrote that because of his interest around a person like that.
No.
Oh.
Dang, that's wild. TMKC, he don't need no beard oil or Nene crack. You know what he need to thicken that beard up right quick. But
I got a question. When did we ever start taking S workers accusations seriously? I'm just saying, I don't. If you're an S worker out here, man, you selling yourself for that. You feel me? So what the hell? You feel what I'm saying? It's like, all right, so you gonna sell yourself but then somebody took advantage of you. What the fuck? I don't want to hear that.
So you don't think you can be SA simply because?
No, fuck no. That's exactly what I think. If you going, if you willing to sell yourself like that, fuck no, hell no. You already sold yourself. The fuck you'll do anything for money at this point. Fuck no.
Hold on. So you saying that he sold his soul when he played in that movie as being a sex worker?
I'm just saying,
because if this dude, okay, yo, hold on, yo, let me put this on the table, to the panel, to the chat, to the playback, right? What's that dude who played in that movie 3 Strikes? And like, you know, like he was in a hospital. No, I don't know what movie that was. Lockdown or one of the movies with that dude, right? He always played one of them weird characters. Like he was bent over and he was cussing out the CEO, whatever. And like he was in a gurney, it's like bottom up, whatever, in a diaper. And then like Big Bubba came in whatever. Y'all know what movie I'm talking about?
I don't know what the fuck movie your ass talking about.
That light skinned dude, man. And he was on TV too.
Shout out to T-Pain.
He played in 3 Strikes. He played in 3, and he played the movie called Lockdown, man. With old boy like lost his son by the cops and whatever. Then he had to do some time in prison. His homeboys.
You talking about the one with boys?
Did his homeboy? Yeah, like his homeboy got locked up, but it was like
I was about to say
I don't know what the hell you talking about.
Just Google it.
At this point, it's over. I ain't even
gotta find it. I gotta find it.
Between that and your Mike cyborging, like I'm really never gonna figure it out. And then you're giving me the bare minimal of clues. Like, yeah, the movie where it was raining every day. What?
And then I was about to
man, the movie called Lockdown, yo. You never seen Lockdown, yo, with Master P? Master P played in the movie.
No, nobody watched Master P movies. What are you talking
about? Oh man, whatever.
Or maybe they did. I don't know. I didn't watch any.
Lockdown, Lock Up, some shit.
You gotta know one or the other. You need to know either the name of the movie or at least the name of one of the stars in it.
Man, I just said Master P is a star.
But
what the heck?
Oh, Master P. Oh, okay, you're right. It's called Lockdown.
Basically, what it is right? Actors are actors. That's one thing, right? But when this is your known profession, like when you are known to do this, man, you can't tell me that somebody took advantage of you, because at the end of the day, you've been willing to get taken advantage of this whole time for money. So what are we talking about?
Trey. Hold on, wait. Let me ask him this real quick. So do you think everybody that's a sex worker this is a choice they're making?
I was about to say everybody that's a sex worker?
Mm-hmm. This is a choice that they are making.
Hey, shit. I mean, you know, everybody. No, I mean, it's definitely trafficking out here, right? But the people who have access to social media and coming out and suing and doing all this, yeah, no, they was doing that on their free will, because the people who don't, I was about to say, because the people who are actually getting the talk, they don't have access to lawyers and stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's just a fact that they waiting for somebody to say. That's a fact.
So, but everybody, we don't even have to put sex workers in that box, but everybody that ends up in that world, you think they're doing it of their own volition?
Yeah, it's America, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. But I don't know. I guess I always look at it from a different lens just because of the work I've done. But I've sat in many courthouses where many mothers have trafficked their own children, or people shooting up their 12-year-old with narcotics. What choice is there in this? Is really what I'm getting at. So when you sit around, and I'm not shooting shots at you, I'm just saying, if you come from that or don't come from that type of background, and you make a very close,
like I said, those people who ended up in that life don't have access to lawyers like that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
How do you decide who is who? So if I tell you about the 12-year-old who's now 26 and a sex worker, and she says that someone ordered her we can't believe her simply because she's a sex worker. Because at some point somebody put her into this business and now she got a pimp or she's strung out or whatever's going on with her. This is the line of work she's in. We can't believe her simply because that's her quote unquote chosen perfection. You don't know what may have driven those people to that work, or they may not have even gone there willingly. So you shouldn't speak in absolutes and say, well, we can't believe them. It's dangerous to do so.
And it's dangerous to believe.
It's all I'm getting at.
And it's also dangerous to believe accusations of sex.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying that you can believe whatever you want to believe.
Nah, we
if I could
by
just
American standards, though, we not going to believe. Go ahead.
You can attack everything I'm saying, but I'm just saying that you got to think beyond what's right in front of you, and you got to think. You never know how many people in the chat that might be something that they experienced in their life, and then you're up here saying, or maybe they went through something like that. Well, I don't believe them simply because that's simply that job that they took, and they doing it as if that that's something that they willingly is either did or is doing. But go ahead.
And
go ahead, bro.
I was about to say it is very dangerous to believe accusations of people who are getting paid to do what they're doing. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, listen, when the majority of these people come out and the majority of the people who come out and want to tell a side of the story, they was willing participants for the most part. You don't really hear about, you feel what I'm saying, people that was unwilling participants coming out on social media and talking like that. No, that shit happened in the courtroom.
So you were under the impression that whenever someone has been essayed or sexually assaulted, they all go and report it and it comes out in the courtroom?
We all know that that's not facts. That's why I said that's why I said most people are waiting for somebody to say.
People usually don't even report it, is what I'm getting at. But simply because you're in a certain line of work does not.
Yeah, and she would because right.
That you could say it is all I'm saying. I'm certain that many sex workers
you chose that profession. You know what I'm saying? And then you got a pimp. But every pimp is really not a pimp. Every pimp is not no Andre Taylor or one of these pimps who we seen in American Pimps or whatever, who really told you the ins and outs of the pimp world. Like, that's a case by case scenario because she's going out there doing her thing and bringing him back the money. Really, she's in control of the situation because she could take that money and really be a madam or do her own thing. That's what I'm saying. It's a case. It ain't like she was a wife. It ain't like she was in a house and a burglar came in a house and took her by force. It's like this woman is getting in and out of cars every single day. You don't know what car you're going to get in and meet one of them B2K motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? B2K type of cats or a SA type of cats. It's like you taking a risk each and every day when you put yourself out there. That's the underworld. Anything is liable to happen to you. You know what I'm saying? So that's like a case by case scenario. I don't know. Maybe I don't see it like that, but I do feel bad that females who do have to go to them standards and sell their bodies or whatever just to have an income or feed their kids, whatever the case may be. But that's a case by case. That's a touchy situation, yo. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like these spaces like to go to very extremities when we having like casual conversations. Like I like to go to the extreme of things. Like it's crazy to me.
Sexual assault is extreme. Period. Point blank.
Talking about a chick who chose a lifestyle
and also your
like,
lifestyle that you choose, it could also be extreme. Right. So I was about to say the lifestyle that you are in could also be extreme. So you
absolutely. That's what I just said.
Yeah. That's extreme. So that's
it's extreme. But like I said earlier, I've sat in the courtrooms with these people who I just explained earlier, and Mr. Trey brought up sex trafficking or human trafficking, because sex trafficking is a part of human trafficking. But at any rate, like I said before, you don't know. You're looking at the outside, and we don't know. And I'm saying in terms of what happened with the a Tyler Perry guy. We don't know. And I do agree that it's dangerous to, accuse someone or people to just automatically believe. I'm one of those people that's going to believe it is what it is. It ain't changing over here because of the work that I do. It's not changing over here. I'm going to automatically believe unless you can show me something else. And it's never going to change over here because I've worked with victims my whole entire adult life. But my point is, if I say to you, I give you a scenario where this has happened to these people since they 12 years old. They was already in this life. And then you're saying that at 25, just because they're still in this life, that's the real life that they know have been forced into, then, well, she couldn't possibly have been, AR'd because that's the line of work she in. Well, you don't really know her history. You can't always judge a book by its cover. So just as much as you can't necessarily say that he did it to her, if she's a sex worker or, whatever, then I can say the same thing. How do you know that she didn't get raped or whatever? You don't. And like I said before, sexual assault.
You called it.
Crazy as hell. I ain't going to sit
but
there
I just
what?
Y'all gotta understand that. Y'all gotta understand that. But it's marriage.
All you want. I'm not sensitive to none of that shit. That look. If you look at the end of the day, you like you say you on the side of the victims. That's all fine and dandy. I'm not, and that's just what it is. Like, hey, if you were S worker out there and you claiming something happened, man, listen. Hey, cry with somebody else. That's all I'm saying.
Trey, can you at least acknowledge that some people are in that situation because they don't have a better option?
Some people in that situation just because that's all they know. But hey, at the end of the day, just like the motherfucking dope boy that don't get no goddamn excuses. I ain't giving you no excuses either.
Okay.
Shanika, play so we don't get fired. Thank you.
Yeah, but I just wanted to real quick the movie that he was talking about, Lockdown. It's so funny that I forgot about that movie because that's the movie that guy played in when they had that grape scene at the prison, and it fucked his head up. And the guy that I'm talking about, he played in The Wood. If y'all remember the movie The Wood.
Oh yeah, he played the little girl.
Brother, Stacy. Right. That was you gonna beat him up or whatever, and then he was like he was cool with him. That guy played in Lockdown.
So should he get 250 million through all the things that he been through, all the scenes that he done played? Should he get? Know what I'm saying? How about him? How about his situation? Nobody don't feel pity for him because y'all talking about sex workers and this and that. Like we need to feel pity for him. I mean, for the females who do sex work. But how about this dude who actually like played these weirdo movies and like things happen to him? Like he played these movies over and over again. Should he get 260 million?
Let's see.
Say that you wrote a character in because that is something that you are attracted to, goes to the history and the rumors of Tyler Perry and the men that he has hired to be in his plays over the years. There's an infamous episode on the Boondocks that was taken down because Tyler Perry was not happy with it. And in this episode, it was supposed to be Tyler Perry, but it didn't use his name, but the similarities were there. You had this character that started off doing plays and started doing movies and dressed up as an old woman named Medea and all of the things. And in the background, you see the character have these very chiseled men in the background, like these very chiseled men. Going back, watching all the Tyler Perry plays, you remember seeing these actors who weren't the best actors, but they were just there to be eye candy. Like the men were always very, very desirable, very
Christian Keys and you threw
body, very toned, very muscular. They were usually light skinned.
Never had a shirt on. Like, why is it for 3/4 of the play you topless? Child.
Or dark skin. Like that was something that was joked about a lot. And some can argue that Tyler Perry did this because he was trying to get black women in and watching the plays and they want some eye candy. Very well could be said. I mean, it could be argued. That very well could be argued. And seeing that this is not the first instance of a rumor of Tyler Perry having some type of attraction with someone who worked for him. The live stream that Christian Keys did 2 years ago, back in 2023, where he talked about someone very powerful, a billionaire, taking advantage of him. And he did not release a name, or he never said a name, but he said it's.
He ain't shit for showing the video clip of him crying. You were supposed to show the video clip of him on stage of Two Could Play That Game. No, it wasn't Two. Damn, what was the one we saw that he was in? I forgot. But he was supposed to show that clip where he was walking on stage with no shirt on. Are you gonna show the man crying? Stank ass. I'll be trying my boo. Show the best of him.
Lord have mercy.
I said what I said.
Somebody that y'all knowing, somebody who y'all respect. Now, he never did say Tyler Perry's name. And when people asked him, he said he's not referring to Tyler Perry. He said that shortly after. Now, some people can speculate that he was paid off. Some folks can say maybe he was paid off for his silence. But, you know, these things do not happen out of nowhere. They do not happen out of nowhere. I'm not concerned about Tyler Perry being queer, all of the things. I just do not care about that. What I do care about is someone who's been accused of using their power. Like, you've been profiting off of Black women pain for the longest. And to find out that you're using the profits off of this to now get men opportunities that you want to sleep with. Like, yes, this is an accusation.
I'm sorry, but is this not what men do? Am I tripping? Like, I thought that was the playbook. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm tripping. I'm tweaking.
Derek Dixon hasn't been to court. This is a lawsuit. This is not any charges or any of this. This is just a lawsuit. And he's bringing forth text messages. I always say this, text messages don't really tell much, because someone can change a name and make it seem as though they're the person who is texting or who was being sued or being accused of things. They can lie. Somebody can just be texting and pretending to be said person. But the conversations in the text message, I'm not going to hold y'all. Looking at them, it really does come off like this could be Tyler Perry. This comes off like it could be Tyler Perry.
Or it could be AI. Or one of his regular ass friends, like he said before.
I wanted to ask a question about that. So like he said, you know, text messages can be manipulated and you can change your name or whatever in your phone. But wouldn't you then, I'm assuming your attorney, if you've been in a lawsuit, would go to your, I guess your, what do you call it, phone company? What number or something like that? Unless it was
like authentication, like authentic.
But they also have metadata where they can pull that information without even needing your phone records.
Oh, wow.
Well, they might
all
also
that stored. Like when you take a photo, you never looked at the information that be stored behind the photo.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, if they have one of those phones, what are they called? Where it's like burner phones or whatever, then they might not be able to go get it, or I don't know. But I was just wondering, wouldn't that be the smart thing to make it authentic or to authenticate it?
Yeah, that's what the courts is for.
I'm sure they've already done that. If they got this is official. This like that's what they presented in court. Like, so
what I'm saying, so this is already going up. Oh, okay.
They submitted to the court. Right?
Well, yeah. Excuse me. Thank you.
No, I was only speaking about how this YouTuber is saying that it could be manipulated. So that's really what I was speaking to, not necessarily the case.
Until you file a lawsuit, the courts, they got people in place and they'll make sure things is good, not good, or whatever, right? Because a lot of stuff get thrown out too, but a lot of stuff get put in, right? Why do you think when you watch the first 48 hours snitch, they say, I want to see it in your phone? There's a reason why they say, yeah, you can have my phone. And then they just leaves and give it to his analyst, right? They got stuff in place, man. It's 2025. We'll see when it goes to court and get adjudicated, right? I ain't saying the guy lying or telling the truth. It's like, hey, you did it, man. You did it, and you caught. You know, don't go say Stan, they got us when you pull up with the handcuffs on you. They don't have me. Man, good luck. Shit, we ain't got us. You know, so it's just like, man, I ain't gonna get my blood pressure raised up on that. But what it let well, nah, I don't want to go backwards, but I didn't know that the things happen with old Christian. And I don't know what it means taking advantage of unless we're gonna use our dumb brains and say that mean this, right? Who knows, right? But he's been in 1,000 of them damn movies. I'm like,
Man,
and he
yeah.
ain't no little guy. He ain't no little guy. I'm
Nope.
like, well, I'm like, okay. So I'm just like, what does that mean, right? But like I said earlier, a lot of people settle behind the scenes and we would never know, right? But due to, some of the things, some people come out and they'll talk, but people make deals behind the scenes all the time, man. Let an employer fire you and unjustly, and you say, I want to come back to the job, but you're gonna pay me this. And they say, okay, and you don't tell anybody, right? So it happens all the time, man. So welcome to America, Jesus Christ.
Okay.
If it is Tyler Perry, in these text messages, you see the textbook grooming. You see Derek Dixon not really showing interest in Tyler Perry like that. He's not interested. And Tyler Perry keeps advancing, keeps flirting and asking and requesting for him to flirt back. He's making innuendos and
just wait on it.
Drip Nation, let's go. Coming to the stage.
I'm just playing with him. Yeah. I'm not
Fire, fire.
I said
Love
what
it.
I fucking said. Yeah.
Right.
Love it, Drip.
Play it one
Love
more
it, Drip.
time.
Yeah. I said what
Drip Nation, let's go. Coming to the stage.
that motherfucker statement.
That
Jim
shit cold.
statement. Said
That
what the
shit
fuck
cold,
I said.
you heard me? That shit
Said what the
cold.
fuck I said. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I had to make a statement real
Wow.
quick.
Hey, man, nah, that's perfect, bro. That's perfect. Hey, but I'll say this real quick, right? In America, right? So when we get to the point where you can make your own decision or not, right? And I'm telling you, right? People do wrong things, right? So then when do you have autonomy, to do what you want to do, right? Make whatever decision, choose what job you go to, whatever you decide to do. I want to be with this woman and not that woman, or I want to be with that man and not that man, right? And if you do something wrong, man, it's wrong, and man, you got the right to sue, right? That's what make America the way it is. Yeah, but at what point does somebody now you want somebody to tell you what to do? I'm like, I don't know. What America y'all want to see?
America.
Somebody telling. Go ahead, bro.
I'm confused.
Nah, yo, because you got some valid points, right? Like I just read the freaking Constitution, right? I never read that shit. I never read that shit in my life. Give me liberty, give me death, or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm watching people coming for the most powerful men's in the world, but like we never like, yo, fam. All we heard was just from word of mouth. Like, yo, this could be going on. You know what I'm saying? Hollywood, backdoor. Because, like, I had to come to YouTube and really understand what was really going on. When Tommy was talking about, watch this movie called on Open Secrets. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's still on YouTube. That's what I started learning about Hollywood and everything that goes on with that, and watching with the young dude what he went through, like in Home Alone and everything like that. You feel me? Like, so I ain't really know nothing of it, dog. All I'm saying is Nori said it best. You're gonna have to take that door, man. And then Corey be talking about that back door in. Like, it's real. And I'm not gonna put no charges on Tyler Perry because the other side, they stick up for their people. They stick up for their people no matter what they do, bro. They don't protest about it. You know what the other side do? Be quiet about it. What we do right now is being vocal about it. But the other side don't say nothing. But they talk, but they hold their people down quietly and what they, you know what I'm saying, influence. Be more vocal. So I'm on mute, man.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I have to say, man, we in America and we got laws if somebody mistreats someone. And, there's no way you can control it all, right? There's no way. Because if I tell Chanel, hey, I know you want that promotion at the job, but she decided to sleep with the director. And then when the director don't give her the job, and then now she say, I'm a sue. You can do that in America. So just thank God you in America. I mean, man, because if I tell you don't do it, and you say, "Saying I do what I want to do, I'm grown," and then when you get burnt, and then you're gonna say he lied to me, I'm suing, or vice versa. It happened to men. They even make movies about men that the women was doing that to them. Man, we in America, man. You better thank God you got a court system where you can go and you can sue, right? When somebody renege on the deal. So I mean, you can't make people do anything.
You said me, yo.
Yeah, like renege, like when you be reneging in spades, you know exactly what renege and make men drip lose the damn game because because you did the wrong book, and
Yeah,
then
that's a fact. That's a fact. That's
yeah,
a fact.
but you can't control it all. But thank God we got a court system where you have the ability to sue civilly or criminally, right? You better thank God for that because that's what
Right.
America is. You think that you can make every choice. They tell you to do something. You say, I'm gonna do what the hell I want to do. I know my rights. Cool. You do it, and then you can go sue. You chose, but you did it. Okay. The person was on top of me, and they had my life dangling on the string. Cool. It happens both ways, men and women, right? We get that. But you can sue, right? You can get redress after that. I don't know where the perfect utopia place exists. Please tell me, and I'll never go there because I know that's a lie. Is that if nobody can tell you what the hell to do, and then you do it, and then you say, "Hey, I can take you to court because I chose to do it. I know what you were doing, but hey, you shouldn't have done that to me because you the person in a dominant position." I dealt with that all the time in the military doing the EO stuff. It's just that that you better thank God we in America. And I land the plane there.
Yeah, I'll agree. I'll agree with that right there. But then my thing is at a lower level because I don't know nothing about all of that right there. You know what I'm saying? How to sue and all that. Like that ain't my thing. I don't do none of that. My thing is what I seen on YouTube. I seen this man Tyler Perry talked about Angie Stone royalties, masters, and all of that, and he gonna try to get that back. And like now this thing came up. You know what I'm saying? He said it verbatim right there on the stadium. Like, yo, I'm about to look into that. And we know what happened when you start talking about masters and all of that. You know who the head honchos are. You know what I'm saying? And you know that he's vulgar about a lot of things, bro. Call him, okay, his movies is whatever. He dressed whatever, but he's vocal about a lot of other stuff too, though. He's very vocal going against the system too, as well. So you got to put that out there too. You know what I'm saying? and he got backing power, and he a billionaire. So he gonna be more vocal. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm trying to say. I'm going by what I'm saying with like the Diddy. He went after companies, liquor companies. We seeing what we seeing. That's all I'm going by.
Yeah, because with me, I know I'm in America. I guess a lot of people not living in the real world. And I'm telling you, watch your six, right? Watch your six. I don't care whether it's the accuser or the person defending himself. Thank God you in America that you got a court of law. That's it. Man, I can't adjudicate it. I don't wear a robe and you hit the gavel. I mean, because a lot of countries, man, whatever said is done, right? And I'm just saying, y'all, please don't leave America. Please. Please. Because if somebody do something to you, you can go to court. In them other countries, they say, hey, yeah, right. Hey, Rip has traveled abroad rather, and Chanel has, but she be on the resorts. And but I don't know if y'all heard the story with Drip when he said he traveled abroad and what went on with him in that damn country. And I'm telling you, is no better place than America. You know, you can accuse people of this. You can defend yourself. Other countries, you accuse somebody, you done. I don't care who you are, right? It's just, man, just don't leave America, please, please, y'all, please don't leave. If y'all go over there talking that clickety clack shit, your ass is done. Stay in America, please. And if you do travel outside America, stay on the resort, please, because that American mentality that you can do what you do in America over there, man, they did that to soldiers, and we over there, and they told us, hey, you got a brief, you got a bunch of briefings. One of it is the law and the customs, right? You better obey their laws because you get your butt in a situation, hey, you ain't got enough ass for us to negotiate on your behalf. So it is what it is, man. We in America. We in America, and just stay in America, man. Man, I'll never complain about America, but hey, man, I love America. Shit, I gave 35 years of my life to it while you was sitting on your ass, taking the fruits and labor of this shit. I love America. And my father did, and other people have that I followed their footsteps. Don't put that jacket on me because I ain't said nothing negative about America. I said you thank God you in America where if something happens to you, you can go get help. In them other countries, there's no 911. There's no lawyers like that. So I mean, let it rock out. That's why I always say, welcome to America.
That's what man. Listen, people don't be understanding how motherfucking accusations and just the accusation itself can end somebody's, whole career or what they doing, and it's really no consequence for them when they wrong. But you won't believe all victims. The fuck out of here.
Yep, and it ain't changing. Mm-mm.
So who really the victim at the end of the day?
Yeah, but Chanel just tell you she go to the courts all the time. She sees it real time. And when I was in that field, I had to go to the court martial hearings, and I had to do that. And I seen things real time. I mean, people got this thing in their head what they want the world to be, and I'm telling you that's not what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. We got reports.
I was about to say, but when you see it real time, it's literally two sides, right? You got the state that's going to do anything and say anything to make you look bad. Then you got the people who going to defend you. That's just what it is. So the state can say anything and anything and everything, and they can be dead ass wrong. And the way they spin it, it'd be crazy. But somebody that's defending you when they, you feel what I'm saying, tell the truth and all that, then yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, hell no, like you can't have it on both sides of the coin. Like, you feel what I'm saying? I mean, hey,
you never will. And that's the point. Chanel talk about her experience. She ain't the only person that does it, and I'm not the only person. But I can guarantee you this: look up Cocoa Beach, Florida. That's the only place you can get certified to be an equal opportunity advisor. That's the only place, and there's only a handful of people that do it. I'm telling you, we just sharing our experience. That's it. You go into court. You go to the court martial hearing. We have to fill out documents, and we got to get it dang on line by line. And
Yep.
still, a lot of times, unfortunately, it gets thrown out. Or they say, well, we're gonna give them a lighter punishment. That's all me and Chanel is saying. It's just like, man, we live in the world. We think we got them ironclad. And I learned early on when I started doing that position, I like, man, got dead to right and this and this and this and that. Yeah, right. Go in that court, the judge says, tisk, tisk, tisk. And Chanel sees it all the time as well when she in the capacity of going to court. I'm just telling you, man, y'all got to understand, we live in the world that they can do whatever the hell they want to do within left and right limits. Don't get it
That's a
twisted.
fact. That's a fact.
Yeah. So I'm just telling you, we did this shit real time and she's still doing it. You know, that's why I don't like talking about these conversations because people gonna have
But
their opinion and they don't give a
yeah.
damn about your opinion. Y'all
Oh
talking on
nah,
YouTube and all that, they
because
don't care.
Let me just say this.
go ahead, go ahead, mama.
And I know that there are always going to be people in the world who don't believe for whatever reason. I get that. You know what I'm saying? Because even when I was much younger and didn't know that the world is the way it is, I would be like, oh, well, yeah, why was she there late at night and she knew this and, you know, yada, yada, yada. I was ignorant to it. But when you start going into courtrooms, and I can just say I worked in family court the majority of the time, and there was all kinds of sexual abuse allegations for 3-year-olds, for 1-month-olds, for 16-year-olds, 4-year-olds, whatever the case may be. When you start seeing case after case after case after case of this, and because I know this thing to be a fact in the course that I worked in, at least in Houston, Texas, these people never get criminally, I'm gonna say probably 1% of them, I never saw them get criminally charged ever. And I worked there for many years, never saw one man get criminally charged. And I'm not saying they all were, SA and people, but I'm saying I'm probably gonna believe the 9-year-old. I'm probably gonna believe the 15-year-old. Do I know it to be a fact? No, not necessarily. I'm just saying to you, when you work in a court system that's supposed to be justice and fair and all of that kind of stuff, and you see the repercussions of what happens to these young people or to these children that become young adults and then become, actual adults, and it's still they're scarred for life. And then you come somewhere, and I'm not saying anything about anybody on this panel, but I've heard that type of rhetoric my whole entire career. But you go somewhere, you listen to people tear the victims down like they mean nothing, and it's so trivial to them. And they've just decided that these people lying because it's about money. And I'm not saying I know it all, but I'm saying it helps you get some perspective in life when you go and you sit with those victims and they tell you about the stories about their daddies and their uncles and their cousins and whomever else did whatever else to them. Then eventually your heart should, at least if you're a human being, should be like, well, you know what, I could just say I don't know it all, but I'm not gonna just say they all lying, which is why I hear a lot of
what you doing right now is called,
and I'm not saying all of the men are sexual assault,
SA. I get that. I get all of that, yo. So I had to come in this space and learn too. I actually go to like other platforms, way deep to like Dr. Tia Johnson platform. Now I mean, like professors, like dudes who wrote books, dudes who do studies about this and everything, right? And the whole thing is, there's a lot of cases like this space has said, like y'all has say, that are a lot of boys that's going through this too. And then it is a lot of men doing that to women, because I don't know your life experience. I'm not in a courtroom with you or anything like that, but there's new information coming out every day, new case studies coming out every day. We got police officers who's in these spaces as well and who's seeing these cases, you know what I'm saying? And I know some of these police officers who go to these houses and who took these boys and to their homes, and who talk about their traumatic experiences. You know what I'm saying? So right now it's like 50-50, yo. If you really, it's deeper than ether. You know what I mean? You don't know why that young girl had to get kicked out of her house because of what situation was going on, and she told her mother, and her mother was like, yo, I don't believe you. So let's go deeper than surface levels than what you see in a courtroom. Let's go by what we see in a home, that the mother was like, yo, I don't believe you. I want this D in the home. Either you're gonna deal with this or get the F out my house. You know what I'm saying? That's the real situation. So let's keep it real, yo.
We
Where
talking
where
about
do the roots
minors or we
start at?
talking
It
about
always
adults?
starts inside of the house, bro. Come
We
on,
talking
man.
about minors or we talking about adults in the industry?
But and I get what you mean, Trey. But what I'm saying, the part that
Right.
I'm just trying to get across or convey is more about these children eventually become those adults, and you don't know the story. And so when you don't know the story,
Yeah, you don't want to blame the mom
there
neither
was
though, because she
So,
got
no
parts in it too.
so
or
it's up to
14
me
or
to
whatever it
follow
is.
your whole. So it's up to me to follow your whole story when you're talking about the
No. Hear me
situation.
out.
Okay.
Hear
All
me
right.
out, Mr. Trey. I'm not trying to convince you. So I'm not trying to tell you to change your mind, state of mind. I'm just giving you information. And I'm saying at some point you have to look at the information and the stats, and maybe you don't. I'm not going to tell you to do that. I'm just going to simply say this: those women that you're talking about, and of course not all of them, but I'm saying all of the children that came through across my desk in the courtroom, those children grow up to be adults, and so when they grow up to be adults, we can weep for them when they're 5 years old, and how horrible this is that this happened to this 5-year-old. But that 5-year-old eventually is going to be a 25 or 30-year-old. And that's all I'm saying. That person that you would probably have empathy for because they're a child, and they're presumed to be innocent and all that, right? Because they're children. Of course, we are gonna believe the kids or whatever the case may be. Those children grow up and they become a lot of times victims again. And so that's all I'm saying. If you want to look at it the way you're looking at it, that's fine. I already know, like I said, I've been in the battles, but I also know that there's another side to it that we don't really like to talk about. It's easier to pretend that these people are just lying on this person at all times. If there's money involved, they always lie. But that's just my experience. Like I said, I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just trying to say that there's more to it than just what you see in front of you. That's it.
Hey, Chanel.
Mhm.
Yeah, real quick. So when we saw things not being favorable, right? So we set up a committee, right? It
Mhm.
included EO, Sharp, which is the S part of it, and then we had IG and IG, right? And we put a committee together. So when something happened, right? Because all of us had the right, we can share information and all that. We had a better success rate instead of one person just going to battle by themselves. We looked over all the documents and all that because you can say what you want to say, right? And but I can believe in my heart, right? That something a certain way, like Chanel. And another reason why I even jumped in because earlier I wasn't up here and I heard you say, hey guys, when you go to court, man, it don't happen like y'all think it is. A lot of people don't get accused. With the one get accused, they don't get convicted, right? So we had to put a team together in the military. We got all the dang on different departments, and we had a better success rate when somebody did something wrong. Some of them they lost their rank, some of them they got kicked out, and they lost all their benefits, right? So this is not something I'm just talking about. I'm telling you that's something that I did, and I'm like, man, it ain't as simple as people think it is, man. But I digress. My mic is muted.
Yeah, Stanley, we know, right? In cases like that, when it comes to things like that, we don't know every single case. We don't know everything that really happened. I'm just saying a situation. She going by her experiences. I'm going by my experiences. But all we know is this. This is a fact. When people like that go to prison, guess who take care of that work though? It be Pookie and it be Pookie and Ray Ray. And Pookie and Ray Ray don't get a lot of credit because them dudes put in a lot of work. A lot of bloodshed been going on in prisons for years when they hear about them heinous ass crimes like that. And I don't see nobody saying giving it up to Pookie and Ray Ray when they handle that work. when I'm in these spaces, oh, they dusties, they the deadbeat baby daddies, they do this, they do that, but they don't talk about when you put in that work when it comes to little kids though. Or when a woman, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to go to the extremities, bro. So this, I don't know, bro.
That's
I just
what
have a
I'm saying.
different
When we
outlook
talking
on
about
things,
adults,
bro. I really
I thought
do.
we were talking about adults. I ain't think we were talking about kids, but you know, we talking about kids, y'all got it. I don't even want to have a conversation.
Right, yo, because the man do this. The man is the problem. The man, it's always the man, the man, the man, the man, the man. Like, what about the silent generation? Have you ever did some real thorough research on a silent generation? A whole generation of people who ain't say nothing about nothing going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, that's why sometimes, yo, I just be lost in the sauce and I just fall back sometimes. Word up.
And you through.
Sending pictures, like you don't see this stud. There was one text message where Tyler Perry, the name, text Derek's phone, and it was a picture of Tyler Perry on the beach somewhere, and he was asking, "You don't see this stud?" And Derek Dixon text message, from what it seems like he was just not interested like that, and it kind of supports what he's saying in the lawsuit is that he didn't have any attraction to Tyler Perry. He wasn't interested in any type of relationship other than just having a job. He wanted to have a job, and he did not want to be on the opposite side of Tyler Perry. He wanted to be in good graces with him to get opportunities. This is how these things work. And it's not uncommon. Like, this happens. Like, when we talk about desire, like, this is one of the things where desirability becomes very, very complicated, because Tyler Perry, for all intents and purposes, desired this white man. He was very much interested in him, and he gave him opportunities based off of just that. If that is to be true from what is being said in the text message, if this is Tyler Perry. We don't know. This is all alleged. We don't know if this is Tyler Perry. But what he's saying, it seems as though this person was attracted to him, interested, got him opportunities. Now, while we talk about power dynamics, because we're talking about a multi-millionaire named Tyler Perry, and Derek Dixon is just a random white man who benefits from desire. Tyler Perry still outweighs him a little bit when it comes to power dynamics. And I will argue this wouldn't have been taken as serious from the blogs if this was a black person.
He didn't specify gender. He just said black person. So it could be woman or man. But do you agree?
I don't even understand where he's making that conclusion. How it would be different. Maybe I'm missing it some kind of way.
I don't know.
Because I don't get what he means by it would be different. Like, do you understand what he's asking? Because I'm confused what he means.
I mean, I don't. To be honest, I'm not even 100% sure of how the overall public is taking it. Because I have seen some videos or whatever, but it's kind of been, I don't know, maybe I don't know if I want to say down the middle, but I haven't seen too many of them. I'll say that. So that's why I feel like I can't really make a accurate assessment of how people are taking it. But I feel like maybe he's trying to allude to us attacking the victim more than we seem to be doing.
Okay.
But let's see if he expounds. I just wanted to kind of catch it right there to see, what we can bounce off each other, and then see if he explains it and see like, oh, okay. But or just curious, like, do y'all ever think that it would have been different if it would have been a black man?
It probably wouldn't have been news, in my opinion.
And even though Buddy didn't say it, because low key, that's what happened with Christian Keys. Like, I don't know. Like, we talked about it for a little second. Everybody knew he was talking about Tyler Perry, and then next thing you know, it just kind of disappeared. And I mean, I know he didn't necessarily file any type of lawsuit against Tyler Perry, but still, like, I don't know. It was like we talked about it, and then that was it.
You know what's so crazy and trippy to me about like these type of situations? And I get it, you know, you got money and power and access and influence and all this kind of stuff, fame. But I'm just kind of like, you getting away with bloody murder, right? And you have victim 1, victim 2, victim 3, victim 7, whatever it is, and you still wanna, like, it's just like you have the world at your hand. Why are you still victimizing people? If this is true, that's the part that I don't understand.
Let's just be honest. Let's just be honest, though, right? I'm a stand on business. I'm lit right now. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? I got that too showing in me. You know what I'm saying? I've been watching Tariq Nasheed documentaries for a long time. You know what I'm saying? My whole thing is, man, like I want more evidence to come out. I want more. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just gonna jump out the window and just believe this dude, call me the R, like a racist or whatever the case may be. But like nah, like they stand with their peoples when things like this come out. I'ma stand with mine. Like, it is what it is. Like, I don't believe it. You need more people. I don't believe it. I'ma stand with my side and they stand with their side.
I feel like that's a catch-22 though, because people will swear they don't believe the victim because it's just one of them. It's just this person and it's a money grab and on and on and on. And then when they go dig up 15 other victims, then it's like, oh, these people are just piling on. They just want money. I'm like, which way do y'all want it? You can't have it both ways. So I almost feel like there's no way to get justice really if you're a victim. It's like people are going to tear you down no matter what you do. So I don't know. I think it's interesting though. Because I don't know who the white actor is. I ain't never heard of him a day in my life. So, but if he's accusing a wealthy person, then now we know who he is.
I just thought it was interesting when Christian Keys was saying what he was saying. Like, he, you know, for the most part has a pretty clean image. Right. And so if anybody would have been believable, right, as a you know, quote unquote victim, I would have felt like he, you know, definitely had the you know, at least on paper, he seemed like the one that should have been believed. But yeah, they didn't. It was no big outrage. Just, oh, that's fucked up. And then that was it. We ain't talking about it no more. You know what I'm saying? And now here come this you know, Cody.
The white knight.
You know, just some random boy named Cody, and now this is just I mean, it is a large amount, and he has actually filed a lawsuit, so I do understand it's different, but it's just like
But you know what though?
Shanika, I didn't mean to cut you off, but nobody didn't believe when old boy was talking about it on Vlad TV when I was talking about the dude from Lockdown. Nobody don't believe when freaking Orlando Brown was been talking about this. Orlando Brown was been talking about what goes on in Hollywood or whatever. Now it's a handsome white dude, whatever she does, who whatever say, and he kind of chisel and he look kind of whatever. Now they want to pick and choose, yo. That's the black community. Black women pick and choose who they want to believe and not believe, bro. That's what I'm seeing, bro. Orlando Brown been talking about this, bro. Been talking about this.
Facts.
Now people want to pick and choose, bro, because he got white eyes and he got blue eyes and blonde hair and he got and he chiseled, and let's just be honest, stand on business. Like, no, that's why, man, take my black card away from me. You know what I'm saying? I'm on some old Uncle Ruckus. I don't trust these new niggas.
I ain't going that far, but you know, I ain't going that far.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to the we just don't get this black person's back because they black. I don't subscribe to that. I think it's not well. I won't say race doesn't play a role because obviously it does, especially in these great United States. But there was another black man. Y'all remember? I forget. I think his name is Terry Crews. He's like a comedic actor, I think. But he was saying that somebody, I think that he said, fondled him, and people watched it and saw it, or whatever the case may be. And he said that happened years ago. I think that was like right after or during the Me Too movement. And I feel like Hollywood was, and not only Hollywood, but the world was kind of like laughing at him because you this buff guy. How dare you be talking about, kind of like what you guys were saying earlier, how like, or maybe it was a different conversation I was having where people were saying, well, if you a man and you try to, do something like that to me, you gonna get put under the ground. And so I was just kind of like,
no, he said he was at a party. Yep. And like you said, he was fondled, but his wife told him, don't say nothing though. Like, it is what it is. You don't want to lose everything. Like, I'm not saying that I know everything verbatim, but all I know is that he was at a party. It's just like, how you on a basketball court and he'll smack you on the bottom of your, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, bro, what is you doing though? Like, but in that asset, like, it's a part of the game though. Like, it's a part of sportsmanship. Like, is you gonna risk it all or you're not gonna risk it all? And these are things that black man had went through all scales. The entertainment world, the being bed broken to entertainment world. You know what I'm saying? You gotta. It's sad to say, but you in that aspect, he had to chuck it up because his wife said, yo, leave it alone because you moving so fast. He said this in an interview. He said it. He said he had a conversation with his wife.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm simply saying the public, a lot of chatter in the public, at least that I heard, was kind of like, how could you allow that to happen to you? You a whole buff man and all that kind of stuff. That's what I'm speaking to. I'm sure his wife probably said, you want to maybe take a step back and how this could end your career type of thing. Because I think somebody on the panel was saying something about it would end someone's career. Maybe Shanika was talking about it. So that's why he charged so much or filed a lawsuit for so much, because he know he ain't gonna be able to work again in Hollywood. That's probably what his wife was saying.
Yeah, see, I know the black community. The black community was like, yo, when you was in that Friday movie, when you was sitting in your drawers talking about how you like Tupac and all that, like, yo, fam, like, you gotta take it on the chin. That's the black community. The black community is hard. The black community is rough. You know what I'm saying? The black community, yeah, like, yo, dude, you a chisel dude. Why you ain't snuff him? Why you ain't like risk it all? That's the black community. And then when he lose everything that he built, the black community is not going to help you get back on top. But them white people that be underneath the underpass of the highway, that be asking y'all for some money, them white folks get them white folks $20, $30, $100 underneath the underpass though, because they take care of their community. Just like the small hats. The small hats take care of their community from the highest of standards to the lowest of standards. You know what I'm saying? They look out for their people. So when they down and out, that is what I see. You know what I'm talking about? Yo, but I'm on mute. I digress.
Do not think it will be taken serious. I think it will be taken as a joke. People will be laughing about it. Like, you knew what you were getting into when you did that with Tyler Perry. But this is a white man. He benefits from that. His innocence, he benefits from that. Automatic. Like, and I'm not saying that he's lying or any of that. What I'm saying is the benefit of the doubt is going to be given because he is a white man. And I argue this. I kind of believe these things because this sounds like a powerful person that is coming on to someone who is clearly not interested, but is using their influence and their ability to get them into spaces to get them to be interested in them. The text messages say a lot and they're very descriptive. There are conversations about deals that Tyler Perry had with Amazon and Netflix. This doesn't sound like just somebody made a profile or whatever Tyler Perry. This sounds like this could possibly be Tyler Perry. We don't know. but the conversations are very detailed. And it seems like he's having a conversation with somebody who is Tyler Perry. Now, going back to my point that if this was a black person, it wouldn't be taken as serious. It wouldn't. It just wouldn't. And I think that is something that we need to consider when people come forward. People did not take Christian Keys serious when he did the live stream. Yes, Christian Keys never said that Tyler Perry was the person, but he talked about a very powerful figure taking advantage of him and coming on to him and promising him opportunities and all of these things. People made jokes about it. They laughed about it. Folks even said that, hey, you are attractive, you're desirable. What do you think is going to happen? And I feel like y'all are saying a lot. I feel like anyone who will argue and say you knew what you were getting into are some of the same people who would do some of these same things if they have the power and influence that Tyler Perry has.
Oops.
Wow. What you think about that, Shanika?
I think that while I could understand that black people are going to take that perspective, I think that it is a very harsh opinion to have, because, you know, at the end of the day, like, everybody is not on the same level, you know. And you know, we even talked about the difference between a 12-year-old from New York versus a 12-year-old from you know, West Bubblefuck USA, you know, Idaho, Wisconsin, or some shit like that, right? And so, and then not only that, like, you know, you're dealing with people that I would imagine this is, you know, their passion, or this is, you know, their dreams, like, this is, you know, and so that makes them vulnerable, right? And so I could see definitely how, you know, someone of power can easily manipulate somebody. And so, you know, to just be like, yeah, like, you knew what was up, or, you know, that's on you. Like, I can't also see how that could be just like, oh man, we do need to get out of that mindset. Like, you know, because some people just really, I don't want to say dumb, but, you know, just naive to certain things. And we can't assume that just because we're hip to the game, or, you know, think that we are, that everybody on the same level. And so, but I do think that, you know, we're harsher on ourselves than we are to other people. And I feel like this case is, you know, really proving that. You know, like he said, like, when it comes to us, we don't care. We sweep it under the rug, it's whatever. And then here comes somebody else, and
right,
people making a big deal about it, and they really sitting down and thinking like, damn, is this really who he is? Like, do we need,
right,
like, now you want to cancel him? We should have been did that.
Right. Because he is flamboyant. Don't get me wrong. He said it multiple times. He is flamboyant, right? Tyler Perry is very flamboyant. He's flamboyant. We seen the KS, RIP, you know what I'm saying? Rest in heaven, rest in paradise, all of that good shit. We seen KS in these spaces being flamboyant. We seen Tyler Perry being flamboyant. You know what I'm saying? But do you think that they will go to them extremities though? Like, really? Like, bruh, even though you flamboyant, don't mean that you gotta be, I don't know. But then I be thinking about, like, maybe black men, you know what I'm saying? When you watch the Hood or whatever, the Genesee, whatever you call it, or Rosewood, in the Hood, I be thinking like, yo, I think black people want to be the racist white man. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they probably want to be the racist white man and the bad buck, and when they get power and success, only certain people could get in the door and be up at the extra excellence, and maybe they want to do the same thing like the devilish white dudes did. So I be thinking like that too. Don't get me wrong. I be thinking like that. Like, it's like payback. You know what I'm saying? It's like payback with the white man and did us. Hey, if we do bad break them, shit, they did this to a whole genocide of people though. So maybe one or two really don't mean nothing though. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's keep it real. You feel me?
I just know when I saw that grown man crying on live, it made me feel some type of way, and I
But a
didn't understand.
whole generation of black folks done got hung. Mostly black men. We had to go to Jim Crow, Reconstruction. You know what I'm saying? The slave trade. You know what I'm saying? We had to go through water. You know what I'm saying? The prison industrial system. So if one or two white dudes get the backyard in, like Kevin Hook, Corey Holcomb say, hey, it is what it is. Yeah, but what about 500 years, man? We've been through 500 years of getting bad broken. So if one or two white dudes get, you know what I mean, get cracked, it is what it is. They done cracked a lot of us. I'm just keeping it real.
TMKC, you ain't shit. Wow.
Hey, I'm just, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to the doctor. Well, that's the rabbit hole, Shanika. You heard me?
Yeah. But
that's dark humor. That's dark humor, Shanika. That's dark humor. You feel me?
I understand, but yeah, I think that oh gosh, like this all this stuff coming out with all these people, like just back to back to back like this, like, because people have been being exposed and or accused and all this stuff or whatever since the beginning of the time. Like, this ain't nothing new, but it's just crazy how it's like before one case in or as soon as one case in, here come another one. Like, dang, we just in June. Who keeping the calendar? That's what we need. We need somebody to keep the calendar
Cat
of like
Williams. Cat Williams
events.
keeping the calendar.
The
Cat Williams got all the dates.
I'm dead ass. The biggest events of each month, and then at the end of the year, we can go back and rewatch those streams and just kind of like just have that playback the year and rewind. Cause goodness, boy, every month there's been somebody. Every month,
man, that's a fact.
Every month,
that's a
and it's
fact.
just like, who's next? Who's next?
I don't want nobody to be next. I want everybody to be happy, live your lives. You know what I'm talking about? Because it's like, this is taken away. Do you think this taken away from like Carmelo? First it was like the Carmelo thing was going on. The Shannon thing was going on. Like like you said though, like every other month, it's always a new story coming out. Like, I think it's taken away, and then we got what's going on, in other, other places or whatever, and you know what I'm saying? Was it a distraction? Like, should we put our hearts into this? Like, you know what I'm saying? These billionaire people and whatever other people, they ain't worrying about us. Food prices going up, inflation. You know what I'm saying?
For real, Reese, just think about how low these people been getting away with this shit for decades. These people ain't just come out like child. Travel one day and they about that life. All that shit is out the window, especially yeah, we don't care about that no more. Legacy is nothing. That you just got to be blessed to have the right, men in your life to instill that in you as a young man. Otherwise, you're fucked. And that's a fact. Like, people don't even care about their names no more. But
like, you're not telling me that, because even though Christian Keys does benefit from Desire being a masculine, light-skinned, some folks will argue he's not masculine, but for all intensive purposes, this light-skinned gym body man, like, he does benefit from Desire, but he still is a black person that can be taken advantage of. Like, when we talk about power dynamics with people who have the influence and power like a Tyler Perry to pluck someone out of nowhere and make them a star, at least, in the right of them to be able to make more money and get out of poverty, people will sell themselves. Unfortunately, we have to talk about power dynamics. That's why when you get pulled over or you're about to be arrested, they tell you, do not say anything until you have a lawyer present, because these police have power over you in this moment, that they can say things. You can believe that they're on your side or they're just doing simple questions, but they're doing things to get information out of you that can be used against you. That's why they say, wait till your lawyer is present, because you can be uncomfortable and say the wrong things and you didn't even mean it, because the pressure is there. We will start saying things even if we don't believe it's true because of, hey, I'm nervous. I don't know what's going to happen to me. Some of us have experienced this at our jobs, a supervisor asking us questions and we're about to lose our job, and we might share stuff that we don't know if we're going to lose our job. Like, we don't want to lose the ability to not live or survive. We don't. That is why you see people rely on certain work to make it, because they want to live.
Was he really in survival mode? You couldn't have shopped around. I mean, at this point, he already had a couple gigs on his resume. Maybe he could have tried to shop around. Yeah, I'm all over the place. I know. I'm just saying. But yeah, it just sucks that people are in, survival mode like that, to where they just allow themselves to endure. But, a lot of times it requires sacrifice and resources that people just honestly don't have. So it's nothing that they can really do, other than maybe just try to get where they're trying to go over time and build to that. But, it definitely is easier said than done when you have nothing and nobody. And, people see that in you, and they see the, I don't want to say desperation, but they can see that in you, the hunger, the all of that. They see it, and they definitely will pounce. Yeah, I still think, like I said earlier, I think that for the lawyers to take the case, they feel like they win. They're not going to take no case if you don't have a substantial amount of evidence to where it's like you can at least, you know what I'm saying? You gotta have, he got something, and whatever they have, they feel like it's strong enough.
Yeah, and I believe it's going to be. I don't mean to cut you off, Shanika. I'm, totally sorry about that. But like you be saying though, like they want to take this case, and like this going to be like a high profile case. This is Tyler Perry. This is about to boost their career. These are lawyers that could become, governors of the world, judges of the world, presidents of the world, if they win this case though. So it's going to be very political too, you know what I'm saying? In their favor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm taking on a billionaire case. He's a billion. At the end of the day, Tyler is a billionaire. This is like taking on an OJ case. Do you know how to promote it? Old boy, you know what I mean? God bless his soul, whatever his name. I ain't good with names. But that shit perpetuated his career. So it's always going to be a win-win for everybody, though. You know what I'm saying? Who's ever in it?
Yeah, I just know a lawyer ain't signing up to lose no super high-profile case. They got something that they feel is strong, and so we'll see how this all plays out, and what additional evidence they bring to the table, or how far it even goes. Like, I don't know. We'll see if he settles. I'm curious, because the fact that he ignored the EEOC, or allegedly, or whatever, I don't know. They might be playing hardball. He got the money to do it, so you know what I'm saying. Like, what's the other? I forgot the other buddy name is, but the other buddy, his money gonna run out way faster, and so we gonna see. I don't know how much more of this video we could watch, but this is,
yes, a lot of the OnlyFans and Just for Fans and all of that has gotten a lot of attention and has become mainstream, but there are still thousands and thousands of workers who do this to survive. Even the ones who may glorify it, they are trying to survive. And it's not glitz and glamour for a lot of them. A lot of them are trying to survive. All of us are trying to survive. In any way, shape, or form, we're all somewhat selling our bodies for money. No matter where you're working at, you might be selling your mind, you're selling your brain, you're selling yourself to make money. And it just reminds me of...
Hold on, did he just call everybody a prostitute? I'm through.
Of the conversation because
what happened?
Nah, yo, I'm on the same wavelength, yo. What you said?
There is a famous designer who is being accused of the same thing that has been around a lot of Black queer people and been at Black Prides over the last couple of years, who is now being sued or has a case or something about them doing the same thing as Tyler Perry. Like, these people know who are the most vulnerable. I remember when this designer was at DC Pride and they were at a club around Black folks and they're white. So many men, even when it came to Andy Cohen at Black Pride around a lot of Black folks, you had Black men who were saying, hey, I wouldn't say anything. You got Black gay men, no shade, making comments about, I'll sign an NDA. I will do these things. I don't care. Because you all understand that you want money. You will sell yourself. Like, that's basically, we're joking about it, but that's the thing. We will sell ourselves to have a better life. And everybody has a quote unquote price. You might not do it for $100 because $100 doesn't hit the same for you. But somebody who needs their $100, it gets them to the next 2 hours, will do that. And now you understand, you might not, but if you're selling yourself for a flight across the country or a vacation, there's a price on you too. And you understand the dynamics. And these people who have that power and that influence, they know they can continue to rotate them out because there is so many poor people. There's not that many billionaires and millionaires. So there's endless amount of people to exploit. They know that because they have companies that do that. They have businesses that exploit labor from poor people all the time. So it's not uncommon for them to think, hey, I can exploit for my own pleasure. And I'm not saying everybody who does.
Oh, my bad. That's a fact. Like I said that earlier, like they can smell the vulnerability. Just like how Dion said, it was talking about with the football player. Like, yeah, if you want to be a quarterback, you need to be a environment from a single parent environment. Like everybody got they target. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and so like he said, they could just cycle through them. They had a little boy toys. Okay, I'm done with you, and on to the next. He got the money to do so, and you coming. Soon as he say he going on that yacht, I'm coming too. What you mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, most people, they gonna go, especially if you ain't never had shit and you around somebody that's a billionaire. Like, man, right. It's so easy to get sucked into that. Like, you just get on a private jet one time and you probably, you know, got the googly eyes. Like, it's just, you know, they know who to got.
Wow. What about the K. Michelle was always talking about the country music singers going home to their wives though, but now we hearing about, I don't know, I'm lost. This going on. K. Michelle talking about black men ain't building families and people getting this going on with Tyler Perry, and man, who's telling the truth and who lying, man? Are we trying to build black families or people trying to bend the white man over for the years of 500 years of oppression and trying to give out that pressure? Pressure do bust pipes, right?
I mean, are the niggas really lining up to build families? It seemed like y'all in the other line.
Man, hey man. Say man. Niggas trying to get Keisha. No matter how crazy Keisha is, no matter how much she talk, you know what I'm saying? Pookie and the Ray still trying to at least somewhat build a community with Keisha. But these, you know what I'm saying? These Jonesan people doing the weird thing, that's on them. They want to do the weird thing, that's on them. But I know Keisha gonna like Pookie and Ray. You know what I mean? And Pookie and Ray like Keisha. So I'm just sticking on that. You know what I'm saying? On the lower level of things. You hear me?
I guess. So
yes, we need to have more talk.
Keisha and Pop Smoke. That's
yeah. Keisha and Pop Smoke, man. Y'all love Pop Smoke. Y'all love Shake It in the Room. You know what I'm talking about? Sturdy and all them songs Pop Smoke had. You feel me? The Zord and all that. They play that at weddings now. They play that at white folks' weddings. White folks getting sturdy too. How about that? What? Yeah, you had to take a pause on that one. You hear me?
I don't know. Somebody need to get a belt and beat Keisha, Pookie, Ray, everybody.
Belt. There you go.
Belt to ass.
We just need some love. That's all we need.
Here we go, Stan. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. And weak men create hard times.
Bars.
So where we at? I feel like right now we in the good times creating weak men phase. Or we in the weak men creating hard times phase. I feel like we in one of those.
Man, I'm like DMX, man. What do y'all really want from a nigga? Like, what the fuck going on? What do y'all really want from a nigga? Y'all don't even the fuck.
That's it. Just a plan. That's in alignment with mine. Cause I'm not even gonna hold you. Like nowadays, if you really want to fuck somebody head up, all you gotta do is ask them, like, yo, where you see yourself in 10 years? A lot of niggas really don't have an answer to that. And I know because I've asked. And I'm not saying that there's nothing wrong with
white man.
No, I'm just saying, just randomly, like just randomly in conversation, ask people that. Not
okay,
like
I hear in these spaces like a woman want a 6-figure dude. You know what I'm saying? Tall. You know what I mean? Packing and all that. But like, if you do get all of that though, like what? Like, are you bringing peace to the house? Can you bring peace? Like stability? Like, what are you bringing if a dude build you a whole castle and you still got a crazy mouth? How is that gonna stand? Because everything that stand do fall, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm lost in the sauce.
Why would I have a crazy mouth?
Nah, I'm not saying you, but I'm saying
no, I ain't talking about me as an individual. I'm just saying, like, and I say this, I've said this before, like, just like what I tell my kids, like, if you don't want to hear my mouth by cleaning your room, clean your fucking room, and then that'll shut me the hell up. Well, because what can I say?
Nah, but sometimes a man gonna leave his socks by the freaking toilet stool, or he gonna have the toilet stool up, or he probably didn't take out that trash for doing like 80-hour shift of work. He gonna forget some shit because motherfuckers is tunnel vision around this. You know what I'm saying? But are you gonna yell about that shit, that simple shit, or why you can't pick up that sock? Why you can't put that toilet stool down to make peace in the house? Because it's a bigger picture. It's bringing stability. We got bigger problems to worry about than this. Some socks and a toilet stool up. You know what I'm saying? Because I dealt with that. I dealt with that for 18 years. I dealt with that shit. And a lot of brothers in these spaces dealt with that shit. So that's a concern. Where's going to be the peace if he's busting his ass every day, making sure you happy though? But you get mad at the simple shit. I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm just going by what I hear on YouTube.
I don't know about that, but from what I've seen, like the men that were masculine men, like what I consider a manly man, they just naturally commanded a level of respect that they didn't have to ask for. And I feel like, you know, when a man is on his square, it's like you gonna act right. And I'm not saying that women have to be handled or trained or you know, I need somebody that handle me. No, I'm not saying it like that. I'm just saying that when you, just like we was having a conversation about the lady with the master plumber, if you already a master plumber, then what the fuck she got to say? Not a fuck thing. You feel me? And so, I mean, and I'm not saying everybody for everyone or whatever, you know, so if you okay with being on a certain level and then you accept dating somebody that's on that level, that's on you. That's your choice. But I'm just saying, like, as a whole, well, not as a whole, but like, again, like I said, I've just seen situations where men just, like, you know, they don't have to ask for it. And I'm even a you know, somewhat aggressive person, not a lot, but just a little bit, you know what I'm saying? And I had some people are just like, yeah, like I just naturally respect them, and I don't even be trying to do it. I just do it just because of how they carry themselves. You know, imagine if you in a place and you see two women walking in, and one of them walk in looking like Sexy Red, dressed like, I shouldn't even say her name, but like, you know, someone that's dressed a certain type of way and they carrying themselves a certain type of way and speaking a certain type of way, and then you have, you know, and they seem kind of ghetto ratchet or whatever, and then you have somebody else and they come in and they're using proper grammar and they're dressed you know, modestly, or you're gonna respond differently to different people. And y'all talk about that all the time, like, yeah, I'll open the door for a lady but not for a whore, you know, all that other bullshit. Y'all niggas do be saying that shit though.
Yeah,
and y'all do treat women differently based off of how
because the reason why we don't open doors for ladies no more, because nowadays they don't even say thank you. No, yo, I stopped opening up doors. I was taught to open up chairs, to pull out chairs. You know what I'm saying? When I'm on a date, whatever the case, I never did that shit really though. But I did the, you know what I'm saying? I did the, like, yo, take care of that woman. Yo, on Facebook, all my exes on my Facebook, right? I'm a cheating ass nigga. I'm gonna admit it. I cheated a lot, right? Damn near every relationship. Facts. But I make sure she had whatever she wanted though. You know what I'm saying? I make sure she was good.
No, you didn't.
How? This is my Jones. This is my
Wait. You know we were still live.
Nah, yo, you live, yo, but you was on mute, Drip. You was on mute for a minute.
Whatever.
You was on mute the whole time, man.
I said close the show like an hour and a half ago.
When did you say that?
Check your message. On my mama.
Oh shit.
No.
You want me to sponsor? Damn, man. I'm gonna sponsor it. Damn, I don't got my.
Nah, bro, you good. You good.
My other phone. I'll sponsor the show.
Hold on. Yeah,
I'll do it tomorrow though.
Okay, so look, it say, matter of fact, you responded. I say, what happened? You can close it. What the C got spaced out from the L. That's what I said. You can close it. And you said CNN.
And a question mark, because I didn't know what the hell you was talking about.
Hold on, why you so aggressive?
I'm not being aggressive. I was just responding.
Your tone got a little elevated. For what reason? I'm just saying I didn't know we were still live. Go ahead with the show. This is crazy, bro.
Nah, yo, but Drip, I gotta get a new voter because I'm working off two phones. I'm on the phone right here live, and then I'll be on my other phone like when I do donate. but I gotta get a router. You know what I'm saying? The black man, the poor black man shit. But I got you on a donation though, bro.
Nah, bro, you good. You good. You ain't got to explain that shit for you.
Yeah.
Bro, we got.
Bro, I don't want no trouble because I like Shanika, man.
You wildin'. Straight up, like I ain't had no attitude. I come in this motherfucker. I just didn't know we were still live. I didn't know we were still live. So anyway,
let me fall all the way back.
Go ahead, Chanel. What's up? Nah, kids, you good. I didn't know we were still live. That's all. I wasn't making no big deal. I just didn't know we were still live. And you go ahead, Chanel. Chanel, you down now?
Yeah, I didn't say anything.
Oh, what's up? You asked for the link?
Yeah, I just wanted to join the conversation, but we're at the end, so I don't have to.
No, the show ain't over yet.
They like my voice.
We got plenty of time.
They like my voice, yo. I think Chanel like my voice on the low.
Shit, she might let me know something. Teach me something.
I will always shoot my shot, even if I miss. I don't care. Nah, we play.
You good.
You have a nice voice.
You can have her.
Oh, you so sweet. Yo, I never was told that in these spaces, though. Yo, I never was told that, mama.
Yeah, right.
Nah, that's the best.
Like, that's okay.
What'd you say, Sneaker? I mean, Chanel? Damn.
You didn't gave me away. I thought you was my people, but you're giving me away to the man with the good voice.
You
It may be a love connection.
It's not.
No.
Oh, you hate it. I used to watch Love Connections. Now I'm telling my age. I used to watch that show.
I blew it up.
Shit, you know what? Who was your boo?
Marcus. He in the chat. Hey, boo.
Oh, Marcus, your boo?
Yeah, that's my boo.
That's everybody.
Oh, I'm hating on Marcus. Marcus, I'm hating on you.
What?
Damn.
No need to hate. No need
Marcus,
to hate.
you do be showing love to everybody, though. Yo, salute to Marcus.
I love him.
So 50 Cent might have allegations for him being abusive with his baby mama. Crazy word. Crazy word. Crazy word. Yeah. We want to see what's going on.
I just choked it off, you know. And maybe.
So you good with somebody choking your ass?
No. I shouldn't minimize this. Came out wrong. But I'm saying I don't see him like punching a lady out is what I was getting at.
Why you say you don't see that?
I don't know. Maybe it's his personality because he just seems real goofy and funny and stuff like that. So I just don't get he beating up a woman, but he could. Who knows? They did pop out him 9 times, he said, right?
Man, I heard that shit was so sad. I heard that shit wasn't even real.
Oh, really?
Real shit.
Wow.
On my mom and them, I heard that shit was not real.
He said they took 9 like me. I'm like, damn. All right. Well, didn't they do the same thing to Tupac though?
Oh shit! You
I think so.
Because wasn't he in jail? I don't know.
He was in jail for.
He got hit up one good time when they rode on that boy. Yeah, they hit him a whole bunch of times.
Yeah. And then he he shot 2 cops.
Did he?
Well, undetective though. They was detectives. They was like dressed in regular uniform, like regular clothes. You feel me?
Yeah.
Yo, Pop was on that time though. Pop was, he ain't cussed the judge out, but yo, he gave a whole soliloquy about like why I'm in this courtroom though. Yo, that was monumental to me. I was a kid. I didn't know what I was hearing. I'm like, Pop told the judge this? Yo, what's going on in the world? You don't got news like that no more though. My bad, yo. I'm on mute.
No, I like that you use the word salute.
Goddamn Chanel and Kill.
Nah, yo, but I don't know how to spell it. I don't know how to spell the word though.
Why didn't you want to? Hold on. At this point, he's a famous rapper. G-Unit is clicking. You know, he's a sex symbol in a sense because he's in great shape. Why wouldn't you want to be with somebody at that point in his career?
Because he was abusive. Well, he still is abusive. I'm just not in his presence, but he's abusive. Emotionally, physically, he's abusive. And the last straw for me was he hit me in front of my daughter. And I said, as a mother, if I...
Wow. That's deep.
Is that your mouse on her forehead, though?
Is that what?
Is that your mouse on her forehead, or is it...
My mouse on her forehead? Nah, I guess this is I think it's academics video, so it might be his mouse, but not mine.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I allowed her to see him hit me and stay with him. What example am I setting for my daughter? And that's when, first time he hit me, I was pregnant with Marquise. Belly out to here.
Well, let me ask you. So Marquise, I'm pregnant with Marquise, so sitting 12 years. Why didn't you want to be with him? Just at this point, he's a famous rapper. Junior is clicking. You know, he's a sex symbol in a sense because he's in great shape. Why wouldn't you?
My bad, chat. My pool guy was out front. That nigga said, remember I told you I put the two males together? That nigga said, we're going to refuse service if you don't bring the dogs in. I'm like, yo, they can't get out. They're going to bark at you, but they can't get out. Nigga said, fuck no. So I had to put Pluto away. It's all good. All right. Let me listen to this with y'all.
First time he hit me, I was pregnant with Marquise.
What?
Belly out to here.
Well, let me ask you. So Marquise, I'm pregnant with Marquise, so sitting 12 years. Why didn't you want to be with him? Just at this point, he's a famous rapper. Junior is clicking.
Is the audio bad?
You know, he's a sex symbol in a sense because he's in great shape. Why wouldn't you want to be with somebody at that point in his career?
Because he was abusive. Well, he still is abusive. I'm just not in his presence, but he's abusive. Emotionally, physically, he's abusive.
Yo, Chad, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like, I've never heard this story. Bro, he hasn't been with this girl for like 15
That's
years.
crazy.
Yo, Chad, can we put like a time cap on these
What up,
allegations, bro? Every nigga is just the most abusive person. If they can't say physically, you mentally abuse them. Niggas lie. That's not abuse to me. Niggas is liars. Is that abuse? Somebody say I got a pool guy. No. Usually the pool guys are good, but I separate the males. So like, they probably was looking at this nigga like he was lunch meat. So like,
damn.
And like, the thing I have is about maybe like 4 or 5 foot tall. The dogs could jump up there, but they could jump over. But if you know a dog is not gonna jump over a balcony. Like, it's not a cat. He's not gonna jump over a balcony just to get to a nigga. I think.
Shit. Them motherfucking dogs hopping fences. That's a fact.
Good. Brother. We're either out of here.
They hopping the
We gotta
fences.
bring them inside. So,
bro, I was about to
You
say.
play with that goddamn
Fries
Chico you want
dogs
to.
can
Chico.
Dogs got balance too. Dogs figure it the fuck out just like cats for real, man. Cats a lot smarter than dogs. Don't get it fucked up, but dogs figure it out too. Don't get it fucked up. I'll tell you.
That's crazy, right? Crazy word. I don't think no Rottweiler gonna jump no motherfucking gate though. I mean, well, not no. I'm sure because Act got a big ass mansion type high. That motherfucker got big ass pillars and shit. There ain't
Probably
no way that
got no
motherfucker getting over there.
Rottweiler, but a smart ass German Shepherd will figure it out and talk about something.
Nah, not that nigga Gates, bro. Like I ain't gonna lie to you, Trey. He got them rich nigga Gates. I ain't gonna hold you. He got them rich nigga Gates, bro. Like them tall pillars where it's like cement. You can't. He ain't jumping that, bro. Ain't no way in hell. Cause he ain't gonna be able to grab on nothing. Real shit, cause it's all cement. Like if you look up Academics House, that boy shit huge, my boy. Like super big. With big ass, tall ass gates around that motherfucker. That boy got that money on for the fun. What up, 2 cents? In the building. Shit. Hold on.
the 2 boys inside.
And the last straw for me was he hit me in front of my daughter. And I said, as a mother, if I allowed her to see him hit me and stay with him, what example am I setting for my daughter? And that's when first time he hit me, I was pregnant with Marquise. Belly out to here.
Well, let me
hold on.
That was it for me. It was that and another incident with Marquise. So it was 2 incidents, but it was kind of close. And there was another incident with Marquise, Yale, and Banks used to have an apartment they used to share in Manhattan. And I went to pick 50 up from there. So Marquise told me that I guess like he had a girl there, like, you know, a girl that, he just told me something.
Oh, I see why 50 don't claim his son. Respect. I love my chat queens. But if my son's snitching on me to mama, like, come on now. Ain't his name like 50 Cent Jr.? Like, it's Curtis 50 Cent Jackson Jr.? You can't snitch on me to moms. Like,
So him and I got to argument. He beat the mess out of me and then told Marquise, see, it's your fault. I had to whoop your mother's ass. So those were the 2 incidents for me that I said, no, it's time to go. That was it.
Let me listen again.
We all know the Diddy trial is going on, and we all know my son's father is not happy with it. Like, he's not happy.
Yo, it's hard to read 50's demeanor, right? Like 50, like, did you see what 50 posted? Like, 50's really good at, like, right now, 50 would be the butt of the joke. Except he's taking the joke and the power of the joke to the point where, like, we're like, wait, we can't laugh at him. He's making us laugh. Like, for example, this is what he said. He said this about Daphne. Oh, it's Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, little bitch. I'm going to have full custody soon, little bitch.
That's what he
You'll
said.
be back on OnlyFans in no time, little bitch.
That's what he said.
How's your day going, little bitch?
Yep,
He's clearly
that's what
talking
he
about
said.
Daphne Joy. Because his other baby mama never been on OnlyFans. And I think he don't owe child support for her anyway because Marquise is grown. Do you think 50's hurt? Or is 50 just like having a blast? Because he posts really well during all this shit.
Damn.
But what Daphne is doing is indicative to her character. It was so it's been rumored and known for years that she has been a pole girl.
Yeah, that Father's Day letter was crazy work. That boy got to going off. Everything was a bitch. Boy, look at here. Welcome to America. Born in the USA. God damn. And the nigga don't even claim the little boy. The boy look just like his ass. Like splitting fucking image. Crazy work.
From Vegas. Like that's known. That's known. And he knew that when he beat her up in California, which he seems like that's just so buried how he beat her up. It was a domestic violence case in California. We all know the Diddy trial is going on, and we all know my son's father is going to her office tried to contact me. Hey, y'all tried to contact me.
Okay.
Crazy. Damn, 50. You better hope this shit don't go nowhere, boy. Your ass is done. All that trolling you been doing. God damn, man. Oh, that's it right there.
To testify in that case.
What?
They contacted my child support attorneys for me to question me and to testify in Daphne Joy's domestic violence case, which I declined. Which I declined.
What made you decline?
As I'm a mother first and I'm a woman, but she, during the duration of the relationship with her and 50, she gave me so much shade and she was trolling me along with him. Like she thought she was superior. She thought her and her child were going to be superior to Marquise and I. So
I always hear that when it comes to women. Like,
damn,
your first baby mom, like, if you deal with a girl and maybe it doesn't work, the next girl you deal with, Like, I'll give you an example. Brittany Renner, and I know she keeps that cool face. Brittany Renner and what's her baby daddy, PJ Washington? He has a new girl. I guarantee at times, maybe not like blatantly, I guarantee at times she probably feels like PJ or the girl is trying to show, nah, this is the right one. And it makes her feel down. Not, again, I'm speaking for them. She never really said this, but I know women who think like that. They're like, well, you're trying to make it seem like she's like the superior girl or whatever the case is. And I think that's what Shaniqua was thinking. Like, yo, you're treating this girl better than you ever treated me. You're parading around like a trophy wife. I don't know if y'all remember. 50 was taking pictures with her. 50 Cent, Daphne, Joy, Beach. He was taking pictures with her on the beach, all that type of stuff. He looked like he was kind of in love with her, bro. Again, I know now he's calling her a sex worker, but this was Fifth. This was Fifth. Like, Fifth looked like he was having a good time, right? And we got to be honest. This looked like a man in love.
Man, now you see your baby mama twerking with Diddy. It's crazy. She a Smix worker. Shit. Welcome to America. God damn it.
You know, when a man is in love, you come off looking very, out of character at times. And by the way, did y'all see Ja Rule? Ja Rule is jumping in this shit. Ja Rule don't give a fuck. Ja Rule reposted a clip that we had on here where Wack was talking to us. And it says Wack tells DJ Academics that Diddy's trial is messed with 50 mentally. This comes after he posted that Kanye West was part of the freak offs with his ex. And then he posted something else. Let me see. Someone says 50 was in love. They showed those same pictures I showed you. Look at Ja. He's laughing. He's laughing. Now, it's funny because, Ja, we love you and everything too. But, Ja, we've been asking you if you were in a Diddy trial. We've been asking if you've been doing freak offs with Diddy. You never answered. But because this is a way to kick 50's back in, you're now answering. We want some answers from you, Ja. So anyway, let's get back to this.
I said, I'll sit this one out. When her office tried to contact me, hey, y'all tried to contact me to testify in that case. They contacted my child support attorneys for me to question me.
Okay, let's keep it going.
I'd love to know, y'all gonna know why 50 really is mad at Diddy, and it's not what y'all think it is.
Yeah, it's a whole story behind
that. It's a whole story behind it, and it's not over Lady Boy. It's not. I'd love to know, y'all gonna know why 50.
What? I say drop the T, bro. Ask the question, bro. Yo, listen, ask the question.
I'm just gonna just put it this way, okay? We're gonna probably spend up with that. Well, no, we're not probably like that. Right. We're definitely gonna spend a block on that. But it's just not what y'all think it is. It's not. It's
really not.
Yeah, Reese
it's
talking about.
not like. Just put it this way: Puffy was the first one to sleep with someone's baby mother.
Wow.
Puffy was the first one to sleep with someone's mother. Okay, Daphne Joy. Only she's saying she slept with Puffy. What?
And we could leave it at that. Puffy wasn't the first to sleep with someone.
Really not.
It's not like just.
What is she saying right now, Chad? I'm confused.
Would love to know.
I say drop the T, bro. Ask the question, bro. Yo, listen, ask the question.
I'm just gonna put it this way, okay? We're gonna probably spend up with that.
Minors, we got 2 minors, teenager,
Yeah, anybody got time. 50 ain't do nothing to that motherfucker. They trying to set that boy up with the bullshit. I already see what's going on. Yeah, Reese, I don't know what the hell you was talking about. You I don't even know. Trey. You up here?
Not with it.
See, you want to get your final thoughts? We finna get up out of here, my boy. Hit that Discord. Somebody put the Discord in the chat. We're gonna slide by the Discord for a hot second. We finna get up out of here. Get your final thoughts. Trey, we're streaming goddamn 8 hours. Yeah, send a nigga $1. Send a nigga 50 cents. Literally 50 Cent. Chanel, send me some money. But nah, go ahead, Trey. You got it.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, man. Always, man. Appreciate you for having me. Yeah, man. It's always a good time. Shout out to Chanel. You feel what I'm saying? I had to show me. Yeah, you feel what I'm saying?
Head, shoulder.
Yeah,
No,
you
for
know.
sure.
Yeah, man, you know it's always all love. You feel what I'm saying? We always on a panel together. So, you know, at this point, you know, we
Locked in.
locked in.
Yeah, fam
We
bam.
locked
You
in.
through.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
for
So
real.
yeah, man. It's all love all the time. And everybody have a good night. We going
For sure.
holler at
For sure. Trey in it big. Yes, Lord. Kills, you sit up here. Chanel.
Hey, I'm sorry. What's up? I apologize. I apologize. I was multitasking. What's going on?
You over there playing with niggas and shit? Nah, I'm fucking with you. Nah, we finna get up out here. You want to get your final thoughts? We finna slide on Discord.
Oh, well, I thought this was a good topic. I didn't know this was breaking news. So it was very interesting. But no, that's it. It was a good show. So now I kind of believe that 50 Cent might be abuser. I'm not sure. But he sounds very convincing.
Yeah, Jones will say Bow Wow and Future got the same baby mama. That's a fact.
Yeah.
They got they got kids, and this NFL nigga got kids with her too.
Hold on, is it the woman from that? Is it Love and Basketball or something like that? What's that lady name?
Yeah, the little bright skinned chick.
Yeah, she was the one calling people monkeys or something. That's her.
Nah. I said Bow Wow, not
I'm talking about the baby mama.
Nah, he wasn't dating her like that. Crazy woman.
He does.
Erica Mena. Nah, he wasn't dating her like that.
Oh, he does. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Nah, he ain't no baby mama.
My bad.
Nah, but he got some little thing that looked. I mean, I don't think she's black. She kind of like Puerto Rican or some shit. But yeah, Future got a baby with her. He got a baby with her. Matter of fact, that's who got his daughter. Future got a baby with her, and then the NFL guy got a baby with her.
Oh wow, she got 3 baby daddies. Damn.
Yeah, and all of them rich. Ain't that some shit? Say that she ain't missed not one time.
Win a Super Bowl, drive off in a Honda.
Oh, she ain't missed. She ain't missed. She taking them to Red Lobster.
Right. Hold on, wait. Didn't Red Lobster close though?
That's a good question. I don't know. Beyonce probably bought it.
Stop it.
Real shit. She said she gonna take you to Red Lobster. Shit, the fuck.
She did say that in that damn.
They still open.
Oh, they are.
They look like alcohol.
I didn't know who was still eating at Red Lobster. First of all, I'm just like, because I only went for the cheddar biscuits, and then they got hip to the game, and like, nah, y'all ninjas ain't getting no cheddar biscuits, so y'all order.
Damn, you had a scheme for this shit. So wait, you mean tell me when you sit down, they wouldn't give you no biscuits?
I would say they stopped doing that when I was probably like 18, 19. Yeah,
ain't no fucking way.
But I think them and Olive Garden do that now. They be like, we know what y'all here for. Mm-hmm. But you know, Olive Garden, the same restaurant that owns Olive Garden, also owns Red Lobster. The whole conglomerate.
Wait, so they don't give you
under
nothing
the Darden umbrella.
Mm-hmm. No, it's like I was the only one waiting to come there to eat the extra cheddar biscuits.
I'm just saying, I didn't know they didn't give you nothing when you sit down. That's crazy because they thought people were gonna leave. That is insane.
But why? Yeah, you give
I did not know that.
Biscuits. Yeah, they leaving. Yeah, we just don't look. They gonna order something, but it's just gonna be like a cup of like seafood bisque, but you know, $7.95 or some shit like that.
So what's wrong with that? They still order.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm saying it's still a cost. You know what I'm saying? When you have a business, it's a cost. So,
right.
They say we're not giving these ninjas all these damn biscuits. And then if you know, like if you go to Olive Garden, they're only going to give you the breadsticks for the amount of people you have. Like when you first sit down, they only going to give you. So if it's 2 of y'all gonna maybe get three of them. They ain't giving them all like that.
Man, Olive Garden got me fucked up. I asked for some more breadsticks. They gonna bring me my motherfucking breadstick. I'm gonna walk up out that motherfucker like Jim Brown. I ain't bullshit. Straight up. Fuck that. Like, that's insane. Everybody don't got their mindset like fucking Chanel. God damn it. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking something home too. I need something to go
Right.
home. Motherfucker.
Straight up. Mm-hmm.
Goddamn shit. Somebody told me they sold them hoes in HEB or in Walmart.
They
Some
do.
shit. No shit.
Listen,
Wow.
you could buy the regular kind, or you could buy the ones that's already like in the frozen section. And
What you mean the
remember
regular kind?
I made a seafood pot pie, and I told you I put the
Oh yeah, you did say that. But
yes.
wait, what you mean you can buy the regular ones or you can buy it in the
So like you can buy like a cake in a box. You could buy the cheddar biscuits like that and mix them up like kind of how I did with the seafood pot pie.
Oh shit. What is
Yeah.
it? Where you buy them in the box at?
It's probably on the same aisle with cornbread and all that kind of
No
stuff.
shit.
Yeah, and then
They got some frozen too. Oh, you talking about in the box to like mix? Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
My bad.
I did say cake mix, right?
Yeah, my bad. I'm
No,
tripping.
you good. You good.
I thought you said like a box. I mean, like a cake in a box. But I'm thinking like from like the bakery type shit, not like in a box, like the goddamn flour. I got you. My bad. Yeah, that's crazy. You say you can buy them frozen too. That's wild.
Yeah, the frozen ones are a lot easier because all you have to do is add the little seasoning packet to the butter when they're done, and then just like butter them. A little bit easier, but it's not difficult.
So them hoes taste the same, or they kind of different?
Yep, they taste the same. They good.
You know what else is crazy? Sonic sell they tater tots in the store too. That's crazy.
Do they?
Yeah. Chick-fil-A sell goddamn Chick-fil-A sauce, all kind of shit.
Yep, we have some in our pantry. I don't like sauce, but I do like their Polynesian one. But all the other sauce dip, I don't like this.
They say welcome to America. They sell goddamn spicy ketchup from Whataburger too. They do. My little brother got that shit. I was fucked. I'm like, bro, how you get this big ass Whataburger thing of ketchup? He said he ain't still at the store. I'm like, wait a minute, this is a spicy one? He like, yeah. I'm like, wow.
They sell the Whataburger sausage in the store too. The one that you eat with the like pancakes.
Wow.
Yep. But I think all of them are doing that because P.F. Chang's you could buy in the frozen food section. You could buy those.
They might have been the first ones. I seen that shit before one time. I ain't know what the hell was going on.
What, P.F. Chang's?
Yeah, I think they might have been the first to do this shit because they shit been there for a long time.
I don't know if they was the first, but now you can buy Luby's stuff in there. You can buy the mac and cheese and all that. It's interesting.
Yeah, my grandma be buying that Luby's fish.
Does she?
Yeah. She get that shit. I'm like, grandma, how you get the Luby's fish? Why you ain't just go to Luby's? I'm saying,
right.
No, you
That's
get to citizen discount. Goddamn.
Right.
HEB. HEB.
Get you a Luann plate. Okay.
Get the fuck with some Jello. You gotta get the Jello, bro.
Yep. I ordered.
My mama, you gotta get the Jello.
I had a kid meal today from Solana.
Kids meal.
Nope, I'm gonna get a kids meal. Sure am.
Man, look, we finna slide to the Discord so we can hang out the way we want to.
Discord? Yeah. Hey, I have one question. What the hell is the hideout? Because I don't even know how I get over there. What's that? Is it like a?
It's another page I created.
Oh, okay.
Just go when I tell you to go, and you'll be all right.
Bye.
All right.
Bye, Drip Nation. Talk to you later.
Talk to you in a minute. Well, folks, we've come to the end of the show. And it's been a long one. I've been trying to stay with this 2 to 7, 2 to 8, bro. But shit, it get ran and topics get good and folks get to coming up talking good conversation, man. And we end up at 10, 11 o'clock and we shouldn't be that goddamn long. Shit. But hey, what can I say? If it's good, it's good. So it's all good with me. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Y'all watching the replay, leave a super thanks. Hit the Cash App, hit the super chat. Make sure y'all share the stream, man. Put us in the algorithm. If you didn't like the content, hit the dislike button. It's cool too. Make sure you get your memberships. Drip Nation membership nights will be on Fridays now. Yes, indeed. Make sure you get your memberships. We're going to start doing a member stream for the high tier memberships too. So, yeah. The high tier memberships get a little bit more perks. So I'm gonna start doing streams for them on probably Saturday, since it's kind of slow. Fridays and Saturdays kind of slow on YouTube. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Plus, I've been like trying to get this computer shit done, and man, this shit a headache, bro. Like, just going through different shit and then trying to clean my other ones and shit. There's just a bunch of shit going on. He's ain't too much tolerant going on. Damn, TMKC ended that boy with a 5-piece gifted. If you got a membership from TMKC just now, make sure you tell her thank you. Appreciate the TMKC. Pretty lady, appreciate it. You're a special lady. Looking ass. Ah, let's go. Yeah, man. I've been going back and forth trying to see which video card I'm finna get for this goddamn computer. This shit crazy, man. This shit running it up, trying to have my shit together so I can be clean spleen on the scene. I could have just cleaned up my old one and just probably just added some shit. Not even a lot, just maybe like another drive to it and sped it up. But it still worked cool. It's just for what I'm trying to do, I just need a little bit more performance. But the one I got now, bad motherfucker though. I ain't gonna hold you. That bitch been built like for the goddamn gods. Like, yeah. But I wasn't having all this heavy processing running on my shit. Neither with OBS. Them hoes drain you. But it still runs cool and smooth. I just want to upgrade my shit. About that time. But yeah. I'm gonna clean that bitch up and take pictures of it. Plus, this computer I get now gonna be displayed on the stream too. It'll be like a zone screen. You know, just showing off the aesthetics and shit. Still trying to figure out how to, see if I can ain't no charger for them goddamn Meta glasses to stream. So I just been looking for different shit to just change up some shit, man. Change the whole aesthetic of the show, kind of, make it look different. You know what I'm saying? Everybody should look the same. Tweak the intros. If you already got an intro and you need it tweak, I just charge 20 just to tweak it. Put a little razzle dazzle to it. If you want to redo it, it's gonna be 50. Yeah, we elevating shit around here. If you need intros to your channels, backgrounds, screensavers, little gifts and shit, like the Cash App shit. Background music, gotcha. I'm probably gonna go live tomorrow on the plugs page too. Yeah, I'm gonna go live on that motherfucker. Drop some gems. I'll let my folks get everybody caught up for those who need it. Also, if you got a high tip membership, you can meet me in the Discord. If you need help with anything, we can work in the Discord any time of the day if I ain't sleep. But yeah, we can definitely do that. I'm finna go over there now. So if you need anything, if you got a high tip membership, holla at your boy. It's like private rooms for that shit, so everybody want to be in your business and trying to see what you're doing and shit like that. So shout out to the Drip Nation folks, the good folks at Drip Nation. Nick, you got anything to say?
Shout out to everybody that hit the panel, everybody that sent the super chat, everybody, Artifacts, Romello, TMKC, Petty Pendergrass. Special shout out for TMKC sending out the 5 memberships. Make sure y'all keep them up. He already said everything that I usually say about the like and all that other stuff. So appreciate the conversation.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, make sure you hit that like button though. Share the stream every time. Share the stream. We gotta keep it growing. Gotta keep the channel growing. I know who been here faithfully every day, so we're gonna try to get some type of, appreciation going on for them folks. You know what I'm saying? That really been through the goddamn mud with the Drip Nation. That ain't leave, still stayed down on all 10. Yes, Lord. But I'm finna go roll up big Zai session, one deep on the creek, and continue to try to find this goddamn. You know what? I got an Amazon Drip Nation list. Y'all need to go check that motherfucker out. See if y'all want to donate to my goddamn Amazon gift list for my streaming to make everything better for y'all. Just let me know. Just put something on it for a player. Yeah, this motherfucking GPU gonna be hell. I'm telling you, those who got kids and they got gaming PCs, and y'all kids be wanting to game like in 4K, man, you know them goddamn video cards be like $700. No bullshit. $700. And that's just like on the low end. Them motherfuckers higher than that. Like the one I got my computer right now, that motherfucker was like $900. No bullshit. That's why I halfway want to just update it, but I'm just, I ain't got time. It's going to be a lot of redoing and remixing. And I could just sell it and just go and get it out the way and just sell it as is, and somebody have a bad motherfucking army tank. So I'm going to just do it like this. Somebody get blessed type shit. Yeah, somebody get blessed. Or I might just change the case on it and then bless somebody with that motherfucker. Let them get it for a low number. Because that motherfucker, I think, in that motherfucking PC I got now, that's running the show now, I probably about $3,500 for that motherfucker. No bullshit. But everything I done to it, overclocked it, all kind of shit. Sped it up, got the goddamn AIO radiator on that motherfucker. Oh, man. That motherfucker got a radiator with the water running through that bitch. No bullshit. Hard drives, terabytes here, terabytes there. Yeah. We ain't coming to play. We ain't gonna play. Processing, AMD Ryzen, Monster gaming card. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. USB-C plugs, everything, man. Everything. Wi-Fi, everything. Bluetooth, everything. MSI motherboard with the lights on that motherfucker. Yeah. Light up fans, light up radiator. Yeah. See-through case. Yeah. It's a monster. But that shit took time. So, with that being said, sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And you're through.
Drip Nation, let's go. Coming to the stage.